This story will take place a month after Elise and Vance's wedding. The night I left Patrick was the night I also lost myself. Everything that I had known seemed so minuscule. How does one go about living a regular life once you've been shown something so spectacular? I had known Patrick was different the second I had met him. The way he looked at me at that gas station, no one had ever looked at me the way he had. It was more than a guy looking at a girl. There was genuine care mixed with something else. It was intense and raw, and it scared me while also comforting me. We moved so fast. We barely knew a thing about each other, and yet we never had that awkwardness, as if we'd known each other for years. But everything changed that night. It all happened so fast. I remember the moment I saw Patrick carrying Elise toward the car. My heart had stopped. Although we had drifted apart, much to my own foolish actions, she had been one of my best friends since 4th grade when I moved from California. We'd been best friends ever since then. Of course, she introduced me to H in high school, and then we suddenly became a trio. And in all the time I had known Elise Auckland, I had only ever known her to be tough, strong, confident. But in that moment, she had been beaten down and weakened, and the very sight of her had terrified me to the core. Then slowly the secrets had started to spill out. I had to give myself credit. I knew things weren't right while we sat inside of the motel room. Small phrases like link, me the location, and words like shifting and wolf had been said by both Elise and Patrick. But I didn't know what to expect when Patrick revealed the truth. Sure, it was strange, and no, I didn't believe him 100%. What he said was ridiculous, and I hadn't known him but a few days, but I knew him well enough to know what he said was something he strongly believed in, and somehow it made it more real. Then he spoke of being together. With every single fiber of my being, I wanted absolutely nothing more than to be with him. Of course, I wanted to be the girlfriend of Patrick Westbrook, the kind and caring gentleman I had met by chance at a rundown gas station. I mean, it's why I had been dating guys since I was 14. Because I had been looking for the love of my life, for that one guy who would always love me and do anything for me. Someone who made me feel like I was the most important thing in the whole world to them. And here was this handsome, perfect guy telling me I was his one and only. That he was specially made for only me. And I couldn't even be with him. No, my life has never been that easy. It was on that night that I learned not only the truth about werewolves and mates, but also the truth about genuine heartbreak. But the thing that had been haunting me for weeks from that night was my own words. I don't need you. How careless and cruel I had been. I hated myself every day since then. I wished that I could just go back to that night and undo everything. I would make sure to tell Patrick exactly what was going on. But as I sit here on the back porch looking out at the setting sun, I can't help but let out a heavy sigh and hope that Patrick is doing good. Despite what I said to him, I felt the complete opposite. I wanted to be with him, but given the circumstances, I just couldn't be with him. Of course, he was doing good. No doubt he was with yet another girl. Again, I couldn't be angry. I had no right as I was the one who turned him down from the very beginning. And in an attempt to look like his turning me down at the wedding hadn't fazed me, I had been doing the exact same thing. Going out with various guys, just a date, nothing more, and yeah. I had to admit I was kind of hoping he'd get wind of it. But it was a somewhat unkind move, as even though the guys were all pretty nice, my heart just wasn't in it. I sighed. Every time I thought about him with another girl, I would just get so angry. I knew I was being jealous, and in truth, I had no right to be. "Hey, there you are," Ellie sounded as she came outside carrying a plate and some forks. "You left right as they were cutting the cake." I shrugged. I wasn't really up for big crowds tonight. "Well, it's your birthday, so you can do pretty much whatever you want," she smiled. "You up for cake?" I smiled now. I'm always up for cake. 18 dude. "How's it feel?" "Depressing," I replied flatly. She looked at me sympathetically. "He's still not talking to you." I looked at her now. I've seen him around town here and there, but to be honest, every time we've run into each other, he has a different girl. "And what about your dates?" she asked coldly. While Elise can hardly stand Patrick, she wasn't a huge fan of either of us dating anyone other than each other. Just dates, no kissing, not even any hugging, so definitely no intimate relations. Which is a lot more than they say about Patrick and his girls. She nodded sadly. Please don't give up on him. I ignored her and took the cake. Happy birthday to me, right? No. Don't go all pity me. You're so much better than that, Elise said. Look, it's a new month, and with it, new beginnings. Let's move on from everything that's happened and focus on the now. Easier said than done, I poured. It just seriously is unfair. You and H get to be with your mates, and mine is giving himself to everyone but me. I mean, seriously, Ellie, is there something wrong with me? I will hit you if you ask me something stupid like that again, she growled. Patrick needs to deal with some things, but give it time. It doesn't matter, I'm done with him. She sighed, if you say so. Knock, knock. I looked at the doorframe from the reflection in my mirror as I continued to do my makeup. One sec, I sounded as I attempted to apply my mascara without leaving any black marks on my skin. I'll almost do own Ellie. There. I smiled and scrunched the roots of my hair to give myself just a little more volume. You all ready to go? As ready as I'll ever be, I admitted. Oh, it won't be so bad. Everyone says college is 10 times better than high school, and we actually liked high school. I shrugged, for the most part. You know he will be there, she pointed out. My heart raced. Thanks for reminding me. That's kind of what I'm dreading, I admitted. Mariah, he's your mate. I shot her a look telling her to drop it. Look, I only told you because you basically could have figured it out anyways, I said before my emotions started getting the better of me. Plus, none of that matters now. I turned him down and now. Well, now he isn't anything to me except another attractive guy on campus. He made sure about that. That's gross, Elise said as she wrinkled her nose. I rolled my eyes. To be honest, I really hope I don't have to see him much this semester. It'll make getting over him easier as he decides to engage in numerous casual relationships. Somebody's jealous, she sang. Of course I was jealous. There are plenty of guys that go to that school, all of whom I'm sure are more than willing to give a girl a shot. She nodded, or they could be gay. I rolled my eyes once more. Besides the point, Ellie. Well, can we talk in the car? I don't want to be late. Since when do you care so much about attendance? I promised Vance that I would be good this semester, since he won't be there. We probably should go. I'm sure Harper is dying to tell us about her perfect summer with her perfect boyfriend. I said, putting the air quotes around the word boyfriend. Is it even fair how easy things are for her? Ellie sighed. No, but like all of us, I'm sure H has her own things going on. So what are you going to do if you do see Patrick? I shrugged and got up to grab my bag. I don't know. Ignore him. It's your life, girl, Elise sounded as we finally headed out. Hey, so I was thinking, do you think we should ask Brax if we can tell Harper about you knowing the truth about Wares? I looked at her unsure. Sure, Braxton is her cousin. But the fact that he is the leader still kind of intimidated me. Let's leave it alone for now. I'm sure she'll find out eventually. Or maybe I can get her to slip up, and then I can be like, what do you mean Wares exist? Elise tried not to laugh as we reached the car and got in. Another thing. Call me harsh, but... I sighed. The thing is, I just don't want her to know about everything with Patrick, because we both know in the end she'll try and talk me out of being with him by pointing out all of his flaws, and trust me, I know he's got them. And while we may not be together, I don't think I can handle her criticizing him without getting defensive. I get it, she offered softly as she drove us away. So you see, I can't let her know I have knowledge of Wares without revealing that Patrick told me. I said, so really Brax is doing me a solid in his order for me to keep the secret. Fine, we'll leave it be for now, Elise huffed. Well, you know I won't say anything, but when the time comes you are going to have to tell her everything. I know, I just need some time. And like that we finally dropped the subject and rode on toward the college talking about lighter topics. When we reached the school, I got out of the car and breathed in deeply. I honestly never thought I'd be here, I confessed. In truth, I had half expected to be a beach bum in California right now, but life has a funny way of changing your plans, or lack thereof. There why all are, Harper smiled as she approached us. Hey H, we both greeted her as she pulled us both in for hugs. I was hoping I wasn't too early, she said. Braxton said my first class's professor is notorious for being late, but I didn't want to chance it. A tiny tinge of jealousy hit me. I had nothing against Harper or Braxton. It was their relationship that bothered me. Or rather, it was their perfect life that bothered me. Everything seemed so easy when it came to those two. I was perfectly fine with Ellie and Vance, but it is because I know they had their own ups and downs and faced and overcame their own problems. They weren't perfect, they are real. If Harper and Braxton had problems, they hid them well, because from the outside looking in, they are obnoxiously perfect as a couple. How is Brax? I asked politely. What I really wanted to ask was, has your mate seen his cousin lately? Does he know if his cousin is dating anyone? Does he know about his cousin's connection with me? He's good, taking more of the hands-on leadership role in his community now that he's not in school anymore. That has been an adjustment, to say the least. Call me crazy, and maybe I was looking for something when nothing was there. But for the slightest moment, it seemed like Harper showed a moment of frustration as she said that. I bet he's glad he graduated, I added. He is, but I can tell he's a little bored, she said with an almost sad smile. Braxton is good H, so don't worry about him. He's just got a lot on his plate, Elise said knowingly. We moved on to talk about our classes. Both Elise and I had to take prerequisites, but Harper was good on hers since she had obtained most of them while attending her AP classes. I've got to jet if I want a seat somewhere other than the back row, Elise announced. I looked at my own cell phone to see the time. My class wouldn't start for another 20 minutes, but I suppose I could be early for once in my life. We all said our see ya laters and then went in opposite directions. I found my classroom with ease and was more than relieved to see that I wasn't the only one already in there. I took a seat and pulled out one of my journals and a couple of pens. Of course, I felt like a fool, though, as I sat next to a guy who had his brand new laptop open and ready. I turned to face him. Hello, I'm Mariah. He looked like he was debating with himself to respond before he finally did. Jack. Nice to meet you, Jack. You from around these parts? And not really, he answered almost nervously. Hey, I sounded as I picked up on his nervousness. It's cool if you don't want to talk to me. I won't be offended or anything, just trying to make a new friend in class. He dropped his head and smiled. The door in the back of the room kept opening, indicating more people were filling in, and the class would be starting soon. Call it first day jitters, but I was feeling almost anxious. It's just like I sorta told you. I'm new here. On scholarship, so I really have to put my nose to the books. And I thought. What? I asked curiously. It's nothing, he chuckled nervously. Well, now you have to tell me, I said, humored now. He sighed and went a little red. I thought you were trying to pursue a romantic interest in me. Oh, sorry, but no, trust. I've had my share of drama with men over the summer. I lied, sort of. I was all but ready to tell you. You were barking up the wrong tree, he confessed in an almost relieved fashion. Good to know, I assured him. Look, I meant it when I said I was looking for a friend in class. You know, in case one of us is sick, we can at the very least share notes and stuff, or have a small study group if need be. He thought it over before nodding. 2 minds are better than 1. Exactly, I smiled. We fell into a more comfortable conversation until the professor walked in. As he began his lecture, I fought the urge to look around until I just couldn't fight it anymore. First I looked to my left and saw Jack typing furiously. Then to my right, there were a couple of people also typing, some writing. One guy was fast asleep. And behind me, sitting in the very back looking right at me, was the one person I had hoped I wouldn't run into, especially this early. He simply smiled before getting up and walking out of the classroom. Shit, I sighed. I knew it was going to be a long year. I had so much trouble keeping up with the rest of the class after that. But when class ended, Jack and I exchanged info, and he said he'd get my email later so he could email the notes to me. I thanked him over and over, and together we walked to our next classes. He was going to the classroom right next to mine. Once he was inside his classroom, I waited outside as I remembered Elise saying she and I would have our second class together. Hey, Duchess. The all-too-familiar nickname Patrick had given me on our road trip made my heart race. But this Patrick was different than the one I remembered. The Patrick I had met was lost and scared. He was sweet and caring. This person was overconfident and could care less how his actions affected others, which had me thinking about all he'd done since I left, which in turn had me fighting the urge to roll my eyes as I desperately tried to ignore him. Are you trying to ignore me, Mariah? He asked as he placed his hands on either side of my head, securing me against the wall. Big mistake. His closeness had caused those small vibrations to begin coursing through me. And he smelled so incredibly pleasant. I looked up and found his eyes. He seemed to be struggling with himself, and I took it as an open opportunity. I hadn't realized you'd taken up stalking me this semester, Blue Eyes. And he laughed humorlessly as he pushed himself back away from the wall. Mariah, you made it clear that you don't want anything to do with me, that you don't need me. He whispered that last part. It hurt so much more than replaying the words to myself. Don't act for 1 minute like you actually care what I do, Patrick. I replied defensively. I saw you this morning, already talking to another guy. And don't think I haven't noticed you with other guys around town either. This time I laughed. He didn't know how wrong he was when it came to Jack. Let me make this very clear, Duchess. You are my mate, and I will make sure I will do everything to ruin any chance you may have with some other fool. Yes, because you are clearly the only fool for me. I rounded on him. Let me make this clear, Blue Eyes. Your pursuit of intimacy has made it more than perfectly clear that we aren't anything and never could be anything. But if you think I'm gonna let you mess anything up with anyone, you're wrong. Just stay away from me. And FYI, Jack is gay. He wasn't expecting that last part. I turned and entered the class. I wouldn't let him see how much he had shaken me. Elise waved me down and I glowered angrily at her. What she mouthed. I walked over and took the empty seat she had saved for me. We were supposed to meet up outside of the classroom. Seats were filling up fast, she answered. Why, what's up? Had a fun little meet-up with Patrick. What did that fool want? She asked sassily. I couldn't help but smirk as I recalled calling him the same name. Apparently he thinks he has some claim on me. Says I shouldn't even think about talking to other guys. Did he really say that? She asked much softer now. Basically. I dropped my voice so only she would hear me. He dropped the mate card. Maybe he wants to be with you then, she smiled. Doesn't mean I want to be with him, I lied. She saw right through it as she raised one of her perfectly manicured brows. You don't. Now I did roll my eyes. Of course I do, but I know him well enough to know that things won't be that simple. They can be. Just tell him how you feel, she groaned. Please don't go playing games. Just tell him how you really feel. I thought about it. Could it really be so easy? I had hurt him pretty badly by leaving the first time, but maybe it could actually work. Of course, I'd have to apologize for the harsh things I said before leaving. I didn't have much time to dwell on it, as the professor had entered and immediately fell into lecture. I tried harder to focus on this class. It helped a little knowing Elise was right there with me, but I couldn't help but ponder her words. Maybe he wants to be with you. Soon after, I was lost in daydreams. Vivid images of Patrick and I, actually together in a happy and healthy relationship, were all I could think about. Before I knew it, class had completely gone by, and I had no idea what the professor had talked about. To make matters worse, Elise didn't look like she had paid any more attention than I had. This was all Patrick's fault. If he would have just kept his distance, like a normal person. Then again, I suppose he isn't just like a normal person. He is a were. A possessive, arrogant, cocky were. One that if given a chance could completely destroy me. But I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He wouldn't be acting like this if it wasn't for him wanting me to notice, right? And Elise had said it herself. Maybe Patrick actually does still want to be with me despite everything that had happened over the summer. If he could get over the lies I said that night, then I could get over the fact that he had engaged in casual relationships with many people. Then maybe we'd be good. I felt delusional. These were all very big ifs, and no definite signs he actually did want us to be together. I knew I would just have to take Elise's advice. I was going to have to find Patrick and actually have a true one-on-one talk with him so we could finally get all of this figured out. Then perhaps life back at home wouldn't be so bad. At the very least I would know where he stands, and even if he doesn't want to be with me, perhaps he will leave me alone and I can actually try to have a regular college experience, minus the boy drama. Elise and I exited class, and there was no sign of Patrick. I knew he would take my words literally. I had told him to stay away from me. This wouldn't help anything, as now I actually needed to find him in order to talk with him. I told Elise what was going on, and she sighed. Look, we still have one more class for the day and the rest are late classes. If you don't run into him before I see you again, he's staying at the PAK house. Of course he would be pledging one of the most popular fraternities on campus, I said. But then again it made sense. If I wasn't mistaken, his cousin was also in Rho Alpha Kappa, PAK. So by default Patrick would automatically be put on the top of the list for pledges. She laughed, Mariah. The frat is literally called PAK, like a whoa. Oh, I said, shaking my head as if it should have been obvious. Really though, all of them. I asked of all the fraternity brothers of PAK being wares. She nodded. Yeah, they're all actually our pack guard, like our soldiers if you will. I was impressed. I hugged her goodbye and went to my last class. I got a lot of notes this time around, and when class ended I gathered not only my belongings, but my nerves as well. For the first time since coming back to town, I was openly going to look for Patrick, and I was terrified of what I'd find. Patrick, don't you have class this morning? I slowly looked over at Braxton. He had come over to the pack house to see that I had settled in. Really, it was more than likely that he is bored and had nothing better to do. That was his life now. Alpha of the pack. I used to envy him. Most popular guy, star athlete in high school, youngest Rho Alpha Kappa president, youngest alpha. But now that school is over for him, all that was left was the pack. Sure, he has an actual job, but it is a cakewalk compared to what he's used to. Especially after last year. I'm ready, I motioned toward my clothes and books. You need to take this year seriously, Patrick. Everything from this day forward will start setting your future in motion. So no more messing around thinking things are just going to get handed to you. I bit my tongue. As much as he was irritating me at the moment, he is still my alpha, and my actions toward him would definitely have consequences. You know, I'm surprised to see you here so early. Shouldn't you be with Harper? Well, as much as I, honestly, would like to be with my mate this morning. She left to meet up with the girls before class. I halted my actions. The girls? I questioned. Yeah, Ellie and Mariah, they're all starting school today too. That's cool, I said as I got up now. I guess I should probably start heading out. See you around B. I grabbed a notebook to take a few notes down on, and a couple books that 2 of my classes had asked for. As I walked toward the university, as the frat house isn't too far from the campus, I had let my mind trail back to Elise's wedding a month ago. My brother was left the house in the will. Our stuff should be arriving in 2 days. She had spoken the words, I had heard her say them. I didn't quite know how to react at first. I wanted to be excited. I felt like she was coming back for me when I had heard it. As blunt as it sounded, her mother wasn't here anymore, so why come back? She could go anywhere. Everything that I had done since she left slowly crept forward, and even though all of the girls seemed like faceless beings to me, they were an instant release of my pent-up aggressions. The very ones she had caused when she left me that evening. I don't need you. How those 4 words had tormented me every night since then. But none of the even mattered anymore. I vowed to myself that I would never be with her. I had rejected her as my mate. I just wish my wolf would stop asking about going to see her. I had mindlessly been walking toward my first class, and upon entry, I found the class had already begun. I took a seat in the very back, and even settled to begin taking notes when my wolf suddenly had my head turning slightly toward the left. And there, sitting happily, smiling and giggling, was Mariah. I had crushed the pen that I was holding in anger. How could she so calmly sit in this room, flirting with another guy, right in front of me? I looked at the guy, my wolf beginning to analyze him, size him up. We could take him. I was utterly lost as to what the professor was up there talking about, as I couldn't tear my eyes away from Mariah. Then out of nowhere she looked back. I held myself completely still. I was afraid if I blinked she would be gone again. And it always hurts me when she leaves, therefore I always take it upon myself to leave first now. Maybe I hoped that by my leaving she would feel even an ounce of the pain I felt that night she left. I could see that she wasn't expecting to see me in there. Furthermore, it had taken her completely by surprise. This was my cue. I smirked a little at her before I got up and left the class. I would get the notes from somebody else if need be. I knew there would be plenty of time before the class let out, so I decided to go seek out the one person I could get answers from, the admissions lady. My mother. When I walked in, a young man looked at me, but recognized me, so he waved me in. My mom was on her phone but waved a hello. I motioned that I was going to use her computer, and she unthinkingly nodded her head yes. I was hoping that she'd be preoccupied. You see, college wasn't exactly my first choice, but with no real skills to fall back on, I didn't have any other options. And as Mom is the only one working, she couldn't simply afford to send me to an out-of-state university. So she took the admissions job, knowing that I would get to go here for free. Still logged onto her account, I didn't really know what to do, but I went through a few folders before I found the program I needed. My mom kept looking back every so often to check on me, so I opened up my own personal email to play it off. I typed in Mariah's name, but quickly realized I didn't know her last name. It wasn't something we had honestly discussed on our short-lived road trip. I shook it off and deleted her name. There was one person who would definitely know Mariah's schedule. I typed in Elise's name with ease and memorized her next class. I would cut her off as she was going in and ask her about Mariah. Elise isn't stupid. She had put 2 and 2 together that night. Even during all of the stress and chaos, Elise had noticed Mariah and I practically attached at the hip. And then as the night progressed, she took note of how Mariah was suddenly gone, and how I was suddenly an even bigger disappointment toward everyone. Of course, she confronted me about it once she healed. I tried to deny everything, but after finally telling her everything, I felt better knowing that at least one person knows. My mom came over just as I had closed out of the program, revealing only my email address. All done, honey. I need my computer back. Yeah, I said, getting up. Thanks, Mom. After that, I raced to find Elise, but upon approach, I noticed Mariah standing around waiting for someone. I smiled. Perhaps she had known I would come looking for her. Then I saw some guy checking her out, and it made me angry. Maybe she was waiting for someone else. Another guy. I walked up right behind her. Hey, Duchess. I picked up on her increased heartbeat, and I smiled. She turned, but openly tried to ignore me. Are you trying to ignore me, Mariah? I asked as I stepped forward, causing her back to bump into the wall before I placed my hands on the wall. Her scent was all around me now. My wolf was excited to be so close to her again. This action only brought me so close, I could hear her ragged breath as she was growing excited. Her excitement nearly called to my wolf, and the intense feeling she ignited inside of me wouldn't stop flickering throughout my veins right now. The arousal was growing between us, and I knew the longer we stood so close to each other, the more intense it would grow until we acted on it. She looked up and met my eyes. I hadn't realized you'd taken up stalking me this semester, blue eyes. I couldn't help but chuckle at her remembered wit and her little nickname for me. Her boldness pulled me back to reality, and I pushed myself away from her. Mariah, you made it clear that you don't want anything to do with me, that you don't need me. I knew it was a low blow, but after what I had gone through, she deserved it. Of course, my wolf thought otherwise, and the smallest glimpse of pain flashed over her eyes. Don't act for 1 minute like you actually care what I do, Patrick. I saw you this morning, already talking to other guys. I said, losing my cool. She only laughed. It made me feel foolish. Let me make this very clear, Duchess. You are my mate, and I will make sure I will do everything to ruin any chance you may have with some other fool. Yes, because you are clearly the only fool for me, she replied harshly. I had set myself up for that one. But she wasn't finished, as this time she stepped forward. Let me make this very clear, Blue Eyes. Your pursuit of intimacy has made it more than clear that we aren't anything and never could be anything. But if you think I'm gonna let you mess something up with anyone, you're wrong, so just stay away from me. And FYI, Jack is gay. I had to pause. Who the heck is Jack? But as I thought about this Jack guy, she took it upon herself to walk in the classroom and leave me standing there like a moron. I had half a mind to storm in there and drag her out of the classroom and into some random closet to let her know just what my desire really was capable of. Mariah had actually shaken me, and I needed to get some frustration out. The passion in her words clearly meant that she felt even the smallest of feelings toward me, but feelings nonetheless. And until she figures out what the heck she really wants, I would still need some help distressing. I pulled out my phone and shot a text to one of the many random females in my contacts. Patrick, it's so early and I already need to see you. That can be arranged. I didn't bother trying to sugarcoat anything. Patrick, PAK house, my room after your last morning class. Sure thing, I'll text when I'm on my way. I went through the rest of the day thinking about Mariah and then brushing those thoughts away. Mariah being back would only confuse things. She'd made it clear she didn't want to be with me, and I rejected her. I have been trying to move on from her, but every time I see her, I just can't help but get drawn in all over again. Elise and I didn't cross paths for the rest of the morning, and I knew if she was finished with class, she'd go and meet up with Vance. I sulked a little as I was trying to put off the inevitable. So I had to become strong and pull myself together, as I knew if I wanted to try to work things out with Patrick, then only I could make that first step by going to find him. Elise had told me exactly where he'd be, but I hadn't exactly been there before. I actually had to ask around a few times before some guys, after a lot of snickering and implying why a girl would ever go to a fraternity house, finally told me the address. Thanks, you all, I smiled before walking off. After putting the address into my phone, I found that the fraternity wasn't too far from the school. I knew if I put any more thought into it, I would definitely overthink things, so without thinking, I took a deep breath and began walking. As I walked, I couldn't stop the thoughts that did fill my head, though. What am I doing? What am I going to say? What's he going to say? What if he tells me to leave? I care too much for him. Can I really be with him, though? What if he doesn't actually want to be with me like I thought? What if it's too late? And as I found myself standing right in front of the door debating whether to knock or not, only one thought filled my head. Why am I here? I was just about to back out of it all and leave. No one would know I had given up but me. But luck has never been in my favor, as suddenly the front door opened. A couple of guys were leaving, and one held the door open for me in a very gentlemanlike fashion. I found it a little odd that neither of them asked me who I was, or what I needed. But whatever may be, they're just used to seeing people come and go. Then I remembered Elise said these are all wares. They probably assumed I was there for someone specifically. More so my mate. I walked into the large mansion-style home and looked at my opulent surroundings. It was hardly what someone would expect a fraternity to look like. Where are the empty kegs, the beer pong tables, random items of girls' clothing covering tacky chandeliers? There were no horribly stained carpets or ghastly posters. I had come to the conclusion that I had seen far too many movies. Just then some guy walked in, and he looked like he was having a little difficulty keeping all of his books in his hands. He clearly looked more than capable of carrying the book's weight, as his shirt was a little form-fitting and showed off his muscles well. But the way he had stacked them wasn't exactly the smartest. "Whoa. Let me help you with those," I said as I went to help him. "Oh no, I'm good." "Really?" he smiled. No sooner had his smile stretched across his face, it quickly disappeared as everything he was holding suddenly toppled to the side, and everything fell. I rushed over and immediately helped him. "Thanks, you really didn't have to help," he said as I handed him the last of the books. "It was nothing. To be honest, I could tell they were going to fall. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offered to help." "Clearly you're more than capable of carrying these all by yourself," I said, rambling out of nervousness caused by the thought of seeing Patrick soon. "Sorry, I'm Mariah, by the way." Once more he smiled a very perfect smile. "It's cool, and I'm John." There was something about him that just read. Superman. It could have been his muscular build, his wavy dark hair, strong jawline, his very likable personality. I realized quickly that I was staring, and soon I had an embarrassing blush to match the awkward moment. "Well, now that you're all taken care of," I smiled once again. "Could you please tell me where I can find a housemate of yours, Patrick?" He placed his books down on a side table. "You're here to see Patrick?" he asked. "Don't tell me you're his girlfriend or something." I actually laughed. The term girlfriend didn't exactly come to mind when one thinks about Patrick. "No, more like old acquaintances." He nodded, his arms now crossed. "Well, he's probably up in his room," he filled me in. "I'll take you up there. I'm headed that way myself." He gathered his stuff, and together he walked me toward an elevator. I was too awestruck to even notice what floor he had pressed. The ride was short, and when we reached the designated floor, he stood in the doorway to stop it from closing before motioning to go on before him. "Ladies first," he smiled. I moved and followed the length of hallway. We went a good ways down before he stopped. "This is me. Patrick's room is down at the end of the hall, but I just wanted to say thanks again, Mariah, and it really was a pleasure meeting you." I thanked him before he disappeared into his room, and I continued on my way. Every step I took felt more pronounced. I felt like my heart would beat right out of my chest. But that familiar anxious feeling filled me as I got closer and closer to his room. Now standing in front of his room door, I suddenly had more confidence. Like it was obvious I was supposed to be here. I knocked twice and waited. I waited a minute and then actually knocked again. I was now feeling a little irritated. What if I psyched myself out for nothing? What if he wasn't even here? I went to knock one more time before I decided I would call it a loss and leave, but that's when the door swung open wide. Standing there with a sheet wrapped loosely around his waist was a very displeased-looking Patrick. "WHA. M. Mariah." His frustration died down immediately as curiousness, and then fear filled his face. I knew exactly what he had just been doing. But for validation, I looked right behind him and saw a girl sitting in the bed, clutching a blanket to her chest. My irritation had elevated to an anger so intense that I seriously wanted to do physical damage to the girl still sitting in the bed. "Mariah." Patrick had gotten my attention once more. His eyes were almost pleading as he called my name. I could feel my eyes beginning to well up, as my emotions were about to spill over. I looked up into his eyes, and his eyes actually mirrored my own, as pure sadness filled them now. To think I came here to see if we could be together. I was such an idiot. I shook my head and whispered now, "I should have known better than to try to work things out with you." "Mariah, wait." I continued to go. I was too angry to remember how to get to the elevator, but found the stairs. I ran down the stairs as he continued to follow behind me. The whole thing seemed that much more dramatic as he still had the sheet draped around his waist, and I hated him even more because of it. Why even chase me now? It was clear he could very easily move on from me. And I would just have to buckle down and do the same. Patrick. I knew there was no use in chasing after her. Nothing I could do or say would make her stay or undo what had just happened. I stood at the top of the stairs and looked down over the banister as I watched her run out of the house. She ran away from me again. And this time I only had myself to blame. I was furious as I walked back to my room. Patrick. A female voice filled my ears. I had all but forgotten that the girl was still in my room. I couldn't remember her name. I hadn't bothered to ask when she got here. Leave, I grumbled. Wait, why? She pouted. I said leave. I yelled. This had her jumping up, and as she scrambled to pick up her clothing, I felt even worse. I knew it wasn't this woman's fault that Mariah was angry at me. I pulled on some fresh undergarments and then fell into my chair. Mariah was here, I whispered. She came for us, my wolf cried. I messed everything up. She had wanted to try and fix things. I might have let her try too. But at the end of the day, I messed everything up in the stupidest way possible, and worse. Even if she had put her all into it, things just wouldn't work out completely, because I rejected her. I admit that night when everything happened, I know I acted on impulse, but now I was actually a little glad I had done it. Clearly she deserves better than a guy like me. Only I was too selfish to let her have happiness if it wasn't with me. I had told her so this morning before class. I sat in my room for hours, dwelling on my own self-inflicted emotional pain, before I finally left my room to find something to eat. I wasn't the only one either, and I was grateful for the PAK brothers that were in the house. No doubt some of them would have heard or even seen what had happened, but none of them would bring it up. Hey, Pat. I turned to see John. Once upon a time, we were best friends. Then everything happened with my parents divorcing, and I moved, and he'd also moved when his mom passed away. But he came back to stay with his grandparents when he shifted as his dad's a human and didn't quite know how to raise a young one by himself. John was a good friend. Had always tried to stay in contact as much as he could with me, and I used to push him away because I was embarrassed for him to see my new life and jealous because he lived such a happy life. John is like the all-American guy that guys can easily find a friend in and girls admire. Being aware like the rest of us, he knew one day he'd find his mate, so he's always been really selective of his girlfriends, and I use that term willingly as John is very much a relationship sort of guy. I never understood why, knowing that he would only end up breaking up with the girl and having to deal with the heartache later on, but he just didn't believe in casual relations with random girls. Hey man, what's up? I smiled. It was only recently, when I had moved back, that we had reignited our old friendship. So I bumped into your friend earlier. Oh. Yeah. I asked. Don't worry, she said she was just an acquaintance. I was instantly relieved. For a minute I thought he was talking about Mariah. But the way Mariah had stormed out of here, I highly doubt she talked to anyone on her way out the door. Yeah. I felt bad, but I had to ask her leave. I had something else to deal with. He nodded. I heard some stuff went down earlier. I hadn't realized it was with you, and to think I was in my room during all of it. It was one heck of a show, that's for sure. Anyways, I know the timing might not be the greatest. But your friend, she was really attractive. Dude, take her. Please, I chuckled as I interrupted him. If you want, you can have my phone and take whichever girl out of there you want. I've had too much drama for an entire lifetime to never make me want to mess with another girl again. He laughed. Sure, dude, I give you a day of swearing off women, then you'll be back to your old ways. I shook my head, and we talked a little more about classes and how our families were doing, since we spent summer away from each other, and then he ended up leaving while I only went outside through the back doors. After the day I had, I needed to let my wolf out. I ran and shifted all at the same time. I felt amazing in my wolf form and eagerly stretched as my tendons and bones cracked and popped. I shook out my fur before darting into the woods as I zigzagged through the overgrowth of trees. I must have run circles inside of the forest that sat behind the fraternity house, but I didn't care. I loved running in my wolf form when I was stressed, aggravated, sad, or just plain lost. Running didn't require much thought. It was simply my body reacting. After a while, I had actually grown a little tired and knew I would need to shower. I went straight back up to my room. Thankfully, I had left all of my doors opened and walked into my room. I used my back paw to kick the door shut and then went on to my bathroom where I walked into my walk-in shower. I pushed the lever up with my nose and let the hot water soak my thick fur. And as I let go of my mental concentration that held me in my wolf form, I began to shift back into myself. The water was too hot, but I didn't care. I washed my hair and then my body. When I got out, I wrapped a towel around my waist and walked over to my large mirror. I took in my reflection. Past the reddened skin, from the water being too hot, and the damp hair that clung to my forehead, I looked into my eyes. I seemed older. Then I looked at my face. Everyone used to always remark on how much I looked like my father. Of course, when I was little, it was the highest compliment, because when I was younger, to me, my dad was a superhero. As I aged a little, the complimentary aspect was still there, as my father had always been one of those classically good-looking people, and you could always find women of all ages checking him out. But here, and now, I didn't hear the compliment in it anymore. In fact, for the first time I see in my reflection just what they actually meant. Yes, my father and I had similar features, dark hair, blue eyes, tall frames. But we were also dishonest, manipulative, exploitative, and we both hurt the people who loved us the most. I couldn't stand to look at myself any longer, as it only angered me further. I pulled on some undergarments and a pair of pajama bottoms before I laid down for the night. I couldn't wait to get this day behind me. But as I laid there, the same images popped into my head, as they always do right before I go to bed. My favorite memories. Mariah and I in my car, hand in hand as she looked up at me and smiled. The wind blowing her wild hair around, as her other hand tried to tame it into place. I sighed and finally closed my eyes to fall asleep. It had been a few days since I had last seen Patrick. I hadn't told Elise anything. She'd only get upset and blow things even more out of proportion. Plus, I hadn't really seen her much other than class. These days, even Harper seemed way too busy to hang out and just chat. I knew when we graduated high school that things wouldn't stay the same, but of course, I thought I'd be living in California. Elise would stay here, because even before we knew about Vance, that's what she'd always said. She wanted to stay close to home. And Harper was supposed to go to a major university like Stanford, Yale, or Harvard. We'd always promised to remain best friends no matter what. But now Elise and Vance are married. Harper and Braxton aren't too far from the same path, and that leaves me. Just me. I sighed and got up so I wouldn't have to sulk as I took up a book that someone else might need. I walked the library book back to its proper shelf. I had originally found it, and instead decide to go over the notes that Jack had given me to copy. I knew he would need his back, and who knew how long it would take me to handwrite all of them before he would eventually ask for them back. So I pulled out my cell phone and took a snapshot of the pages he had lent me. Well, that sure as heck beats handwriting notes. I looked up from the table and saw the effortless smile of the guy I had helped when I went to see Patrick that afternoon. Oh hey. Johnny, right? I asked. I severely hoped he said his name was Johnny. Johnny will do, he said as he took the seat across from me. I'm sorry, that's not your name, is it? I felt bad. He chuckled handsomely. My name is Jonathan. People call me all sorts of variations of it, so once again, Johnny will do. I nodded my understanding. I didn't expect to run into you here, he teased. Thought I'd have to go out and buy about 15 more books. And why would you possibly need more books? So you could show up to help me out again. Only this time I'd actually get the chance to ask you out, he replied expertly. I wasn't sure how to come back after that. Of course, this guy was good-looking, and he had perfect charm and manners to match. But this small little feeling bothered me deep inside. Mariah. I snapped out of my sudden daze. I'm sorry, John, but I don't think I can. You're disappointing me, Mariah, he said softly. It's really complicated, I replied. I know that sounds so cliché, but it's true. He held his hands up, If this is about Patrick, I can assure you he told me he was fine with me asking you out. I didn't quite know how to respond to that. He nodded. To be honest, he seemed a little relieved when I brought it up. I even double-checked with him the other day as well, and he was still pretty adamant about you two practically being strangers. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Patrick had all but tossed me to the side after his fake display of affection as he began chasing after me. It still felt wrong, but if Patrick had decided to just move on, then I really needed to, and why not John? He seemed like a decent guy. I shook my head. It felt wrong to just drag another person into another date knowing my heart isn't in it. Because no matter how much I try, I know I can't just shake Patrick out of me. Johnny, you seem like a really nice guy. But I don't know about all of this. Look, Mariah, how about this? How about I go to a party this weekend and maybe you can show up to the same party, and if we happen to bump into each other, maybe we can just hang out. I smiled. He really was very nice. All right, one date. Just hanging out as new friends. That's all I'm asking for. How does tomorrow night sound? He asked. I know it's kind of sudden, but Delta Gamma are throwing a back-to-school bash. I nodded. Sounds like fun. So should I pick my new friend up, or would she rather meet me there? He asked, unsure. I reached for my phone once again. You can pick me up. What's your number, and I can text you my address. His full smile beamed as he gave me his phone number, and then he got up to leave. Don't study too hard, Mariah, he smirked, and see ya tomorrow around 9ish. Sounds like a date, I smiled. He winked, only if you're lucky, doll face. After he left, I actually felt a little giddy. It was the first time since meeting Patrick that I didn't feel guilty about talking to a guy. But it was also the first time I had turned a guy down only to have him be too charming and talk me into it anyways. I sighed. I refused to think of the fool who had hurt me, and therefore, when I felt myself beginning to think about him, I thought about John instead. The way his short hair held a permanent wave. How when he smiles his left cheek reveals one deep dimple, his perfect arms. I smiled. Yes, John would be the perfect solution for getting over Patrick. But how would that be fair to John? I sighed and left. When I got out of the library, I got a call from Elise. She informed me that us girls needed to have dinner, and so I drove right over and waited for them to meet me there. Harper arrived first. I greeted her and noticed she seemed flustered. You okay, H? She smiled and pretended that she was only tired after assuring me that everything was fine. When Elise got there, I could tell Harper wanted to tell her something but refrained when she remembered I was at the table. This had to mean it was something pack-related, and as she thinks I'm just a clueless human, she wouldn't utter a word around me. Elise too looked like she wanted to say something, but hers was different, almost in a hesitant fashion. In the end, she turned to me. So, Mariah, how are things going with your love life? Pretty direct even for her, but I know she really wanted to know about Patrick, a topic I didn't want to discuss at all. Even more so in front of Harper, who still had no idea about us. Well, that one fool I talked to last year is still up to his same careless ways, so I really don't think things are gonna work between us after all. Well, did you talk to him about it? Elise asked. Perhaps if you told him how you feel about his actions and about him in general, then I'm almost certain he'd stop for you. I rolled my eyes. It was time to be honest with her. I tried. I went over to his place the other day and found him in bed with another girl. What? She shouted. The waiter came and took our order and then left. This time Harper chimed in. Well, I'm completely out of the loop, but it sounds like the guy isn't worth your time, Mariah, she said. I hate to sound so harsh, but if he really liked you, then he wouldn't be doing those sort of things. I completely agree, I nodded. Elise shot me a look and Harper noticed. What? Harper asked. It's just, her and this guy have history and a really strong connection, she said, looking at me once again. You wouldn't want to go doing anything stupid and end up losing him forever, would you, Mariah? Ellie, Mariah shouldn't have to put up with some jerk cheating on her. Or even if they're not together, just involving himself with just anyone. If he wanted to be with her, then he needs to be with her and only her. Anyways, I said, trying to calm them down before an argument followed. This other guy sort of asked me out today, and I actually agreed to the date. What? Ellie growled. Mariah, you can't. Why not Ellie? Harper asked. Elise remained silent. Harper turned to face me. So who is this new date guy? I smiled. His name is John, and he's in row Alpha Kappa. John Bishop. Elise nearly shouted. I shrugged. I guess so. I didn't exactly ask for his last name. The name sounds familiar. Tell me about him. Harper giggled excitedly. John Bishop, Elise said again. This time she looked at Harper, but I know she was talking to me. Remember H, he's Patrick's best friend. My mouth felt dry suddenly. I knew the guys were fraternity brothers, but I didn't expect her to say that. Oh, John. Yeah, I do remember him, Harper smiled. He's such a nice guy. Oh, Mariah, he'd be perfect for you. I nodded and gave her a fake smile as that same feeling of guilt that had filled me all summer came crashing back down on me. He did seem very nice, but I told him it was a one-date deal. Harper smiled further, but I could see that Elise wasn't having any of it. Mariah, you should really consider calling this date off. Perhaps your other guy finds out, then what? Then it's the other guy's loss for not being able to see that Mariah is amazing, and he should have secured her interest the first time around, Harper said. Thank you, Harper, I smiled. And I voiced my concerns with John. He assured me that his fraternity brother was more than fine with me going out with him. His words, the fool practically begged him to take me out. Elise's cold demeanor softened away, just as my own tough exterior began to fade away. Harper had gotten a phone call, but if she would have been paying attention at that moment, she would have seen me very vulnerable just then. I blinked away the tears that had begun to mist my eyes. Mariah, I know it's hard. But this just doesn't sound right, Elise said plainly now. Just be sure that Patrick knows you're going out with John, please. I shook my head. No. I'm done trying to be the bigger person, only to end up getting hurt in the end. I'm going out with John tomorrow night. I'm going to do my best to have a good time despite feeling guilty, even though I'm clearly a single person, so I have no reason to feel guilty. Just then our food arrived, and the subject of boys was dropped. The next day I could tell Elise still didn't want me going out with another guy, as she voiced her opinion in class. Mariah, are you sure you want to go through with this? She asked as we walked to our third afternoon class. Look, I already told you. John said that Patrick was cool with us going out tonight, I said. Elise shook her head. It just doesn't make sense, you're his mate. Ugh, please stop. I sounded frustrated. I know I'm still new to this whole werewolf lifestyle, but honestly, Elise, how can someone claim that I'm his everything and then turn around and just hand me off to another guy? That's what doesn't make sense. Where's, especially males. They just don't just hand off their mates to another guy willingly. I shook my head. Even if he hadn't done that, how do you explain his actions? I mean, after you had slipped up back in California. I said cautiously. You were torn up about it until you came back and you worked things out with Vance. Well, Patrick has casually involved himself with random girls over and over again, and it doesn't even seem like it affects him. Like, well, what if he only thought I was his mate? Is there a chance he could have been wrong about it? She pulled her eyebrows together. I don't think so, but to be honest, Mariah, I don't know everything there is to know about our people. I nodded. It was understandable. But seriously, what makes someone a mate in the first place? It's hard to explain. Like for us, we feel things more than humans in general. She said before emphasizing what she meant. If you all are happy, we are elated. If you all are mad, we're furious. When we love deeply, but not nearly as deeply as when we find our mates, because when it comes to our mates, well, basically our mates are our whole world. It always sounded so romantic when Ellie spoke about how magical mates were. Our mates are our hearts. We do everything we can to protect them, because when they hurt, we hurt in return. Their happiness is our happiness. Mates are two people that sort of become one. When you find your mate, well, for me at least, when Vance was around, everything seems perfect. Every touch was nearly magic. And it's not like that anymore. I asked, confused. The night after Ellie and Vance's rehearsal dinner, despite Harper taking me home, I had seen and heard enough to know that they had gotten their wolves back. Something that Ellie herself had confirmed for me the next day. I knew she was so thankful to get her wolf back, and she told me how she and Vance were still trying to figure out if their old wolves had come back fully, and if they'd stay or if they would have adverse effects from whatever poison they were exposed to when they were taken. Well, as you know, after that night, when Vance and I got into the car accident, those same sensations came back, and more as we know what it's like to lose that. We don't ever want to take for granted something so special ever again. Well, then you'd think Patrick would want the same thing. I know for me, every time he's around me, despite my trying to bury my feelings for him deep down to forget about him, I can't help but feel weirdly anxious and excited. And if he gets super close, I can almost feel those electrical tingles like I had when we were on the road together. I admitted, then sighed, which makes what he's still doing all the worse. I hadn't realized your mate's pull was as strong as I originally anticipated. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, confused now. Well, remember how I explained the mate's pull to you as an invisible rope, and everything you two do together strengthens that rope. It's just, well, I originally imagined your rope with Patrick as more of a strand of twine or something. Because you had met each other, and he'd acknowledged you were his mate. I nodded along. But it makes sense it would be a thicker or stronger rope, as you both didn't just talk. You began opening up to one another, bonding. And obviously, there was a physical connection, as you know about the tingles. I blushed now, well, hugs and hand-holding. As hard to believe as it may seem given his currently careless ways, he was always a gentleman with me. Ellie smiled and nodded. Where's respect there, mate? Which brings me back to my main point. It doesn't make any sense he'd let another guy take you out. I mean, you told me he stalked you down for talking to a guy in class. I knew she was right, and to be honest, something felt off, but I sighed. It's just one date. A friendly outing, if you will. Just be careful, please, she said. As charming as John is, don't get too drawn in. Remember, he is a were, so he has a mate somewhere out there. She sighed. This whole thing gives me a headache. What if he genuinely does want to be with you, but maybe he doesn't think he deserves you? He doesn't, I said. I knew it sounded conceited, but he doesn't deserve even the attention I'm giving him. Too bad. I couldn't help but think about him constantly. For the briefest moment, she looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. Whatever. I'm so sick of overthinking things. Patrick has clearly moved on, and I'm going to do the same thing. And before you say anything about dating other guys, I'm not. Right now, I just want to survive my first year of college, I said before my emotions got the better of me. As for tonight, I just want to go out and have fun. Look, at the end of the day, I can't tell you what to do, Mariah. Just be careful, okay? I understand that you just want a normal relationship, but I can assure you that if you go out with John or Patrick or anywhere, you're only welcoming more drama into your life. We attended our last class together, and the hour flew by, and soon I found myself back at home, standing right in front of my closet, trying to figure out what I should wear. I need an outfit that looks nice, but one that doesn't say I'm trying too hard to look good, but also something that isn't too low-key and casual. I mean, John seems cool, but like I told Ellie, I just want a fun night out with, and I'd laid everything out with John too, so he shouldn't read too much into tonight. I gave up searching for just a moment and decided to do my hair and makeup. Afterward, I ended up just putting on whatever was most comfortable, as I had made it more than clear to John that we were just hanging out as friends tonight. So no need to go all out and try to impress him. I carefully sprayed perfume on myself just as my cell phone began to ring. Of course, it was John saying he was outside. I collected my purse and happily left the house. Once outside, John greeted me with a full, one-dimpled smile and opened the passenger side door for me. You ready to have some fun? He asked playfully. Fun is exactly what I need right now. So I'm leaving my fun in your hands tonight, Johnny. I think I can manage that, he agreed, and soon he drove off. I had to admit that I was a little nervous, and strangely I found that I didn't quite know how to act around him. I mean, sure, he's just a guy. But most guys I dated always went out with me with one goal in mind. Not that I gave in. Suffice it to say, I haven't had intimate relations since meeting Patrick. Maybe if I engaged in an intimate relationship with someone, I could get over him easier. You cool, Mariah? John asked, picking up on my silence. I smiled and nodded, just thinking about a bunch of nonsense, but I don't want to think about that tonight. He nodded and drove on. It didn't take us long to pull up to the party, and it was already in full swing. Everyone seemed to be having a great time as people laughed and talked, drank and danced. Can I get you something to drink? John asked. I shook my head. I'm not much of a drinker, I admitted. Ever since coming back from California, I had stopped drinking. In truth, I knew I was using alcohol as a coping mechanism. It sort of helped me dull the pain of being away from both Patrick and my mom. But with Mom gone, I knew she wouldn't be proud to know I'd been turning myself toward alcohol instead of facing my problems. I can respect that. I'll find something for you, he said, before politely excusing himself from my side. I was standing there and slightly moving along with the music when the feeling of someone looking at me hit me. I ignored it as best as I could as I closed my eyes and danced to the music playing. Not long after, that familiar feeling of anxious giddiness crept forward, and as I turned, I found the source. I found myself mere inches away from Patrick. He looked down at me and smirked. Hey there, Duchess. Patrick. My wolf felt her before I saw her, but she was here. Of all the parties going on tonight, of course she'd just casually walk into this one. I was glad for it if I was being honest. Almost felt like fate was trying its hardest to bring Mariah and I together despite my rejecting her on a whim, something that I've regretted from the moment the thought popped into my head. I let my wolf lead us through the party. I was moving blindly. I didn't know where we were going, but my wolf had one thing on his mind. Mate. I had to agree. Not only did I want to see her, but I needed to see her. I had messed up, and it was time to face the music and apologize for everything. I finally found her swaying to the beat of a song playing in the background. I smiled as she sweetly moved, unashamed of her motions. I made my way over to her and stepped up right behind her. She turned and looked up at me, her big brown eyes filled with excitement. Hey there, Duchess. I used my nickname for her. Granted, we didn't have very long together in the past. But from the time we had spent together, I had found that Mariah was very upscale, classy, and effortlessly elegant. To me, she seemed like royalty, but not your typical snobby princess, because underneath that class was a whole lot of spirit, and thus Duchess was born. Her warm brown eyes turned cold quick as the excitement washed away, and anger began to flood them. Leave me alone, Patrick. My date will be here any minute, and I won't disrespect him by being seen here with you. You are my mate, and you have the audacity to walk back into this town and just date random guys. I said. I was growing furious. I do, seeing as you did the same thing and worse with random girls. See, I wanted us to work out, and maybe I should have told you what was going on in my life. But instead of waiting for me like a supposed mate, or whatever would do, what did you do, Patrick? She was challenging me. My wolf was submitting to her. And to be perfectly honest, I had never been so intensely attracted in my entire life. With every angry word and pronounced glare toward me, my desire for her grew. And furthermore, when I came back and tried to work things out, you were literally with another girl. I could never be with someone who treats me so badly. You are a horrible guy. I rolled my eyes and reached out for her. My hand placed itself just on the small of her back. You don't mean that, do you? I asked softly. I risked it all and was relying on what little of the mate's pull I still had left for this girl. I reached my left hand up and found her chin. I gently nudged her face upward, making her look at my pleading eyes. Tell me you don't want me, Duchess. You're not fair, Patrick, she said, her breath catching. It could be the excitement of the situation, or maybe it really did still have a small portion of this mate's pull for real. But I could swear the heat surrounding us came only because of me touching my mate. What kind of girl would I be if I just accepted being with a guy who just uses women? I'd constantly wonder about you being involved with another girl. You want me to stop? I asked. I could see she was struggling with herself, but she shook her head no. I can't do this, she said as she somehow broke away from me. I watched her make her way through the crowd. I followed behind her. I finally caught up to her and grabbed her hand, causing her to stop and face me. Just leave me alone, Patrick. Please. She was crying. It killed me, and it angered my wolf. I wiped her face lightly. Let's go, I said. I'm not going anywhere with you, she snapped, her attitude returning. Do you honestly think, using soft touches and whispered tones, will change the fact that you basically ruined me for anyone else? I sighed. Let me take you home. I can tell you don't want to be here, and I'll be persistent until you're at home safe. I came with somebody, she sighed. I shook my head. I don't care. You're here with me now, and I'm not leaving you alone until I know you're at home safe. Will you just give me a lift home? I nodded. She finally realized how relentless I was and gave in. As I escorted her to my car, I couldn't help but feel like a terrible person. I should be enjoying this moment. I was willing to do anything right here and now to secure my mate for good. But instead, I was filled with so much guilt and regret. As I drove onward, I hated the tension that filled the car. Say anything. I can't, she sounded sadly. I don't know what to say. Something, anything, Duchess. She rolled her eyes. Whatever my touch had done to her was apparently wearing off. The only thing I can think of right at this moment is how angry I am. You have every right to be angry at me, I said before she cut me off. Of course, I'm angry at you, but right now I'm more upset with the fact that I came with you. I hate that I want to be here, even though you've done nothing to warrant these feelings. I was hurt. What's worse, she was absolutely right. I hadn't done anything worth her wanting to be with me. I'd hurt her. I am genuinely sorry, Mariah. I shouldn't have let you leave that night at my aunt's house. I should have gone after you. I would have stayed, so I'm glad you didn't chase after me. I had to go. I know, I replied. I should have asked more questions, though. I should have waited. I shouldn't have rejected you. I'm a fool. She looked at me. I wish I had the will to leave you alone, but everything in me is telling me to just give in to you. So I know I can't stay away from you. This gave me hope. Then she finished. That's why I'm going to ask you do me this one favor. She sounded sadly. Patrick, please let me be. Just leave me alone. You've gotten to live your life, and what's more, you seem to have moved on all right. I haven't, I admitted forlornly. You don't know how much I want you, Mariah. She shook her head. What's the point? Constant worry, countless arguments. Plus, we hardly know anything about each other. We can learn all about one another, I suggested. And if I'm with you, then I wouldn't do anything to make you worry about me. Patrick, you only want to be with me because you've been programmed to think you want me. This time I shook my head. Yes, I grew up with the knowledge of mates, but no one can tell me or my wolf how to feel. She looked at me. I'm sorry, Patrick. I tried to fix this once and got hurt already. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Whatever you want, I will do it, Mariah. I won't talk to another girl ever. I'll tell my alpha all about you being my mate. Heck, I'll tell everyone you're my mate. Anything you want, it's yours. Come on, Duchess. Give me a second chance. The second chance was when I first came back to town. She sounded strongly. I couldn't help but sigh. I'm sure you know by now, but I had to go. It's like you said, we don't know much about each other, but I want to change that. I don't expect you to just allow yourself to get into a relationship with me. I get that I'll have to regain your trust. But can we at least get to know each other first? She shrugged. What's wrong? I asked. She looked at me. I've never really had to get to know guys before. They usually only want one thing and disappear afterward. My wolf was furious that our mate had allowed someone else to touch her, but I had to steady my nerves as I was in no position to criticize her or her actions. Neither of us were completely faultless, and I had to respect her for being honest. I'm sorry, Patrick, but I just can't see us being together ever. That's my house right up there. I'll get off here and just walk the rest of the way. I knew there was no point in arguing. Just like so many times, before I watched Mariah walk away from me. But this time was different. This time my wolf and I were on the same page. We knew there was something still there, and I was going to find out what this thing between us was. Because the night I mentally rejected her, it should have severed all ties with my mate. But there was still something there. If Mariah thinks I'm going to give up that easily, she's wrong. Mate, I agreed. I took in the light breeze of the night's air. It honestly helped me clear my head. Patrick had literally ruined my night, and worst of all, I had just bailed on John. I sighed and shook my head, admitting I couldn't even blame Patrick, as I was the one who chose to leave without telling John. I pulled out my phone and thought about texting him, but if he's as much of a gentleman as Elise made him out to be, no doubt he'd want to check in on me to make sure I'm fine, something I'm not wanting right now. I felt terrible. Elise was right. I should have never gone out tonight with John. All I did was drag him into this, even if he doesn't fully know he's been dragged into this mess. I opened the door to the house and let myself in, knowing my brother wouldn't be home just yet. I went straight to my bedroom and changed into my pajamas. I had to be strong and call John. I scrolled through my numbers as I laid down, found his name, and called. It rang a couple of times before he answered. "Hey you," he sounded, making me practically see the smile on his face. This in turn caused me to smile just a little, although I still felt bad for abandoning him. "Hey Johnny. Where ya at? I've been looking for you." I let out a deep sigh. "I'm so sorry, John, I had to leave. Personal reasons." "I'm sorry to hear that, Mariah. I wish you would have found me, though. I could have given you a ride." I shook my head. Of course he'd worry about my well-being. I decided on a combination of truth and falsehood. "It's okay, Johnny. I met up with an old acquaintance at the party." It wasn't technically a lie. "I heard Patrick was here," he replied without missing a beat. I wasn't planning on outright saying who it was, but he was clever. "Yeah, about Patrick. From the vibe I'm getting, I'm pretty sure you two aren't just old acquaintances." "It's complicated," I sighed, hating myself for even saying that. "Sorry, I know that's so overused and all, but..." "It's not my place, but you should be careful with him," he said, cutting me off. It caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting him to say something like that. "Sorry?" I asked. "Patrick, he's not a good guy." I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I instantly became defensive. "Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that you two were friends." "We are. And yet here you are telling me to watch out for him. Doesn't sound like you two are very good friends," I responded. "Look, at the end of the day, it's your life and your choice who you hang out with or talk to, Mariah, but I know the things that Patrick Westbrook does to girls. Do you really want to be another conquest for him?" I couldn't believe what was even happening. Was I really willing to risk everything with the good guy for sticking up for the notorious bad guy? Then Elise's words filled my head. "They don't just hand off their mates to another guy willingly." "Tell me something, John," I said, focusing on the one thing that didn't seem quite right. "When you asked Patrick if you could ask me out, did you use my name?" "What? My name? Did Patrick know you were asking me out, or did he just think it was a random girl?" The line was silent for a moment. "I don't remember, plus what does it matter?" I sat up and shook my head, voicing my thoughts. "He didn't know you were asking me out specifically, that's why he allowed it. Patrick would never let me date someone else. I thought about the first day, he said I was his." "He didn't just give me away," I whispered. "Look, whatever you and Pat have going on, figure that out before you bring other people into this," John said, a little upset as he hung up on me. I wanted to yell that he was the one who had asked me out, and I even tried to turn him down. But it was useless as he had hung up. I immediately pulled up Elise's name and called her. I was inexplicably giddy. "Do you even know what time it is?" she asked in a cranky tone. "It's just past 11, I answered, humored, calling her an old married lady. "It better be important, because I just put on a face mask, and it's now touching my screen. I rolled my eyes. And you didn't think to put it on speakerphone. Oh yeah, she laughed at herself. Anyways, look, he didn't give me away. What? I sighed. Patrick, he never gave John permission to ask me out. I don't even think he knows I was out with him tonight. Oh no, tonight. So is it good news or bad news? She asked, confused. It was good until I realized something. Tonight Patrick and I talked a little. I basically told him to stop trying because there was no way I could ever be with him. I wanted to scream. Why do I keep messing this up? Elise laughed a little, saying that we were both determined individuals. I didn't realize how hurt I was that Patrick would just hand me off to another guy. It wasn't until I found out that wasn't the case that I realized I do have feelings for this jerk. Why is this so difficult, Ellie? If we're supposed to be mates, then why does this seem so impossible? I was hurt. Hurt from knowing Patrick had been with other girls casually. Hurt that he seemed to like manipulating me, leading me on and never getting anywhere. But I was more hurt with how weak I am toward him, because despite all of it, I still wanted him. Just because you're mates doesn't mean it's automatically easy. I mean, if it happens that way, then great. But this is real life where two people don't just look at each other and instantly fall deeply in love. It did for H, I put in. Like I said, good for them. Truth be told, when I found out Vance was my mate, I was skeptical. I hadn't really ever talked to him and only really knew him as my cousin's friend. I mean, he was nice enough, but he was still a stranger. But once we started talking and got to know each other, we became more comfortable and things went on from there. She explained that the notion of instant attraction is untrue. The pull begins to form once you find each other, but nothing more than that. Is that why it was so easy for Patrick to move on from me? She sighed, saying Patrick rejected me, which severed the mate's pull, making it easier. However, she wasn't sure how that affected us now, seeing as he was still so drawn to me and I seemed drawn to him. Maybe he didn't do it right. She laughed. That jackass would mess up a rejection. I wish I knew what was really going on, I complained. My entire being is saying just give in to him. And yet there's still that small, almost minute little portion of my brain that keeps pushing forward all of the reasons why I should keep my distance from him. If Patrick's what you want, then just go for it. Forget about the things neither one of you can change and focus on the things that you can, she advised. As for me, I need to get to sleep because we have classes tomorrow. Oh hey Elise, one more thing. I sounded a little worried now. Where is Vance? He's right here. Is he asleep? I asked, wondering if he had heard our conversation. Nope. Anyways, I gotta wash my face. Good night, she said as she hung up. Great, I said as I finally put my phone down for the night. I was surprised to find Patrick in class the next morning. He had taken the same seat as the first day, and I could feel his eyes on me as I took my familiar seat. This in turn made me extremely self-aware. It also made me want nothing more than to turn around and look at him, hoping to catch him checking me out and see the desire in his eyes. I wondered what being intimate with him would be like. I imagined it would be intense and almost forbidden. I gripped my pen a little tighter, feeling aroused and needing to focus. Of course, he picked that exact moment to stand up. He made it a point to walk by me. I caught his eye on his way out of the classroom. He winked, and I tried my hardest not to smile. I failed. He left the room, and the professor didn't even seem to care. As the rest of the week went by, I still hadn't talked to John since that night of the party, and strangely I was all right with that. I had too much on my plate to worry about someone else. I know that sounds selfish, but it's the truth. Also, alongside meeting up with Harper and Elise for lunch, not much had changed, except something had in fact changed. I don't know how it happened, but I found myself in this silent flirtation with Patrick. Every time I'd see him in class, or in the halls, he just so happened to catch my eye. He wouldn't do anything special, but every encounter was like a secret game we were playing. It was subtle, but kind of exciting, like we had a secret no one else knew about. So today was no different. I sat in my first class, deciding to be a little bold and try and tease him a little. I knew he'd be in class, and I can always feel him watching me. I wore a skirt, nothing fancy, but enough to excite him, and a top that came down. a little lower than one would traditionally wear to a morning class. When he entered the room, his eyes fell on me. I could swear for the slightest moment his normally bright blue eyes were stormy and on the verge of black. He smirked, and I couldn't help but smile in response. His mere gaze had already affected me. My core was throbbing with desire, and it was all his fault. I don't know why I was wanting to mess with him. He's so sleazy, and yet I kind of liked it. He is used to girls always throwing themselves at him, and I wanted him to chase me. It was my own sadistic game of cat and mouse. The results may very well be catastrophic, but I needed to have a little fun in the meantime. When class let out, I knew I needed to rush to the other side of campus if I wanted to get a decent seat. I rushed out of the classroom and was stopped when a hand grabbed mine. His touch was almost electric. My heart began to pound. "Where's the fire?" he asked playfully. "Just trying to get to class, Patrick. Some of us do actually care about our grades." I was more than a little distracted. He smiled, mischief radiating off of him. "Don't try and blame me for your laziness." He rolled his eyes and looked effortlessly handsome. To me, he was like a young Marlon Brando. So being this close, and having my hand still in his made me want to genuinely swoon. "Well," he said, taking full advantage of the fact that I was in a daze from his touch, and stepping in so close my chest was pressing into him now. He dropped his voice to just above a whisper. I was frozen, as my body was conflicting with my head. "I could have paid better attention if I wasn't so incredibly attracted by you." My heart was racing too fast. "You don't know how difficult it is to watch you sit there, your skirt barely covering anything, shirt showing off your amazing cleavage, and then for you to become aroused." My eyes were wide. How? My wolf can feel you. Your arousal excites me like no one else ever has before. I should be offended and freaked out, but right now I myself was more aroused than anything. I made the greatest mistake anyone in my current situation could have made. I looked up right into his beautiful eyes. And in that moment I was his. "Can I ask what was getting you so warm?" "Just letting my imagination run wild," I admitted. "Sounds like you have a dirty imagination, Duchess." I shrugged. The guy I was thinking about gives me a lot of material to work with, imagination-wise. "You're making me jealous." I smiled. "Good." I noticed the halls were emptying now. "You've made me late to class, Blue Eyes. You'll have to make it up to me now." Again, I knew I was playing with fire, and knew my risks of being hurt by Patrick once again. But right now, there was something about him that was just drawing me in more and more. And for the first time, since coming back, I was willingly giving in to him. He must have sensed it as he pulled me down the hall and into what turned out to be an empty science lab. There were no words and zero hesitations. We both knew what was about to happen, and we both wanted it to happen. Once in the classroom, he stopped only once to look at me. He caressed my face carefully before his mouth came down onto mine, and we lost control. I wrapped my legs around him, and he supported my weight effortlessly as he moved us toward the lab table. My back made contact with the cool surface, and his mouth explored the exposed parts of my chest and neck before coming back to my mouth. This was more intense than anything Patrick and I had ever done, and kissing Patrick Westbrook was heavenly. Having his hands explore my body mixed with his mouth, leaving trails of warmth from my chest to my mouth, I could barely contain my pure excitement. Modification. He quickly unfastened his clothing and shifted my undergarments aside before entering. My hands gripped his shoulders firmly. It had been a while, so this wasn't exactly an easy transition, and I moved through the initial discomfort before it became pleasurable. But once that discomfort was gone, I was shrouded in pure delight. Every motion was bliss, and I couldn't mask the sounds of pleasure that spilled out of me so carelessly in the echoing room. I could feel my climax building inside of me. He moved so that he was kissing me once again. This position, mixed with his mouth on mine, made me reach climax quicker than I expected. He still hadn't finished, and he moved just a little, so now I was touching his face. I thought, "He is so beautiful." He looked right at me, eyes open, and I smiled. He smirked handsomely. Modification. Reach climax for me, I said softly. 2 more movements, and he had fulfilled my soft demand. Once done, he helped me up. He moved to the classroom's cleanup station and grabbed some paper towels. Here you go, he said almost shyly now. I smirked and used paper towels to clean myself before I fixed my underwear. I remained sitting on the table while he fixed his pants. Afterward, he pushed my legs open and stood right between them. We were face to face now, completely on the same eye level. He put his hands on my thighs, and I put my hands on his shoulders. Then he placed his forehead against mine. Sorry I reached climax so quick, he said, fully embarrassed as his cheekbones flushed pink. I moved and cupped his face in my hands and let my thumbs caress his cheeks softly, choosing to ignore his statement. You need to stop turning me on blue eyes, I said. Me? You're the one who started it in class, he said, smiling before trying to pull away now. But I wasn't ready to let him go just yet. So his face still in my hands, I kept his face in place and kissed him. But this kiss was my kiss, so it was softer, sweeter, my silent apology for ever leaving him, for making him feel like he had to reject me, for making him feel like I didn't need him. Clearly I did need him. I moved my hands so that my arms were resting on his shoulders gently again. Patrick, I'm so sore. No, he said, shaking his head. No, don't apologize, I'm the one who messed everything up. I'm sorry, Mariah, he said. I know I've messed up. Please trust me when I say that I wish every day that I could somehow go back and change everything. I didn't know what to say. And at the risk of messing up what's happening right now, I have to ask, are you still saying you don't want to give us a shot? How about this? I said with a smile. How about I promise not to talk to anyone else if you can promise me the same thing? Done. I want to be with you, Mariah. I'd do anything to make that become a reality, he said, kissing me much more softly than before. His lips felt amazing. He was a great kisser. I want to get to know you, Duchess. Do you think you can let me in? At this, I was a little hesitant. The old Patrick I met before summer was beginning to shine through. I wanted to give in, but I couldn't wholeheartedly jump in. If he wanted to get to know me, he'd have a hard time. I don't just let my walls down and there's stuff even my friends don't know about me. I'm not someone who lets people in easily, and it's not by choice either. More of a design flaw, I guess. Mariah, he asked, sensing my standoffishness. I want us to get to know each other too, but try and bear with me if I can't really open up. It's just not something I'm used to. He kissed me again. I'm good with just trying, so what are we then? I shook my head. No labels for now, we're just figuring everything out and getting to know each other. He nodded. I can deal with that. Can I still do this? He asked before he kissed me. His kisses were seductively prolonged and only made me crave more. I nodded, almost intoxicated by their alluring effect. You can definitely do that. He smirked. And what about what we just did? He asked as he motioned toward the discarded paper towels in the trash can. I blushed. Well, we should probably try and ease up on the private lessons. Also, you're so lucky I'm on birth control, otherwise I could already be pregnant. Just to be clear, we're talking about no intimate activity at school, right? I nodded. He simply shrugged. Can't make any promises, but I'll try my hardest. He seemed to ignore the fact about pregnancy. We better get going. Can I walk you to class? I looked at the time. I had missed my second class, and my next class, also with Elise, wouldn't start for a while. I have some time to kill before my next class starts. He smiled, devilishly suggestive. No, Patrick, we got carried away. His smile fell, and I couldn't help but lean in and kiss his lips, but it was only a quick, playful peck on his delicious lips. How about we grab a coffee or something? He nodded begrudgingly. I got down from the table, and he held onto my hand. I stopped before we could even begin leaving. While I don't mind you holding my hand or your hugs and kisses, are you sure you want to display them? I asked, a little unsure. What do you mean? He asked. Like I said, I have no problem, but Elise and Vance are the only ones who know about us. He nodded. I just don't want Harper to find out and cause problems. Plus, what would your cousin say? He chuckled. If anything, Braxton wouldn't believe it. Harper, on the other hand, that's all on you, so if you don't want her to find out, we can try and be careful around her. I nodded. You're just lucky I don't have any classes with her. Patrick. Walking around the campus with a girl sounds boring, but walking alongside your mate is different. I held her hand. It fit so perfectly well in my own. I listened to her talk on and on about this, and that before we ended up falling into a comfortable conversation. I couldn't help but steal glances at her, and if I was lucky, I'd already catch her looking at me. These little looks made my wolf swell with pride. I knew I needed to talk to Braxton. I had questions, and I definitely needed answers. I should start heading to class, she said softly. I nodded. We walked down various halls hand in hand, and we finally reached her class, but I wasn't ready to leave her yet. You better go before Ellie gets here, she smiled up at me. Elise doesn't scare me, I said before I leaned down just a little to kiss her. It didn't grow further than a lingering peck. You should be scared of me, Elise suddenly sounded, causing Mariah to step back a little. She also giggled. By blue eyes. See you around, Duchess, I said as I watched her go into the classroom. I turned and looked at Elise, cockblock. Jackass, she countered, not missing a beat as she too entered the classroom and closed the door behind her. I'm sure I picked up a hint of a smirk. I rolled my eyes and left. It was time for some answers. Hopefully Braxton would be able to help, though. Patrick Westbrook, Richard Auckland sounded. He is Elise's dad and Braxton's uncle from his father's side. He's also my old beta before Braxton stepped in as alpha and Ryder took on the beta role. I smiled, and he gave me a fatherly sort of hug. Good to see you, Mr. Auckland. He nodded. What brings you by so early? He asked as he looked at his watch. You've started classes with Ellie, right? Yes, sir, I sounded. I actually came by to see if I could talk to Brax. He shook his head. Sorry, Patrick, but Alpha Braxton and Beta Ryder have gone away for the weekend, but if you need to talk, maybe I can be of assistance. I shrugged. I don't know. It was true. I really didn't know if he or anyone for that matter could help me. Well, explain what's going on, and we can go from there. I nodded. Okay. So I've been thinking a lot about mates recently. So what if a guy were in a mood and was just like, I don't want a mate, I reject my mate. I apologized for the language. He only nodded his understanding. So again, what if a guy were just sitting there, thinking to himself, I don't want one, I reject my mate, I mean their mate's pull would be gone after that, right? He shook his head. Not necessarily. But he thought it. In his mind, he literally rejected her. Even still, Mr. Auckland sounded assuredly, just because someone thinks something doesn't make it real, so in turn, if the guy thought about rejecting her, it's just a thought. He'd have to say it out loud to his mate for the rejection to hold true. Otherwise, just us talking now, you would have rejected your mate twice already. He chuckled. If what he said was true, then I've been engaging in inappropriate behavior since the moment she left. I am the most worthless mate ever. It would also explain why, after every intimate encounter, I'd have to run to clear my head and immediately shower to try and wash away the event that had happened. What if a guy is unfaithful to his mate? I asked now. This time he shrugged. It's hard to tell. Mates are our other halves, so to hurt them is to hurt ourselves. Of course you haven't met your mate, yet so any activities you participate in wouldn't hurt your mate until you've begun to start forming your pull. And hypothetically, if I had met her. He gave me a questioning look, but given my reputation, I'm sure he brushed it off. Well, if you had met your mate, it'd depend on if she were or a human. What's the difference? I asked. She-wolves are raised knowing about mates, and in turn also born with the ability to have a mate. Therefore, when they meet each other, the pull forms almost instantly, with a few road bumps, of course, pending on each wears different personality types. But if your mate is a human, you would have to connect with her on multiple levels for the pull to begin forming. You'd have to connect mentally, emotionally, and physically. In short, she'd have to open herself up completely to you for the pull to take place instantly. Otherwise, you'd have to get to know one another slowly, and the pull would build from there over time. I nodded. Then he chuckled again. Of course, everything is instant when you're an alpha, though. Take Alpha Braxton and Harper, for instance. I couldn't argue with him on that one. Thank you, Mr. Auckland, I said. He had given me a lot to think about. Anytime, Patrick. I left shortly after. My mind was filled and my heart was heavy. So it seems I have a mate in Mariah. I hadn't truly rejected her, and I've been unfaithful. But I was able to be unfaithful, since our mate's pull hadn't really formed yet, since she left shortly after I met her. I recalled the time I had spent with her on our road trip. She talked so freely, I felt like I had begun to know who she was. Maybe that small mental connection had begun forming the first part of the pull. It was easier for me to envision the mate's pull as a three-part thing, like Mr. Auckland has said. The first part was our mental connect on the road trip. Today we had been intimate. That's gotta be the second part of our pull. Further proof was how I couldn't stop kissing her, and felt the need to keep touching her by holding her hand. The last part of the pull would be the emotional connection, and something tells me that one is going to be the hardest. I've never been one to display my emotions so freely, and I had a strong feeling that Mariah was just as stubborn. But I needed this pull to fully form for us to be legitimate mates. I got into my car and pulled out my phone. I looked up Elise's number and called her without hesitation. I mean, their class should be over already. Well, look who's calling me, she answered. I'm sure you can figure out why I'm calling you, but to keep this short, I just need you to text me Mariah's number. You're such a jerk, but you're lucky I want my friend to be happy. So don't mess this up, Pat. I know, I said as I hung up. It didn't take long for her to text me, and I saved the number quickly. I would press my luck and text her later. I tried my best to ignore Elise throughout class, even going so far as to sit away from her. But when class ended, that long-legged girl caught up to me. You can't run from me forever. We both know what I saw, she said, almost giddy with elation. I thought you didn't like him. She shrugged. Just because I don't like him doesn't mean I'm not happy that you're finally together. I shook my head. We're not together. But, here comes Harper, can we drop this? I hissed. She gave me a very determined look, for now. Once Harper came over, she smiled. Hey girls. So I've just talked to Braxton, and he's going to be away for the weekend. I'm thinking we need an old-fashioned sleepover. You know. I couldn't agree more. Elise sounded ominously as she threw her arm around my shoulders. I knew there was no way I'd be able to avoid getting out of this. Sounds like fun. Under normal circumstances, I knew it would be fun. Just three best friends hanging out all night. But Elise interrogating me, all while trying to keep this from Harper, didn't sound fun. Great, I hate to think about staying in that huge house by myself. While Harper's father worked hard, I'd hardly call their house huge. Wait, did you move in with Braxton? I asked. She blushed and nodded. When did this happen? I asked, a little surprised. Last weekend. Val helped since I didn't exactly have much to move in the first place. Just clothes, really. Well, that's cool, you and your man under one roof now. I bet Braxton's happy about that. She ignored my question and jumped right into the next topic. Ooh, I've been meaning to ask. How'd that date with John Bishop go? She smiled. I saw him at the pack house the other night. She slipped up and I looked at Elise. She'd heard it too. Pack house? I asked, knowing that the pack house is where members of the pack can live or find shelter in emergencies. Ever since Braxton gave the green light on me knowing about the wares, Elise had been telling me everything. But Harper was too smart and corrected herself smoothly. Yeah, the PAK fraternity house, she said with a dull sort of expression. She's good, and I knew tricking her wouldn't be easy now. I shook my head. I haven't talked to him since then, and honestly I don't want to talk about him. She looked like she wanted to question me about it, but she knew better than to ask me. I'll see why y'all later, Elise sounded as she answered a call presumably from Vance as she smiled mischievously. We all said bye. I grabbed something to eat to hold me over until tonight. No doubt we'd fill up on junk food like old times. After a while, I packed an overnight bag and headed out to Braxton's house. Of course, I'd only been here once for Elise's wedding, but we all knew where he lived, And if you didn't know the actual address, all you had to do was look for the biggest house on the block. Once at the door, I pressed the doorbell, and she answered almost immediately. Val just left, she sounded excitedly. We picked up pizzas, and I have a ton of stuff to make salads. I was glad I came. I needed just a regular night with my friends. So this is your new place, huh? Didn't really get to browse around the palace last time, I commented. She laughed, this is home now, and make yourself at home. I smiled. How are your parents? I asked. Harper was one of those lucky girls, much like Elise. She had both parents still in her life, but where Elise's parents are supernatural beings, Harper's are not, so they've actually remained married and seem to genuinely love each other. She shrugged. They're good. It was kind of embarrassing when I told them I was moving out, though. Why? What happened? I asked. She sighed and rolled her eyes. My mom thought I was pregnant, she admitted, sadness coating her words now. Because God forbid I'd move out just because I love someone. I let her rant. It seemed like she had been holding it in for a while. She noticed. I'm sorry, she said, a little ashamed now. I'm on good terms with my parents still, but I can't say that moving out was easy. I nodded. It was understandable. To be honest, I kinda respect and appreciate what you and Braxton have just a little more now. What's that supposed to mean? She asked. This is like the first time you've ever mentioned something not going according to plan in your life. This is the first time it's not been easy for you. She began to laugh and shook her head. When she finally calmed down, she filled me in. Mariah, my life is not easy by any means. I go through the same stuff everyone goes through. Braxton and I have our disagreements. I have my worries, and trust me, most of my plans I had growing up have gone straight out the window. You hide it well, I said, almost baffled. She smiled. It's not easy. But nobody's perfect. I always thought you and your life were pretty damn perfect. We talked a little more before Elise finally joined us. We settled in, and as we sat down in the swanky living room to enjoy our pizza and watch some random Netflix show, Harper and Elise began talking. Oh, hey, Mariah, Harper said. I meant to bring this up earlier. So I heard a rumor that you were seen going into a classroom with Patrick. I held my face as composed as I could while I looked at her. I turned my look to Elise, whose face mimicked my own, blank and expressionless. Patrick? I asked. Yes, I was in the ladies earlier, and I overheard a couple of girls in there mentioning that Patrick Westbrook had taken a girl into a classroom, but one of them mentioned your name. Patrick? I asked again. I genuinely didn't really know how to respond. I didn't want to reveal too much, especially when I'm supposed to be keeping secrets all around these days. Of course, I'm still not sure about Patrick entirely. Those girls must have been talking nonsense. Elise put in boldly before she turned to me. Girl, you know Patrick, the one who was going to take you to Collie. Oh, Patrick, I nodded. Don't worry, Patrick is in Mariah's first class. He did open the door for me this morning, I offered innocently. Oh, well, I'm glad that is all it is. Harper sounded relieved. Why, what's wrong with Patrick? I asked. You weren't here for a big part of the summer, but Patrick's kind of. Well, he's a big-headed, arrogant, womanizing, chauvinist pig. Wow, Elise sounded shocked. Oh, come on, Ellie, you know how he is. She looked at and then towards me a little sadly. Patrick and I have never seen eye to eye, but the day he found me, I can tell you. He was my hero. He was thoughtful, caring, and kind throughout the whole experience. People change, Harper. Well, I am choosing to think that no one can change that much, Harper said sternly. You shouldn't talk to him, Mariah. I think this conversation has gotten a little out of hand, I said. Just then my phone began ringing. I didn't recognize the number and pressed decline. But after hanging up, the number called back almost immediately. I think it's my brother, do you mind? I said as I moved toward the kitchen. The girls nodded and I answered the phone. Hello. I can't believe you declined my call, Duchess. A stupid smile filled my face upon hearing his voice. Hey, stalker, how'd you get my number? Elise, seems like she's rooting for us. Too bad there is no us to root for, I said casually. You're breaking my heart, Duchess. I rolled my eyes. that same smile still on full display. Was there a purpose to this call, Blue Eyes? He chuckled. Can't I just want to call to hear your voice? I looked over to make sure at least Harper wasn't listening in on me. I caught Elise's eye and she smirked. I rolled my eyes, because I knew she'd hear everything even though Harper was talking about something else right now. MHMMM. Something tells me Patrick Westbrook isn't the kind of guy who calls a girl just to hear her talk, I countered. Well, since we're cutting through the nonsense fast, can I see you tonight? Can't, I said. Can't or won't? Can't, I repeated. Your cousin went out of town, and H wanted Ellie and I to stay the night so she wouldn't be alone. Damn, I was really hoping you'd give in to my charm. You, Blue Eyes, are a lot of things. But I think you're confusing crassness for charm. Crass. He laughed. Well, I'm sorry if I came off that way. Your apology isn't necessary. Although whatever you've done to Harper seems to warrant an apology. What do you mean? He asked, sounding a little paranoid. She basically thinks you're the worst kind of man there is, literally told me I shouldn't talk to you, I said. Look, Harper and I have a difficult past, that's on me. But I promise I'm not the monster she thinks I am, he tried to assure me. If you can sneak away, text me, I'll be on standby. You're incorrigible. Hey, I'm just a guy who knows what he wants, he put in. Bye, I said before hanging up. Before I could go back into the living room, Elise came in carrying the empty plates. Good call. She asked, You're smiling. I shook my head. Well, you're the one who gave him my number. Thanks, by the way, I replied sarcastically. She smirked. So I know you don't want to talk about it, but what's going on with you two? I leaned against one of the pristine counters. I don't know, I admitted honestly. Sure, I know what Harper said is true. But when I'm with him, he's different. Before the night we found you, we had gotten to know each other a little, so it's not like he's a complete stranger. Then today at school, I let myself lose control. For once I got out of my head and... Well, I don't regret one moment of today. She stood there listening. I don't know where things will go from here. Maybe we'll just be friends or perhaps intimate partners. I don't know, but I don't want to complicate things by putting expectations or labels on it, because at the end of the day, I still don't know what's going on. Well, I'll be there for you no matter what happens. Just know, though, spending time with your mate does things to you, she offered. Like what? It makes you vulnerable, she smiled softly. Then before you know it, you'll find that you miss the person when he's away. You think about him constantly, and when you find yourself putting him before you, that's when you'll know that you love him. I laughed a little. Let's not get carried away now, I said, but wondered why I kind of wanted to meet up with him tonight. Patrick. I couldn't believe Harper would talk so badly about me to Mariah. Okay, yes, we have a past, and I was a complete jerk to her, but to badmouth me to my mate. I haven't done anything to her since middle school, and here we are in college, and she's still intent on bringing it up every chance she gets. To be honest, I thought she sorta dropped it when she got with Braxton. Guess I was wrong. I knew I had messed up back then, and I've apologized a few times for it. I honestly didn't know what Harper wanted me to do to make things better between us. I sighed heavily as I looked at my phone. It hadn't even been a full 5 minutes since I hung up with Mariah, and yet I already wanted to talk to her again. But I guess I'd have to do more than just get emotionally connected with her. First, I'd have to repair some of the damages I'd caused, and I suppose I'd have to try once again to fix things with Harper. I was about to get up to go for a run when I got a text. Mariah, so looking for an exit. I smiled. Seems as if I wasn't the only one who was beginning to feel the effects of our mates' pull strengthening. Patrick, just say you have to go. Mariah, can't Mariah. H would make me feel guilty and Ellie would know I was lying. I shook my head. I had to respect the fact that she cares for her friends so much, but not right now, not when both my wolf and I need her. Mariah, not to mention your cousin keeps the place like Fort Knox. Why the hell does a werewolf need a security system? I rolled my eyes. Patrick, he's an alpha, they're paranoid by nature. Enjoy your night with your friends, Duchess, but tomorrow night's all mine. I had decided to sort of ease her worry about trying to meet up. I knew there was no way she'd be able to leave her friends in good conscience or sneak out, but at least this way I'd set up a rendezvous for the following night. Mariah, well then. I guess good night, Mariah. Try not to think about me too much, blue eyes. I smiled. There was the sassy girl I was getting to know better. Patrick, maybe once or twice in the shower. Mariah, perv. Patrick, only for you, Duchess. Patrick, sleep well. I knew that'd be the end of texting her for the night. I decided to call it a night too. The next morning I went over to my mom's for breakfast. Of course, Vivienne was already there, and she looked quite at home as she walked around in pajamas. Where's my mom? I asked as I watched her sit on the sofa with a small bowl of fruit. Upstairs getting ready. I see you've settled in, I sounded as I took a seat on the opposite sofa. When my mom and Sean started dating, they moved really fast. Over the summer they agreed they should move in together, and since they were moving in together they should just get married, something I wasn't 100% for. If things go badly, this will be her second divorce, and in her mid-40s, I hated that she still had never found her mate. But I get that she doesn't want to be lonely either. My mom descended the stairs alongside Sean. He was a decent guy, kinda quiet but nice enough, and treated my mother well. I got up to hug my mom and tell him hello. So since this isn't Sean's nor my first marriage, we decided we'd keep things easy by just applying for the marriage license and having a judge officiate us as husband and wife, my mom said. We'll have a small reception afterward here at the house, but we don't really want to make too much of a fuss, Sean put in. Vivienne and I offered our congratulations, and Sean left for work. Mom, can I talk to you? You'll have to make it quick, son. I'm on my way to your aunt's house. She's having Harper and her friends over for brunch. I'll join you then if you don't mind, I said. She smiled. You know I never mind, sweetheart. Just put on something a little more presentable. She kissed my cheek, and I went up to my old room to change out of my jeans and t-shirt. When I was finished, I looked overdressed, but it's all I had at my mom's house. When I got downstairs, I escorted Mom to my car before I drove us to my aunt's house. So what did you want to talk about, son? She asked as she buckled in. Not a lot of people know, but I wanted to tell you that I have a mate. What? She asked, excited. Oh, baby, since when? Who is she? What's her name? Oh, can I meet her? I laughed. I hadn't ever seen my mom this worked up before. Her name is Mariah, and we're still trying to work things out, to be honest. She'll be at brunch as she's one of Harper's best friends. Now she was beaming. But Mom, I want you to act as normal as possible. Mariah and I haven't really told anyone, yet so Harper definitely doesn't know. And I want Mariah to be able to let her friends know at her own leisure as she's new to our world. She looked at me like she was watching a romantic movie. I shook my head and smiled. But I'll definitely introduce you too. The ride to my aunt's house was short, as she only lives the next street over. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, I could feel my mate's presence, and my wolf seemed to perk up. I offered my mother my arm, and she took it as I walked us up the paved way and rang the doorbell. Monica, my aunt sounded as she greeted my mother. Patrick, sweetie, what a great surprise, she said as she hugged me as well. The ladies have just arrived as well. Please come in. We followed her in, and my mother kept hold of my arm. And there she was, looking as beautiful as ever in a dress covered in light blue flowers, her big curly hair on full display this morning. Ladies, I said, gaining the attention of all three girls. Mom, you know Elise, I said. She let go of my arm to give her a hug. And Harper. She did the same for Harper, before thankfully, my aunt called for Harper. Elise was, shockingly, kind enough to give us a little privacy as she pulled out her phone and walked toward the other side of the room. Mom, this is Mariah. Oh, Mariah, it's a pleasure to meet you, dear. My mom smiled warmly as she too hugged Mariah. And so lovely, Patrick, doesn't she look lovely? She absolutely does, I replied with a smile. I didn't miss her own shy smile, or the slight blush touching her cheeks now. But that was as far as it got before Harper and my aunt returned to announce the food was ready to be served. I sat opposite the girls, Mariah sandwiched in between them. I couldn't help but look at her every now and again, but Elise and my mom made things awkward as they were also looking at us. Afterward, Harper and my mother helped my aunt clear away the remained food and started on the dishes. I motioned for Mariah to join me for a stroll outside. Elise pretended to take a call from Vance so she could act like she didn't see anything. "Don't you look handsome today?" Mariah said once we were alone. I smiled, but couldn't resist pulling her toward me and instantly kissing her. She didn't resist, and it was the best feeling in the world to have my mate in my arms, openly accepting my advances. "You're going to get my lipstick all over you," she giggled in between kisses. "I don't care," I said as I kissed her once again. This time she pushed me away lightly. I wiped my mouth to make sure I didn't in fact have any remnants of her makeup on me. "So should I meet you at the fraternity house tonight?" she asked. I smiled at her. I was glad to see that she was initiating our meetup. "I don't know, Duchess. You got pretty loud last time," I teased. "Well, come over to my place then. My brother won't be home until around 3 or 4 anyways. And if you ditch your car, maybe I'll let you stay the night." "Don't tease me, Duchess." "Mariah." We both turned to see Harper approaching us. Luckily, we hadn't been touching or anything. "I was just telling Patrick how sweet his mother is," she lied. She nodded and smiled. "We're fixing to leave, figured you'd want to tell them bye." Mariah gave me a friendly wave. "See ya in class on Monday." She walked away and it left Harper and I alone. "I don't want you talking to my friend," she said flat out. "Harper, I know we've had our ups and downs, and I do sincerely apologize for the way I treated you, and for allowing others to treat you just as bad if not worse. That was wrong of me, but I was young and ignorant. But I mean it when I say that isn't me anymore." She just looked at me. "Stay away from Mariah." My wolf could feel the order she'd just given me. Presented to the pack or not, we both acknowledged Harper as our future Luna, so her order was binding. And this pissed me off. I sighed. "You may know a small portion of my past, but that doesn't mean you know me, Harper. And whatever you think I have going on with Mariah isn't anything like what you're thinking. So if you think I'm just going to be intimate with her and then stop talking to her, then you're wrong." She looked determined. "I won't stop talking to her, Harper, and I won't stay away from her either." I knew my words were just talk right now, but Harper didn't know that, as she didn't know she already had a sort of authority over the pack members yet. She jutted her jaw just a little at my speaking up to her. "Fine," she said as she crossed her arms over her chest. "Then, as your future Luna, I am ordering you to stay away from her." I was completely stunned. Okay, so maybe she does know. "Why, you can't do that," I said a little desperately. "I just did. Patrick." I stood there pissed off as I watched Harper make her way back to the house. I pulled my cell phone out and texted Mariah. "Patrick, have to cancel tonight." Mariah, "Why? Lose interest already." "Patrick, it isn't for a lack of want, I can assure you that. I've been ordered to stay away from you." "Mariah, you've got to be kidding me, so just because someone told you not to talk to me, you're just going to stop. This is nonsense, Patrick, and you know I won't put up with it." I growled. I was more than pissed now. If Harper causes Mariah to distance herself more from me, she could very well keep my mate and I apart for good. "Patrick, Harper is my future Luna. She didn't tell me. She ordered me to stay away." "Mariah, I'll talk to her." "Mariah, she can't do this." "Patrick, don't worry. I'll talk to Braxton, but don't say anything. I don't want you two to fight because of this." "Mariah, I guess I'll talk to you later then." "Patrick, I'm sorry, Duchess, but I'll figure this out." I finally went inside, and of course, she was the first person I saw. Sadness seemed to wash over her as she stood next to Elise. "Mom, are you ready to go?" I asked, a little less enthusiastic to being here now. "I suppose so," she answered. She told everyone goodbye while I waited at the door for her. Once I got Mom home, I remained in the car and called Braxton. "Hey, Pat, what's going on?" "Alpha, I know you're away on business, but this is important," I said. "Sounds like it. What's up?" "Look, I mean no disrespect by calling, but Harper is over here ordering people around, and for her not being Luna yet. It's not a good look. Hell, she hasn't even been presented to the pack yet, and she's ordering me around. He only laughed. Surely it isn't anything too serious, Pat. Sounds to me like you just got your ego bruised. She ordered me to stay away from her friend Mariah. So then stay away from her. Look, we all know your reputation with girls, so I'm sure my mate's just looking out for the well-being of her friend. Plus, Mariah's been through a lot in the past couple of months, he replied nonchalantly. I sighed. She's my mate. Oh, can you see now how that would be a problem for me, Brax? I'm sure Harper doesn't know, otherwise she would have never done that. I'm sure you're right, but even still. To order someone to stay away from another person for your own will is an abuse of power by meddling with other people's lives. Had it have been anyone other than me, they could have taken this over you and gone straight to the council. Talk to her and explain the situation, he offered as a solution. I'm sure she'll undo the order. Look, Braxton, I'm telling you about Mariah because you're my alpha and you were going to find out anyways. But Mariah is still unsure about us being together, so I don't want to tell a lot of people. Who she chooses to tell or not is her decision. So I won't tell Harper if Mariah isn't comfortable with her knowing yet. I can respect that you're looking out for your mate, he sighed. As alpha, I order that you spend as much time with your mate as you can, talk to her, go and visit her, be with each other in whatever way you two deem fit. I'll talk to Harper about her being more careful with her orders. Thanks, cuz. It's nothing. So, Mariah, huh? He said with a slight laugh. Yeah, and you're just now pursuing her? He asked. It's been complicated, but we met before summer. We were on our way out of town together when we found Elise. Then she left for California, and I left to visit my dad, and now. It just seems like everyone and everything is against us being together. Hey, she's your mate. It'll work itself out in the end. We talked a little more before we hung up. I finally took off back toward the fraternity house. I made a stop to fuel up and then got home, but of course Harper and Elise were there waiting for me. Hey girls, long time no see, I joked. I knew there was only one reason they'd be here. Harper looked angry. I'd never seen this side of her before. We were on our way to go shopping when Braxton called me. You told Braxton on me? I shrugged. I told you to leave things be. Elise looked confused. Harper turned to fill her in. As future Luna, I ordered Patrick to stay away from Mariah because we all know he's just gonna hurt her, and he turned around and tattled to my own mate about me. Elise looked at me and then back at her friend. That's kinda not fair of you to put Patrick in that position in the first place. What they do isn't your business. You see me as this jerk, Harper, so that's exactly how I'll explain this. You're abusing power worse. It's power that hasn't even been presented to you yet. If the council found out, they'd mark you as a usurper. Someone who wants power, but has no formal invitation to the power. You know what happens to usurpers? I asked. Patrick, that's enough. Elise growled. I shook my head. No, Ellie, she needs to know. They are stripped of whatever claims they have to pack power, meaning you'd never be able to become our pack Luna. Furthermore, our pack has to have an alpha and a Luna, so Braxton would have to mark another female. They'd be connected forever in a way you and him never would be able to. So while you very well may get married, he'd always have someone else. Think about that the next time you try to mess with me, Harper. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. I hate you, Patrick Westbrook, and I'll make sure Mariah sees exactly who you are. I shrugged. A piece of advice as the future Luna. Stay out of other people's lives unless it's directly endangering the pack. The two left shortly after. I went up to my room and pulled out my phone. Patrick, hey Duchess. Patrick, that offer still stand for tonight. I was beginning to worry, as she didn't reply back immediately. Mariah, so I take it you've sorted everything out. Patrick, I told you I'd take care of it. Once again she took her time responding. Mariah, my brother leaves for work at 8. Bring your own toothbrush. I was excited now. I looked at the time and noticed I still had the entire day to kill before I'd be able to go over. Patrick, I guess I'll go for a run and let my wolf out before he decides to try and take control tonight. Mariah, I might like it if he took control. She knew exactly how to provoke me. Patrick, now who's playing Dirty Duchess? Harper. I yelled. I had listened to her rant on and on for the last 20 minutes on how I needed to stay away from Patrick. To be honest, she was actually making me want to be with him just to spite her. I'm just trying to look out for you, Mariah. I shook my head. Okay, first off, you're kinda being annoying about this. I'm not even talking to him. We have one class and share friends, but that's about it. I lied. I had to admit that I felt like a jerk lying to her. But the truth is Patrick, and I don't even know what's going to happen between us. And if she's already freaking out, then I definitely wouldn't mind her being the last person to know. I just wish you'd listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. You really don't, Harper. Look, if Patrick's a mistake, then guess what, it's my mistake to make, I argued. I do sincerely appreciate you trying to look out for me, but at the end of the day, this is my life, so please just let this go. Fine, but when it goes bad, I don't want to hear any of it, she said as she hung up on me. I knew she was pissed. I was annoyed, but I had to start getting ready for Patrick to get here. I had less than an hour, and I began moving around frantically. I picked up all the clothes that were thrown on the floor. I began vacuuming the floor as well. Afterward, I emptied the little trash can I have in the room. I put some books out to make it look like I had been studying. I put away all my shoes, and then went to grab my charger from the living room. I noticed the dirty dishes sitting in the sink, and decided to do those as well. I collected all the trash, and took it out to the garage for Frank to take out in the morning. Finally, I made my way back to my room. I wanted the room to smell like me, so I spritzed my favorite body spray around the room a few times, but it was overkill. I opened my window a little and turned on the fan to air out the room. Once the smell wasn't so overwhelming, I closed my window and went into the restroom. I picked up my hair and started the process of taking a shower, minus washing my hair. With my body now cleaned, I used my razor to take away any stubble, and once out I moisturized and was faced with the worst task of all, picking an outfit. So I knew I didn't want to put on a full outfit, as we were just gonna hang out here at my house, so pajamas would suffice. But what kind of pajamas? The sexy lingerie would look too desperate, but I also wouldn't wear one of my oversized sleep shirts either. I finally settled on a pair of flowy silk shorts and a plain spaghetti strap top. My underwear, however, was a nice black set, a little revealing, but definitely something worth being seen. I sat in the living room and put on the TV. I didn't know if I was supposed to wait for a text saying he was on his way, or if I'd see the bright lights from his Corvette coming down the block. Neither happened. I was beginning to think that he wasn't going to show up after all when suddenly there was a knock on my door that scared me. I got up a little nervous. Who is it? The big bad wolf. A smile stretched across my face at the sound of his voice. I opened the door and found him standing there casually. Hey, I said. Hey, he sounded, smiling and moving an unopened toothbrush from side to side adorably. He is so cute. I seriously don't see how Harper could hate him so much. Yes, he has a past, then again, so do I. I reached up and grabbed his face. He leaned down a bit so I could kiss him. It wasn't long before I felt like I not only wanted to kiss him, but I required his kisses. Somewhere in the middle of our kissing session, he picked me up and tossed me over his shoulder caveman style. I have neighbors, I laughed. Let em watch, he said, walking into the house. Wait the door. He gently kicked it shut and began making his way down the hall. Which room is yours? I have the master bedroom, last door on the right. This was true. When Frank and I got back from California, we completely updated the house, moving our mom's stuff and bringing in new furniture. Frank gave me the master since this was my childhood home. Why are girls' rooms always so clean? He asked as he walked into my room. Been in a lot of girls' rooms, huh? I teased him. He was still holding me, so it was easy for him to tickle me. Put me down, you animal. Animal? He sounded faux stunned. Animal, she says. Duchess, you ain't seen nothing yet. He said, as he tossed me onto my bed before passionately kissing me. A content sigh fell from my own mouth as he kissed my neck. Why are you wearing so much clothes? He asked as he placed his hand under my shirt and rested it on my belly. Why don't you help me take some of it off? I suggested. His eyes turned darker. How about we take all of it off? I nodded and sat up. Arms up, he instructed. I giggled and did as I was told. He lifted the top over my head, and soon I was sitting there, my bra fully exposed. "This is nice," he said as he played with my bra strap. "But definitely too constraining." I nodded. He undid the clasp and off came the bra. He kissed my shoulder and whispered into my ear, "Lie down, Duchess." Again I didn't fail to listen. My bare back on the cool sheets made me arch my back just a little. He moved to get off of the bed, and he soon found the waist of my shorts as well as my underwear and pulled them both off. After tossing them onto the floor, he stood there and looked at me. "Stop staring, you weirdo." "I'm not staring, Duchess," he said softly as a small smile pulled onto his face. "I'm admiring the full beauty of you. She is, hands down, the most breathtakingly stunning female I have ever had the pleasure of laying my eyes upon." She tried to cover herself. "Please don't," I said almost pleadingly. "I don't ever want you to cover yourself away from me." She smiled. She is more shy than she lets on. "Why am I the only one who has to be without clothes?" she asked, growing impatient. "Because, Fussy, I want to pleasure you in a way that I'm sure no one ever has before," I replied. Her pupils seemed to widen just a bit, and I could sense her arousal now. Without another word, I got back on top of her and began kissing her. I let my hands roam freely, and she didn't seem to mind. But it was when my mouth found her perfect breasts that she let her hands caress my hair as she tried to hide the small sounds of pleasure building inside of her. I let my hand trail down and found she was already receptive. I took care in my motions and found a pace that she seemed to like as soon her hips began to move in sync with my hand. I was having fun watching her, but I knew I had more to do. I got up once again, and this time I grabbed her legs and pulled her toward the edge of the bed. I positioned myself between her legs and took my time pleasing her. "Are you good with bites, Duchess?" "Bites?" she asked. I kissed her inner thigh, and it seemed to cloud her judgment. "So bites." She moved with pleasure and nodded her head. I knew I should tell her about markings beforehand, but in telling her I run the risk of her turning it down. If I mark her, this gives me a step up on strengthening our pull. It could even help her to be a little more vulnerable with me so we can begin to connect emotionally. But as I readied myself to mark her, I found that I couldn't do it with at least telling her first. I couldn't do something that could possibly have her hate me forever. I used my mouth to bring her intense pleasure. Her back arched, and that's when I asked, "Can I mark you?" "What?" she asked, slightly panting. "I want to leave my mark on you, so you can remember that you're mine, Duchess." A mischievous look filled her eyes before she nodded. "Now where to place my mark?" I wondered out loud. "Wait, is this a wolf thing?" she asked. I nodded. "It's also permanent, it'd bond us together. You can say no, it won't change anything." She looked me directly in the eyes before she gave me a slight nod. "Nowhere visible," she sounded. I nodded in agreement and held back my excitement now. I decided I would mark her hip. It's easy for her to cover up, and it's an intimate spot. I made sure I continued to please her before I made my move. Modification. I gently applied my teeth to her skin. She dug her nails into my shoulders before her touch eased. As I tended to her new mark, her entire body almost convulsed as she unexpectedly reached climax. She laid there with a small smile. "My bad." I couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, Duchess, although I didn't get to experience much of you." She chuckled almost lazily. "There's always next time. Can I ask, what's with the biting preference? Should I expect that all the time?" I shook my head. "Like I said, it's my mark. Now every time I even touch that mark, I can bring you close to intense pleasure, but it only works with my touch. Of course, if you look at it or touch it yourself, it'll only remind you of me and our time spent together. Can we do something?" she asked almost playfully now. "I'm here all night. We can do whatever you want." I smiled as I laid comfortably next to her. "Will you let me see your wolf?" "You sure?" I asked a little skeptically. She moved and let her body come right into my side. Her head was now laying on my arm. I couldn't ask for a more perfect moment. "What if it scares you?" I asked as I let a few of her curls wrap around my fingers. She shrugged. I don't scare so easy. If that's what you want, I said, sitting up and taking my shirt off. Here, put this on. My clothes is literally right there. She laughed as she motioned toward her small pile of clothes on the floor. Nah, too much clothes, remember, I said with a wink. She smirked but put the shirt on. She slid off the bed and tried to put on the shorts before I stopped her. So stubborn. She obliged me by leaving her clothes abandoned on the floor and soon grabbed my hand. I let her lead me outside and found she didn't have a fenced-in yard. It led right into the woods. This was ideal if I ever had to check on her in the future. Okay, before we do this, maybe we should have like a safe word or something, in case you get too freaked out. She gave me a blank expression. I'm serious, I said, cupping her face and kissing her lips. It really hurts when I have to watch you run away from me. I'm sorry, she said. This time she wrapped her arms around my waist. I couldn't help but smile. It's in the past, but safe word. She thought about it. How about if it starts getting to be a little too much, I just say time out, and you'll know to back off and change back. I nodded and kissed her forehead. Before stepping away from her. Mariah. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the sweet kiss he placed onto my forehead. This was a new sort of kiss I've never been given. Furthermore, a kiss that didn't warrant any desire to rise any sort of arousal. It was kind and almost protective. It made my heart flutter. I thought, is this what it's like to genuinely like a guy? For as long as I can remember finding guys attractive, I can honestly say I've never gotten close enough to a guy to have those butterflies or daydreams. And if I was being real with myself, I knew this thing, whatever it is, with Patrick is moving faster than it should be. It's new, but it's nice, almost scary at the same though. How do you just give your entire self to somebody and just hope they won't destroy you? I know that's why I'm still hesitant to jump into anything with him. I've never been hurt before. With other guys, I've always known it was just physical, but with him, he's wanting more, as in an actual relationship. And this is uncharted territory for me. I smirked as I watched him remove his pants and briefs. Who's staring now, Duchess? He commented playfully. I smiled and openly stared at him. He has one intense physique. Can't help it. I like what I see, blue eyes. He sounded a little unsure. He looked at me and continued. About that, as I begin to shift my eyes and teeth change first. I just looked at him curiously. My eyes will black out entirely. My teeth elongate to resemble more canine-like shape. Then the wolf sort of evolves from there. I nodded my understanding. I locked my focus onto his eyes. They were my favorite feature of his, so icy blue, no hint of another color whatsoever. He winked at me and I blushed. I hate that I blush now. Ready. Once again I nodded. He too nodded and then looked over me, as if trying to focus on something behind me. I watched on as his eyes did in fact change, and next his teeth did also grow. Time out, I breathed heavily, but don't shift back, I added quickly. He looked at me, and I took an unsure step forward until I was right in front of him. Like a careful artist, I wanted to inspect this new form. His eyes were large, dark, completely emotionless. His teeth were razor-sharp and threatened danger. His entire physique became dark and ominous. It was certainly sinister, and yet all I wanted was to touch him. I reached up and touched the same cheek as before, only this time it was no longer smooth as it now bore stubble. Apparently when he shifts, he gets hairy. He smirked at my obvious curiosity. I let my forefinger trace the outline of his defined jaw, now sporting a slight shadow. Still like what you see. I had to suppress a nervous chuckle. His teeth alone told me he could harm me if he wanted to, but his longer teeth gave him a slight lisp. The beard's sexy, I admitted. I had never seen Patrick with facial hair, and he certainly pulled it off. Have you ever had a moment where you find yourself in a slightly dangerous position? Adrenaline seems to be driving your actions. That's what was happening to me, right in this very moment. I let my hand move from his cheek and hook behind his head, so I could bring his face down to mine. His mouth met mine, and I found that he could still in fact kiss. before he somehow retracted them, and the kiss became familiar, yet more rugged and eager. As I pulled away, I noticed his eyes were still blacked out, and oddly I wanted him now more than ever. I removed his shirt from my body. We stood there out in the open, both fully unclothed. He didn't take his time in lifting me up and placing me onto the ground close to him once again and kissing me. His kisses were rougher, his motions less caring, and as we now found ourselves being intimate in the grass, I couldn't think about anything but him. He flipped me over onto my stomach and grabbed my hips firmly. His long fingers pressed against my fresh mark, and I really did feel like he had just brought me intense pleasure. We both knew what was going to happen. Modification. I wasn't surprised when his full arousal entered my receptive body. His movements were deep and hard. I could only grasp at the grass as he quickly brought me to climax. But he wasn't finished. He hooked his right arm under my middle and sat me up now. My back was now against his chest, his hard body still inside of me. He filled me entirely, and greedily I couldn't get enough of him. My body still moved of its own accord. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. No one should feel this much pleasure and sensation. He hugged my body to him closer, one hand on a breast, the other hugging over my pelvic bone. I reached climax once again, and it was my complete undoing. My body was limp now, and if he let go of me, I'd fall. He moved intensely, and soon he too finished. He lifted me off of him, and I felt as the remnants of our actions released from me. "Time out," I said, exhausted. He smiled at me, his eyes back to their usual gorgeous blue. "That's enough for tonight, Duchess." He scooped me up and carried me back into the house. He laid me down before leaving. When he came back, I noticed he had gone back for his clothes. He closed my bedroom door and locked it for good measure before he got into the bed. He pulled me over to him, and I rested my head in the crook of his shoulder and chest, while my hand laid comfortably on the center of his chest. "I didn't even get to see your wolf," I pouted. He chuckled handsomely. "Thank goodness. Who knows what would have happened had you seen him fully." I smacked his chest, jokingly calling him out. He laughed. "I'm just teasing. Get some sleep, Duchess. I'll show you my wolf some other time." I nodded and closed my eyes. I've never cuddled until I fell asleep, but feeling his strong hand stroke my back gently was so soothing that I couldn't help but fall asleep in his arms. When morning rolled around, so did the urge to wake up, but I was so comfortable that I didn't want to open my eyes. I took in a deep breath through my nose, and the air was filled with his amazing cologne still. Normally, something like the smell of his cologne should remind me about all of the fun we had last night, but instead, all it brought forward in my mind was when he caressed my back as I fell asleep in his arms. I couldn't hold back the smile that filled my face from the sweet moment. However, my small movement seemed to wake him up. "Good morning, Duchess," he said as he began to sit upright. I groaned. I didn't want him to move. He was my warmth and comfort. What's wrong, Duchess? Miss my touch?" he asked slightly teasingly. "No," I lied. "I forgot how much I hate sharing a bed with someone," I said as I rolled over, my back now facing him. "Didn't seem to mind last night," he said as he slapped my backside and got off of the bed fully. While he was in the restroom, I too got up and quickly found his shirt. It was the same one I wore last night, and the same one he wore to brunch. I was sliding my arms into the long sleeves when he re-entered the room. "Hey, you little thief," he smiled. "I happen to think it looks better on me," I said proudly. He shrugged and walked over to me. "Can't argue with you on that one." The shirt still unbuttoned, he pushed the cloth covering most of me to the sides and pulled me into his chest, as much as he could, seeing as he taller than me. At 5'5", I'm not super small or anything, but the fact that his aroused body was now pressed against my belly button emphasized our height differences. He bent down slightly, and I tiptoed to let him kiss me. But it was quickly growing into something more. "My brother's home," I reminded him as I pulled out of the kiss. His face fell and I giggled. I reached up and touched his still scruffy face. "Don't look so down. Also, I kinda love this scruff." He lifted me up and gently tossed me back into the bed before climbing on top of me. You know, he said as he began to kiss me, his kisses beginning to trail to my neck and shoulders. I'm sure this facial hair would feel kinda nice. He continued as he made his way down my chest, slowly tending to each nipple. In more sensitive areas, he said as he placed one final kiss onto the same spot he marked me last night. Every single fiber of my being was screaming for him to continue, as that last kiss alone was blissfully arousing. He got back up onto his knees and looked down at me. Then he reached down and pulled the sides of the shirt back to my middle. He began to get a few of the buttons closed. But you're right, Duchess. Your brother's home. If I wasn't growing so fond of it, I would have been very upset. He got off the bed once more and held his hands out to me. I put my hands into his, and he helped me up. You gotta give me a ride home, he said as he rolled his eyes, in that awful little thing you call a car. I laughed. Don't insult Ursula, that's my baby, I said sweetly of my little purple Toyota Corolla. Yes, it's an older model, but she gets me from point A to point B just fine. Well, for my own sanity, I think it's time to trade her in and possibly upgrade, he insisted. I knew he was right. To be honest, after Mom passed away, she left Frank and I the house, and also a good chunk of her life insurance. I just felt wrong using that money, though. Are you done insulting my car? I asked with a smile. He kissed me before I pulled away. I'm gonna brush my teeth and get dressed, and then I'll take you home. He nodded before laying back down on the bed to wait for me. I got into my restroom and went to work on not only my teeth, but also my wild mane of hair. I threw on a bra and fresh underwear, rolled up the sleeves, cinched in the waist of the shirt with a belt, and put on a pair of boots. I didn't do too much with my hair, deciding on a loose side braid, and didn't even bother with makeup. I knew I'd come right back home, shower, and enjoy the last day of my weekend. You look pretty. You're seriously not going to give me my shirt back, are you? He asked as I finished up in the restroom. I shook my head. It's your own fault, really. You're the one who insisted I wear it last night. You ready? He got up and followed me out of the bedroom and then out of the house. We got into my car and soon we were on our way. We talked about various things here and there, but the conversation was kept light as the fraternity house actually wasn't too far away from my own house. We were almost home free when, of course, someone saw us just as he leaned over the seat to kiss me. Our lips touched and a car honked. It was Elise. Talk to you later, Duchess. I smiled and watched him as he walked up the stairs toward the large manor. Then I turned to see that Elise had doubled back and was pulling up to the car. Let's have breakfast. I didn't want to go. But what excuse would I use? Can't. Gotta shower, I said honestly, but it didn't help my case at all. She smiled wider. I bet you do. Follow me and let's have breakfast. I followed Elise into her house. I found her husband was beginning to cook breakfast. I brought a guest with me, she sounded upon our entry. I'm fine with that as long as you brought the chocolate chips and whipped cream, he replied. Kinky, I teased Elise. She shook her head. They are for the pancakes, you jerk. I smiled. Vance came over and gave me a one-armed hug before stopping to kiss Elise. I was glad that Ellie had a great partner in Vance. I remember when they had hit their rough patch, it was kind of uncertain for a little while, but I'm glad they were able to put all of that behind them. I asked if they needed any help, but Vance declined. Elise, on the other hand, directed us to the island so she could watch her husband cook, and we could talk. So I took a seat on one of the tall bar stools and just looked at her as I knew she wanted to only talk about one thing, Patrick. That outfit looks strangely familiar, Elise commented knowingly. I simply shrugged, no point in hiding anything with her. It's Patrick's. Vance shook his head but remained silent. And the drop-off this morning, the remnants of your little intimate encounter. We had some fun last night and that's it, I countered openly. But that's not it and we both know it. You let him stay the night, Elise insisted. Mariah, you've never let anyone other than H and I stay the night at your place, and even at that you always made us stay in the guest room. Something tells me he didn't stay in the guest room. I sighed. We're still working stuff out. What's there to work out? Vance finally spoke up on the matter. If you two are mates, and you enjoy being around each other, then just be with each other. It's a little more complicated than that. He and Elise both shook their heads. You're making it complicated, Elise put in. Do you like him? Vance asked. I mean, it's a yes or no answer, kiddo, he cut me off. Why, yeah. A yes, he smiled, and we all know he likes you. To be honest, I think you're psyching yourself out, he continued. Now I don't know much about your personal life, but it seems like you aren't used to a sure thing. And kiddo, I can't promise that there won't be hard choices and difficult moments, but trust me when I say that. That isn't nearly as important as all the good times. All the laughs, the adventures, the memories, those lazy Sunday mornings when you roll out of bed at 10 in the morning to make chocolate chip pancakes, he said, this time with a wink only for Elise. I smiled at their loving little moment. I do want those things with him, I finally admitted out loud. But what if everything goes bad? What if our pasts ruin our future? He shrugged, and this time Elise was the one who spoke up. Life is full of what-ifs. But do you really want to live a life filled with I should have constantly on your mind? I looked at the both of them. They were right. I was the only reason, Patrick, and I wouldn't be able to go forward. There's also that little situation of Harper basically hating him. Elise made a face. H is entitled to her own opinions, and I know she has a valid reason for not liking him. But at the end of the day, a relationship is between two people. Forget what everyone else thinks or has to say. Ellie, Vance sounded sweetly with his light-hearted reprimanding. She rolled her eyes. What I mean is, there will always be critics, but if you two want to be together, then just go for it. In time, people will warm to the idea of you two. I nodded, and we dropped the subject of Patrick for a while. Vance was surprisingly a really good cook, which is good since Elise can't cook toast without burning it. Once we all finished up, I had a few questions I needed answers to. So since you two are the only werewolves, I know that makes you both my werewolf godparents by default. Vance laughed and Elise tried to suppress her own laughter. And you have some questions? She sounded. I nodded. They sat there, silently waiting for me, so I proceeded. Okay, so do all werewolves have mates? Vance made a more or less gesture with his hand as he ate, and Elise mimicked him with a slight shake of her head. Kinda, she said. Vance spoke up. We're raised with the idea that we all have mates out there, but once we shift, it's our job to find our mates. Sometimes it's easy because if you're lucky, it's someone you already know. Others aren't so lucky, and they end up looking for their mates for years, if not their whole lives. I felt sad. That sucks. He shrugged. It is what it is. Okay, so what's with the whole biting thing? Do all of you bite, or did I just reveal one of Patrick's preferences? I asked a little nervously. He marked you? Elise asked. I genuinely couldn't tell if she was mad or concerned. Yeah. I mean, did he just do it? Well, I mean, he asked me beforehand, and he explained the mark thing sorta. Her face softened a little. She looked at Vance, and he held his hands up, declining to answer. Oh great, are Mama Ellie and Papa Vance gonna tell me about the werewolf birds and the bees? I asked playfully. Actually, yeah, Ellie said with a smirk. Marking is very intimate, only done between mates to strengthen your bond and bring each other closer. As you can imagine, it typically is done during intimacy, and the marks are left in rather private places, meant for only your mate to see. Mates bond, but I thought it was the mate's pull. Well, the pull is the urge and feeling you have with your mate. It's what causes you to miss them, to not be able to be mad at them, and to basically give in to whatever your mate wants. The bond, however, is the connection between mates, how close a mated couple is. I was confused a little, and she could tell. She sighed softly. Okay, remember how I said to imagine the mate's pull as a rope? I nodded. Then she nodded. Okay. You can have the strongest rope in the world, but it's useless unless you can knot it right, she asked. So think of the mate's bond as the knot. The mate's pull brings you together, but the mate's bond is what keeps you together. I smiled as I now understood. So by his marking me last night, he initiated our bond. She nodded. Yes, so even if you wanted to walk away, there's no turning back now. Well, he did tell me it was a permanent thing, I admitted. And he told me this was my choice. So I knew I was choosing to let him mark me, and I think subconsciously I really did want us to be tied together. An understanding sort of smile filled her face as Vance got up to clear our plates away. But there's more. With that mark, you two have become bonded. Now the effects vary from couple to couple, but you'll feel when he's around and you'll be able to control his wolf, something usually only an alpha can do. Marking your mate isn't done lightly since the mark isn't reversible, Vance put in. So if he marked you, I'd say he's in it 100%. And now so are you. I nodded my understanding, no more running away. Patrick is mine now, and I needed to protect our new relationship and make sure it works. Both Elise and Vance had given me a lot to think about. We got up when I announced I had to leave. I thanked them for breakfast and they walked me out. I smiled and waved back at them. Thanks again, guys. I drove away, and when I got to my house, I sat in my driveway for a minute knowing that when I get in there, I'd probably miss him like crazy. But after getting out and going straight to my room, to finally shower, I looked at my bed and thought about all the kisses, all of the holding and caressing. I smiled and laid on my bed, pulling the pillow he'd slept on to me. I couldn't stop my actions as before I knew it I pulled out my phone and called him. Miss me already? He answered immediately. Can a girl call just to hear her mate's voice? I responded playfully. He chuckled. Hey, I know it's kinda short notice. I said a little nervous now. I was thinking about maybe cooking dinner, and maybe you'd like to come. This was new for me, and even I could hear the weak attempt at asking him out. I'd love to. What time should I come over? I'd love to. I said as I tried to ignore my mother, standing beside me, basically gushing over the fact that Mariah had asked me to dinner tonight. What time should I come over? I was pumped, and my wolf was fully awake. He leaped with pride at Mariah calling us her mate. Unfortunately, humans can't have mates, but I could care less. She's my mate, so I'd be her mate if that's what she felt comfortable calling me. Well, not too soon. I'm probably gonna shower, and then head over to the market to pick up some groceries, so I can impress you with my culinary skills. Culinary skills, huh? Yes, you know, opening the can of ravioli, nuking it in the microwave. If you're lucky, I'll throw in some toast. I laughed a little. She's cute when she tries to be unimpressive. Too bad she could literally do nothing, and I'd still be drawn to her and find beauty in it. Ask to see her. My mom whispered like a mad woman. Well, if you want, I have this thing that I'm doing with the frat this afternoon, but I should be done around 2. How about maybe catching a movie with me, and afterward we can hit up the grocery store together, and I can help you fix dinner. This way you won't have to cook all alone. My mom looked stunned. Ever since I was a kid, I hated going to the grocery store, and I've never so much as tried to boil water before. Yeah, we can do that. I guess just text when you're finished with the frat guys, and I'll be ready. Great. I said a little too enthusiastically. I shook my head and rolled my eyes at my own patheticness. She giggled. See you later, blue eyes. Yeah, later. Again, I could have thrown my phone. Could I seriously not come up with something more original or seductive? But instead, I ended the conversation with yeah, later. My mom was smiling at me. Oh, sweetheart, we've got a lot of work to do to prepare you for tonight. Mom, I really do have a PAK meeting I have to attend. Mostly it's just because Braxton's coming to the house. She waved it off. Your cousin won't mind. Text him. I wondered if he really would let me skip the meeting. Patrick, hey, I know we have that meeting this afternoon, but my mate actually wants to hang out. Braxton, that is a shock. I rolled my eyes. I hadn't meant it that way. Braxton, go ahead, nothing too important, just mostly ground rules about maintaining the frat house. We'll catch up later in the week. Patrick, thanks Alpha. After that, my mom went into full-on mom mode. I pulled up to her house and got out of my car. I had to pull out all the stops to impress my mate, so shooting her a text saying I'm here wouldn't cut it. I walked up their sidewalk and went right up to the door. I rang the doorbell and waited. I didn't have to wait long, as soon the door was opened. But instead of finding a smiling Mariah, I was greeted by a confused-looking guy. My wolf immediately became defensive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I'm here for Mariah." He nodded and let me into the house. "You must be her brother," I said, my wolf calming down little by little as I picked up on slight similarities between the siblings. "Yeah. Frank Van Buren," he said, holding his hand out to me. "Patrick Westbrook." "Nice to meet you, Patrick. I'll call my sister if you want to have a seat in the living room," he sounded as he made his way down the hall and out of sight. I didn't bother sitting, and thankfully, when he came back, his sister was in tow. I smiled at her. Hey yourself," she responded cutely. When I approached her, I wanted to kiss her, but refrained since her brother was also in the room. "We should head out before we miss our movie." I nodded alongside her. It was good meeting you, Frank." "Likewise." She rushed me out the door before we could talk further. Once we got to my car, I opened the door for her, and she got in. I went around the front of the car before getting in myself. As we drove toward the movies, all I wanted to do was reach over and just grab her hand. Silence filled the car as we pulled up to a stoplight. The tension was growing thick until I couldn't resist the urge anymore. "Forget it," I said as I threw off my seatbelt. She seemed to be in the same mindset as our bodies responded equally. Our kisses were heavy, rushed, and clumsy. When we finally pulled apart, she rubbed her forehead. "Oh, sorry," I replied sheepishly before placing a soft kiss onto her forehead. "You okay?" She reached up and touched my face gently. I hadn't shaved despite my mom's urging. "I'm fine. So, how dead set are you on watching this movie?" My wolf was fully awake now, and I shook my head. "I'm not." "You have other plans in mind, Duchess?" "Got a place we can go for some privacy?" she asked. I could see the desire filling her eyes now. I genuinely didn't want to take her back to the frat house, which is odd for me considering I've never had any qualms about taking other girls there. But this is my mate, and as much as I want her right now, I wanted all of her to be just for me. And that included every deep breath and little moan of pleasure. "How about the park or something?" she offered. I shook my head. I knew there'd be wares on patrol too public. "Frat house?" she asked. "I'm not letting those guys listen to me and my mate," I said possessively. She smiled and shook her head. "Well, my brother's off today, so he'll be at home all day. Even for dinner, which I hope you don't mind." "I don't mind. But how exactly are we going to explain, well, this thing between us to him?" She blushed lightly, an act I loved seeing on her normally stubborn face. "I was thinking about that actually," she admitted. "I really want you to be mine, Patrick. Now that may come off as clingy or whatever, but I don't care." My wolf was close to springing forward. A car behind me honked to go, as the light had turned green long ago. "Are you serious?" I asked hopefully, not caring about the person behind us. "You want us to be serious, like in an actual relationship." They honked again. She smiled and nodded. "I like the way I feel when I'm with you. And as much as I like the idea about you and I being together, I wanted to be careful around Harper." I understood completely. "It's because she doesn't like me. I get it, and I'll work things out with her." The car honked on as it finally went around us. She shook her head. "That's not the whole reason," she sighed. "Can we pull over really quick?" I did as she asked and pulled the car over to the side of the street. I rolled the windows down and killed the engine. "What's up, Duchess?" "So, when I was in Collie." "You know why Ellie came to find me, right?" I nodded. "Yes, to make sure you were all right and see why you took off." She nodded. "But do you know why Brax let her come?" I shook my head now. I wasn't aware she needed permission to go. Not so much permission, more like an order. Then she sighed. "Okay, so Elise pointed out to Brax that I overheard some stuff the night you found her. Stuff about the wares." I listened on. "So when she got there, I told her what I knew, and she filled in the rest. When I got back, your cousin sat me down and asked me to keep the pack a secret, and in doing so not letting the pack or Harper know that I am aware of the existence of wares." "But why keep the secret from Harper?" I asked. I mean, not only is she his mate, but also his Luna-to-be. You'd think he'd want her in on everything that's going on. She shrugged now. He said he didn't want her to be sad or take it personally if she found out that I was told about the wares, and I wasn't told by my mate when no one told her. I rolled my eyes. This isn't about her or her feelings. Either way, in exchange for keeping my knowledge a secret from her, and the rest of the pack, I am now under pack protection. The only people who know are Richard and Rebecca Auckland, Ellie, Brax, and now you. I looked at her. You know, you could tell her if you wanted. You aren't fully part of the pack since you didn't exactly shift on pack lands for the first time. Since you're not a wolf, you don't have to take orders from our Alpha or our Luna, or in our case, our Luna-to-be. Is that what it takes to be considered an official pack member? She asked, smiling. Essentially. She sighed. Regardless, even if I don't have to. In a weird way, I kinda want to prove to Brax he can trust me. I could understand that fully. Fine, Duchess. We can lay low, but just know that you can tell Harper whenever you feel you're ready. And just so you know, I told Braxton about us already. You did. She smiled a little before it fell. What'd he say? Not much, just concerned how we were working out since he knows we had both been absent in the past. I said, but I assured him we were working things out to make a relationship that works for us, and that we'd tell people as we see fit. She nodded. Thank you. I smiled and took her hand into mine before I kissed it. I'd do anything for you, Duchess. All right, then. So I'll introduce you to my brother as my boyfriend, only because I can't tell him you're my mate without telling him about wares. So that's one thing figured out, but we still haven't figured out a place to strengthen our bond, if you know what I mean. I chuckled. She was so adorable. I've got a place in mind. We can go for some privacy. I said, how about we go to this movie as planned and afterward go grocery shopping and have dinner with your brother, then you can come back to the pack house. I've got a room there, and honestly the pack house is pretty empty these days. She nodded, and I started the car back up before we took off. Hey, is it okay if I talk to Elise about us? She asked. My wolf instantly felt sadness. Did she not want to open up to us? She must have sensed it, as she soon reached over and grabbed my hand. It's stupid. But it's just some things are easier to talk about with a girl. Plus, I know Ellie will give me a true and unbiased response, unlike a mate who wouldn't want to hurt my feelings. She was right. Okay. I smiled at her. From there, we continued on our way, hand in hand to watch whatever movie she wanted. I didn't even care what she chose, as long as I was watching it with her by my side. The movie was all right, the parts I remember seeing in between spontaneous intimate sessions. Thankfully, we seemed to have the auditorium to ourselves, as I had picked a movie that's been out for a while now. We even had fun picking up the groceries. I expected dinner to be a little awkward, considering neither of us had planned on having my brother join us. But things seemed to go smoothly, almost a little too smoothly, as Patrick and my brother seemed to really get along. And by the end of the night, Patrick and I were telling my brother bye, and they had already set up an online session to play video games together. You sure it's okay if I go over to the pack house with you? I asked, worried that he'd get into trouble. I mean, I'm not supposed to know about where, and here I was openly walking into the actual pack house. This was going against everything I'd talked to Braxton about. Yeah, it's cool. I've had my room for more than a few years now, because my mom moved us to the other side of town, but I wanted to stay close, so I wouldn't miss much when it came to the pack. He filled me in. And you said it's kinda empty. I asked, still worried I'd be seen, and questioned about being there. I mean, there are a few people staying there, but not as many as at the frat house. He filled me in. Plus, unlike my aunt and uncle who were the old Luna and Alpha, my cousin and Harper hardly ever visit the pack house. So if you're wanting to keep a low profile from Harper, then we're probably safest there. What about the other people who stay there? What if they say something? He laughed a little. I'm gonna need you to relax and trust me, Duchess. Wares are really loyal, and there's sorta this unwritten rule that's what happens at the pack house stays at the pack house. Look to be real with you if someone sees you. Yes, they will know you're a human and not a pack member. but no one will say anything about it unless you try to live there. But a pack member taking a human to the pack house is hardly a new occurrence. However, I do have to let you know they'll immediately assume we're mates, since that's kinda our loophole to telling humans. I looked at him. Loophole? Yeah, I mean we can't just go around telling whoever we want about wares. But we also can't expect mates to work out if they aren't 100% honest with one another, right? So that includes us telling our human mate all about wares. Honestly, it's kinda the only way a human is supposed to find out about us. I understood now. And it made more sense why Braxton wouldn't want Harper finding out that I learned of the wares from Elise instead of my mate. I could see where he was coming from. We pulled up to these tall gates, and he pressed in a code. There was a long driveway lined with thick, tall trees. We literally looked like we were driving into the thick of the forest. We drove on for what felt like 4 minutes before a huge mansion, slightly bigger than the fraternity house, came into view. I could see now why having a couple of people here wouldn't really bother him so much. So I'm obviously not trying to hide us or anything, but for maximum privacy, I'm going to park in the woods, if that's okay with you. I nodded eagerly. Again, this secret thing was kinda exciting. Despite the fact that pretty much everyone who I know knows about us. With the exception of Harper. But even she has a slight hunch, she just doesn't know the truth. Once his car was securely tucked into the trees, he took my hand and walked me up to the house. The place was huge, not as fancy as the frat house when it came to the interior though. The inside of this place gave off a homey, warm and inviting feeling, almost rustic but chic. So do Braxton and his family just produce vast amounts of money? I asked. He laughed but shook his head. Braxton's father was the alpha, his grandfather was the alpha, and so on. The pack house is not their house, it's the pack's. It was originally built for the pack as a place of refuge, so of course it had to be large. I listened on. Of course it's no secret that the Aucklands come from money though. I can't remember if it was their great-great-great-grandfather or their great-great-grandfather. Either way, one of their elders bought land, and it just so happened to have a ton of oil, so he sold his land for a lot of money, and used just enough to buy the land we're currently on, and stored away the rest in bonds or some stuff. Anyways, when Braxton and Elise's grandpa found it, he was able to cash it out. But of course, their value had damn near doubled, if not tripled, so it isn't exactly unusual to find the Aucklands with luxurious houses and cars. As we talked, he led me up some stairs, couldn't even tell you how many flights, and we finally reached his room. He pulled out a key and let me in. I wasn't at all surprised to find a large room. The bed was gigantic, as was the TV. We have a restroom in here, he said as he pointed to a door. If you need anything to eat, the kitchen is downstairs, fully stocked, and there's always a cook here. Some info on the room. This room, just like every other room here in the pack house, the rooms are built for Safatiso. All the doors and windows are bulletproof, and each room is soundproofed, which we will mostly definitely be using to our advantage. I blushed and smiled. I just want you for now, I said a little playfully. He picked up on it immediately. I think I could grow to like this whole Mark thingy. As he held me close and kissed me sweetly, I ended up pulling away. Hey, do you think I can see your wolf tonight? Last time was kind of a fail. I don't know if you'll be able to contain yourself. He smirked. I touched his arm playfully. Come on, I'm curious. He nodded okay. We made our way back outside and passed a guy and another girl on the way through the large sitting room. We used the back doors and were met with a large wooden deck. There were stairs that led down to a lush field of grass and flowers before disappearing into a now dark tree-filled forest. To keep this quick, I'm gonna shift just past the trees. Also don't want to freak you out or cause a strong reaction. He said with a suggestive wink. Shut up and change already, wolf boy. He snickered and then disappeared just beyond the tree line. I didn't have to wait too long for this weird feeling to come over me as I watched a large, light, gray wolf begin to walk toward me. Everything in my head was telling me to freak out and run. But something stronger told me not to worry, told me it was Patrick. I took a step forward and he froze. He wasn't expecting me to approach him, But once I reached his side, he looked at me. I couldn't help but smile as I noticed his wolf has his familiar baby blue eyes. "Hey there, Blue Eyes," I said excitedly. He licked my face and I pulled away laughing. "Stop slobbering all over me. So I have a few questions. Can you turn back now?" He nodded his large head before disappearing back into the trees. It didn't take him long before he was walking back out through the trees as he pulled his shirt over his head. "So you have questions?" he asked casually. "Patrick." We found ourselves laying in bed together for the second time. Only this time, there was no intense intimacy, and it was strange how comforting and easy it was. We had been talking for what seemed like hours, but Mariah was so curious about wares that I couldn't help but get just as enthusiastic about the topic. "And your facial hair, does it spring up just when you change?" I shook my head. "Like most guys, I can grow facial hair normally, but when we males shift, it does push our facial hair out at a heightened speed, so to speak, so it isn't uncommon to find male wares with facial hair." I filled her in. "And what about girls?" I shrugged. To be honest, I've never really thought about it. Then again, I'm not a girl, so that sounds like an Elise question. She smiled. "And what's up with the changing?" I was a little confused. "What do you mean?" "So like when you're first changing, your eyes go all dark and your teeth are sharp, but then you change even more and become a wolf, but your eyes go back to blue." I nodded my understanding now. "So the way my uncle explained it to me is our wolves are a part of us, and we are a part of our wolves, therefore, when fully shifted, we exude certain traits from our human forms. For some it's hair/fur color, but for most it's eye color." I explained. "Now the in-between phase, dark eyes/long teeth, is us at our most primal. It's strangely enough as animalistic as we can get even as our wolves. And that's because that phase of us is run purely on adrenaline and emotions. That's why when we're angry and intensely focused, we can easily begin to show those more feral traits." "I think it's kind of hot," she said confidently. "So I can tell." I smirked as I remember the events of last night. "So if mates are like a for sure thing, does that mean werewolves don't get divorced?" "No. I've honestly never met a mated couple who have gotten a divorce, but wares who aren't mates and get married do in fact get divorced. My parents, for instance, they weren't mates, but they liked each other enough to get married and have me. Unfortunately for my mother and I, that didn't turn out to be enough for my father and his wandering eye." I said with a sad sort of smile. "I'm sorry to hear that, Blue Eyes." I shrugged. "They say everything happens for a reason, right?" Turns out he is a family man, though, just not with my mom and I. Found out he's married, has 2 kids and another on the way. And as upset as I wanted to be, if not for me then for the difficulty he put my mom through, I couldn't. Because he had found his mate, and I know exactly what that's like now. She gave me a soft smile. "So since Braxton's in charge of everything, what would happen if something were to happen to him?" she asked, a little unsure. "Well, typically speaking, the alpha lineage is almost like a monarchy," I said. "So the Aucklands have alpha blood. Alpha Victor, who was Braxton's grandfather, had 2 sons and 1 daughter, Benjamin, who was Braxton's father, Richard, who is Elise's father, and Margot. She is Elise and Brax's aunt, but no one has seen her since before we were all born anyways. The oldest son of an alpha always gets the title of alpha when their time comes. Therefore Uncle Benjamin was named Alpha when his father stepped down. Now as an alpha there are many jobs they have, one of which is to find their mate because every pack needs an alpha and a Luna. Our old Luna is my Aunt Priscilla, and the day that Braxton marks and presents Harper she will be our new Luna." Sounds intense. I shook my head. No different from what we've already done, and the presenting is just a glorified party so everyone in the pack gets to meet her and acknowledge that they accept her as our Luna. "What if the pack doesn't accept her?" she questioned. This time I shrugged. It's never been done before. You see, as wares we entrust our alpha with every decision when it comes to the pack, so by extension we know he wouldn't bring in a Luna who wished to harm the pack. She nodded and I continued on. Anyways, another job the Alpha and Luna have is to provide the pack with a future leader, an heir so to speak. So if Brax and Harper don't have a kid, then the power shifts to the next Auckland in line, the oldest Auckland family member. Which technically would be Richard, and then his daughter Elise, and then her children. But if for some reason Richard can't take Alpha, or if Elise never has kids, and Braxton never has kids, then it would go to Richard's sister. So if she takes it, and doesn't have kids, then that would be the end of the Auckland family bloodline. But there has to be an Alpha and Luna, I said. He nodded. Yes, so the council would look into any other family members. Now Victor only had 3 kids, Uncle Benjamin, Richard, and Margot. But they have significant others. So Richard's wife Rebecca is an only child. And again, I don't know anything about Margot Auckland, so I don't know if she's still alive, if she has a mate, or if she has kids. But if she doesn't have mate, then the next family member would be the old Luna's only sibling, my mother. And only then, I would become the Alpha, since I am family through marriage. Meaning, I'd be basically the last resort at keeping the Alpha title in the family, so to speak. Of course, that would in turn change the Alpha line's familial name and set off a wild new line of inheritance. So there is a slim chance you'd be Alpha, and I'd have to be the Luna. She asked a little worried. I nodded. It's highly unlikely. There would have to be so many factors to take place in order for me to get the title, and it's not something I would want either. You wouldn't? Absolutely not, I admitted. I'd have to be responsible for everyone, and honestly, I don't know if I could put the needs of everyone else before you, my mom, or myself. Well, at least you're honest. She smiled before kissing me. So how's Braxton so cool with it? Once again, I just shrugged. It's how he was raised. He was groomed to be an Alpha, so in turn it's all he knows. Of course he loves his mate, but he knows his pack comes first. For the rest of us, it's kinda encoded in us to put our mates before anything else. We talked a little more, both of us laying in the bed on our sides, facing each other. Occasionally she'd reach out to hold my hand. Every so often I'd move to touch her face, push her hair behind her ear, or kiss her. So I've done a lot of talking. I said. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, it's getting you to stop talking that's the real feat. She smiled brightly at her own teasing. I kissed her. Tell me about yourself. I don't know what to say. She giggled a little shyly. I stroked her exposed cheek with my thumb gently. You can tell me anything, Duchess, hopes, dreams. I know, why don't we start off with our biggest fears? Well then, let's hear yours. She replied. I shook my head. It's your turn, remember. Plus, ladies first. She took in a deep breath and let out a loud sigh as she rolled onto her back. Only I caught the distinct sound of her shaky breath at the tail end of it. She wasn't facing me any longer. I could see she was now focused on the ceiling. The truth is I'm scared. Of me. I asked, worried. Let me finish. She sounded as I watched her wipe away a stray tear. Tears seems to spill from the corners of her eyes now. She sniffled a little before continuing. I'm scared to be alone. It's my biggest fear, and sadly because of that, as much as I liked you, I tried to keep you at arm's length because I'm terrified of getting too close, letting you in only for you to suddenly leave. I didn't know what to say. When I was little, my mom and dad got a divorce. And after that we moved here. Mom never really dated a lot. As a result, I never really connected with a man on that fatherly level, with the exception of Frank. But of course he lived with Dad, so it was just me and Mom. I met H and Ellie, and they helped me cope with the fact that my mom was always working. But when she got sick, I freaked out. The one constant thing in my life was being ripped away from me right before my eyes, and when she died. I remained silent, but I pulled her into me as I hugged her against my chest now. She didn't protest, and I let her get it all out. I had a feeling that she had been holding this all in. She cried a little harder now, and I rubbed her back. I was surrounded by so many people who offered their condolences and their apologies to the point that it was almost smothering. And yet I felt the loneliest I've ever felt in my entire life. I won't leave you ever. At least if I have a say in the matter. I finally spoke up. Mates are forever, Mariah, even more so now that I've marked you. I'm all yours, Duchess, and I understand if it takes you a while to get there. Just know I'm going to be right here for you when and if you need me. Her crying slowed, and when she finally stopped, she let out an embarrassed chuckle. I'm such a mess. I couldn't help but smirk at her. She was being vulnerable with me. I hooked my finger under her chin and looked into her large eyes. I never did tell you what my biggest fear is. Oh yeah. She smiled. Let me guess. Your car being totaled or never having intimacy again. I laughed a little but shook my head. I'm not that materialistic or focused on physical intimacy, Duchess. Once again she rolled her eyes. I kissed her beautiful lips before confessing, my biggest fear is losing you for good. Once again, I spent the night comfortably in Patrick's arms, but unlike the night before, that was filled with physical affection. Last night was different, and even though we didn't have intense intimacy once, it somehow felt 100 times more intimate. I opened my eyes when the sound of my phone began to vibrate. I grumbled as I didn't want to move, but Patrick grabbed my phone for me. It's Harper, I said before answering it. Morning, H. I answered as I repositioned myself comfortably against Patrick. To what do I owe this unexpectedly early call? Good morning, Mariah. I was wondering if you wanted to join me at the lake house this week. I hadn't been to Braxton's lake house since around the same time last year. Lake house this time of year? I asked as we were already nearing Christmas. We don't have to go in the lake, plus Braxton's had a hot tub installed and there's a huge fireplace. Come on, we could use a getaway. I don't know, H. I hate the idea of playing the third wheel for you and Braxton. I protested. Well, Elise and Vance are going as well. Oh, great, so I get to be the fifth wheel then. I sighed. Look, I'll think about it, but I'm not super sold on it, Harper. I get it. And I promise I'm going to make it my mission to find you a suitable guy worthy of you. Please don't. If I want to be with someone, I will do so at my own pace, Harper. I said a little sharply. The truth is I'm tired of Harper's meddling. There was a silent pause, and I figured I may as well just go ahead and tell her about Patrick and I. Actually, to be honest with you. She sighed into the phone, interrupting me now. If you're still chasing after Patrick Westbrook, you're wasting your time. He's a worthless excuse for a guy who doesn't deserve your time and attention. I was upset now. I didn't need her judging my mate. You know what, Harper, I'm done. When you can learn to accept that this is my life, and I can do whatever the heck I want with it, then call me. Until then, maybe it's best if we steered clear of each other. Because no one is perfect, not even your alpha Braxton. What did you say? She asked, picking up on my one slip-up. Alpha male, macho man, guy's guy. Whatever you want to call him, I'm almost certain Braxton isn't as perfect as he pretends to be. I'm sure you and him both have your secrets. I know Brax isn't perfect, Mariah, but you're basically throwing yourself at a guy who will be intimate with anyone. She countered. And you think Braxton was completely inexperienced when you got with him. Just because you won't be intimate with him doesn't mean he's never been intimate with anyone before you, Harper. Low blow, M. She sounded hurt. Harper. I didn't mean. I gotta go, she said, cutting me off before hanging up altogether. I looked at Patrick. I shouldn't have said that. I admitted. It's no secret that Harper has always said she's saving herself for marriage. She was kinda out of line too, Duchess. I shook my head. I felt terrible. What each couple does is between them, and I had no right to talk about her relationship so openly. She talked about ours. I smiled weakly. Ours. Our relationship seemed a little premature, and yet oddly. It felt right. What if she tells Braxton, and he gets upset with you for not keeping your mate in check? He chuckled a little. I don't think anyone could get my mate into check. But that's one of the things that drive me wild about her, he said as he kissed me. I'm serious, Patrick. I don't want you to get in trouble because of me, I said, worried now. We're good, Duchess, he said. Even if she tells Brax, there isn't anything he can do or say because you aren't a part of the pack. I nodded, and we sat there together a while longer. I had grown comfortable with my back against his chest. I couldn't see him, but oddly enough, I could feel him, and not just physically. I guess what Vance and Elise had said was true. Being around Patrick woke up everything inside of me. Made me hyper-aware of his presence, and this weird need to be touched by him. I mean, yes, I've never really been shy when it comes to guys. But with him, I not only want to hold his hand, have his arms around me, or lips on mine. I almost crave them uncontrollably. Thankfully, he's all too willing to oblige me. After a moment, longer, I continued to replay my conversation with Harper in my head, and things just weren't adding up. Harper is so docile and sweet. There was something else going on, or one of them isn't telling me the truth. Unfortunately, I knew my best friend better than my mate, despite the fact that I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I knew she wouldn't dislike him without good reason. Tell me the truth, Patrick. Why does Harper hate you so much? I asked as I turned slightly. I needed to see him. Because when we were younger, we went to school together. I liked her back then. Hearing this, I actually, surprisingly, grew really jealous, and I began to pull away from him so I wouldn't be touching him anymore. Not like I like you, Duchess, he said softly as he reached out and pulled me back over to him. No one could ever compare to you. He added sweetly as he placed a kiss on my shoulder. I had to admit I like hearing that he likes me more than anyone else. Anyways, I was a jerk. You're gonna have to elaborate, blue eyes. I know Harper well, and I know she wouldn't just hate someone just to hate them. He sighed heavily. While I'm sure me being intimate with multiple people didn't help with her impression of me, I have to admit that her hatred for me goes way past all of that. Like I said, I found myself drawn to her when we were kids. And as you may know, Harper isn't exactly social. So when I tried to get her to notice me, she never would, but like I mentioned, I was a jerk. I wanted her to notice me by any means necessary, and those means meant I resulted in bullying her. You were her bully? I asked in disbelief. A girl you liked didn't notice you, so you basically willed yourself into her line of view, even if it was at her own expense and humiliation. He nodded. Like I said, I was an idiot, and I've regretted it ever since. It started off with a rude name, then slight comments here and there. But as the years progressed, so did the actions, and it wasn't just me either. Other kids joined in because they could. She was an easy target. I was getting upset, but I could see the shame written on his face, so I felt kind of bad. This mate relationship was so confusing. She'd have her books knocked out of her hands. They'd corner her in the hall, push her in the halls. By this time, I stepped back and stopped messing with her, but I also did nothing to stop the others either. It got so bad that some of the girls would shove her around and steal her stuff. So one of my best friends hates my new boyfriend. I sighed. I know you want to take your time, but maybe if we just told Harper. I shook my head. I was fixing to, but what good's that going to do? It won't suddenly change the fact that you are and always will be her childhood tormentor, and I am a horrible friend. You're a good friend, Duchess. Don't question that, he said as he hugged me from behind once again. I rubbed his arms in a thankful fashion. I liked that he was trying to comfort me, but I had a lot to think about with Harper. I knew I had to apologize to her, and I knew he was also right. I needed to tell her about us. So, I know you just got invited to go away for the weekend and all, he said, slightly nervous now. I turned so I could face him. I was talking to my mom yesterday, before I picked you up for the movie. Anyways, looks like her and her fiancé Sean are going to get their marriage license, and this weekend they're having their reception. Nothing too over the top, more of a backyard soiree really. I knew that was his way of asking me to go, but I wanted to hear him officially ask me. Oh, well, good for them. I smiled. You'll have to give your mother and her new husband my best. He shook his head and smiled. I was wondering if maybe you'd be my date. I looked at him and pretended to think it over before I nodded my head in agreement. Of course, what are mates for? As the new week rolled around, things with Harper and I remained tense, despite the countless times I've already tried to apologize. I even went so far as to not be seen alone with Patrick, even in class, as I didn't want to seem like I was rubbing her face in it. Patrick and I had made it a point to let me leave any classes we shared first, as my classes tend to be further away, and he'd leave the classroom after a majority of the class left. This way, no one could say we were waiting for each other. In the halls, we didn't even look at each other, but I could always feel him when he'd be near, and soon after I'd get a text, usually something short and cute. When Friday rolled around, Patrick and I got ready to leave our first class of the day. "Patrick, have a good day, Duchess." I smiled knowing he was watching me, but I didn't risk looking at him, despite the desperate want I had to look at him, and I texted him back quickly as I began to walk out of the classroom. "Mariah, can't wait for this weekend. We can be more open since Harper will be out of town." As I walked on, Elise met up with me. "Still no luck with H?" she asked. Concern filled her face. I shook my head. "I don't know what else I can do, Ellie." I sighed. "I've apologized every day this week, invited her out so we can hang out and talk, and as hard as it is, I've even kept my distance from Patrick." "You shouldn't have to, Mariah. If you just tell her." I'm trying to, Elise, it was true. I had decided that the only way Harper would get over me being with Patrick was if she knew the truth. From what both Ellie and Patrick had told me, it's not like mates get to choose who their mate is. So it's not like I chose Patrick as my mate, he just is. And while it's completely out of my control who my mate is, I'm glad it's him. But how do I tell her the truth if she won't even talk to me? "I'll talk to her." She sighed. "I have to be the one to tell her." "And how's Pat?" she asked. I shrugged. "He's holding up. I can tell he hates the distance, as do I. But I also know he'll respect my wishes." She nodded. "Well, I commend him. It isn't easy being away from your mate, especially a freshly marked mate." I rolled my eyes. "Don't remind me." "You regretting the mark?" I shook my head. "No, just makes me feel intensely drawn to him, and we're trying to keep our distance, remember." She laughed. "Ah, fresh new love. Pump those brakes right now." I said, a little caught off guard. I like the guy and he's definitely easy to be around, but who said anything about love? She shook her head, a wry smile still on display. "You're in denial if you think you two don't love each other." We sat through the class, and her last remarks filled my head. "I mean, there's no way I could love Patrick. Not that I don't want to. He's as good a guy as any, and I'm his mate. But love this early. We only just decided to have a relationship." After a few more hours, I was done for the day, and I headed straight to the mall. I needed an elegant sort of dress for Patrick's mother's wedding celebration. I checked out a few stores, and even ran into Harper's sister Valerie. "How's Harper?" I asked. She smiled and nodded. "She's good. She had texted me the other night when you two had a fight. How are you doing?" It isn't easy basically having to choose between my boyfriend and my best friend. But what's worse, I never even got to tell her he is my boyfriend. "Congrats." "Who is the lucky guy?" she asked. "Patrick Westbrook." "Oh." She sounded, "Patrick, so you know why she has issues with him." I nodded sadly. "He told me. And he is a jerk for what he did." But I can't help but. Maybe it was Elise throwing the L word around earlier that almost made me say it. Feel the way I do about him. He's sweet and romantic, and I know he's apologized to her and still feels terrible about everything he did. I sighed. "I'll talk to her," she said. "We can't help who we fall for." I smiled. "It's okay and thanks, Val, but I think I have to talk to her myself, if she'd return my call. Give her time, she'll come around." I hugged her, and we went our separate ways. That evening, Patrick stayed at my place. This time he brought with him a suit, so he could just get ready at my house for his mother's reception tomorrow. For dinner, I called in an order at the diner, and he went to pick it up, just in case Harper was still in town. We watched a few movies, and ate before I decided to call it a night. "I'm gonna have a shower," I announced as we reached my bedroom. "Oh. All right then." He sounded a little disappointed. I smiled. I was kinda hoping a certain mate of mine would join me. At this he perked up. He came over to me and I jumped up. He caught me easily, and I wrapped my legs around his middle as I stroked his face and kissed him with passion. "I've missed you, blue eyes." He kissed me deeply and began walking us into the restroom. He sat me down on the countertop before he removed his shirt and pants. I couldn't help but marvel at his physique. The desire to run my hands over his exposed abdomen was strong. But all train of thought was suddenly washed away as his mouth met mine once again. Patrick is such an expert kisser, and each motion of his lips against my own was like a hypnotic trance as each intimate session with him left me lightheaded and giddy. He soon lifted my shirt off, followed closely by my bra. I sat in my shorts still, but he didn't stop focusing his attention on me. Who knew my chest area was my spot? Every action he took enticed me, and every flick action aroused me further, and with his large hands grasping firmly, I found my own hands in his hair. Anticipation spilled out of me as I was growing excited with want and a desire for deeper connection. I pulled his hair a little roughly so that he'd look at me. His blue eyes met mine, and I was breathless from the sensuous activity. "Be with me," I almost begged. That was all it took before I noticed a cloud of black storm into his eyes. I jumped off the countertop, and he wasted no time in removing my remaining clothes before he turned me around, leaned me over the same counter I had just been sitting on, and began our passionate union, quick and intense. The feeling of him inside of me was enough to push me toward a climax, but it was when he gripped my hips, and his fingers remained pressed against my mark, that I couldn't help but release a powerful culmination of pleasure with moans so deep I wouldn't have thought the sounds could come from me. My body was weak now. I could hardly stand, so he hooked his entire left arm under my middle as he finished. I had fully intended on having a shower, but seeing as I couldn't exactly stand without his help, he picked me up bridal style and set me down into the tub. He turned on the faucet, and I recoiled as I screamed and laughed, "It's too cold." He laughed as well. "Sorry, love, how's that?" he said as he turned on the hot water as well. The water turned warmer and warmer, but it wasn't the post-affectionate glow or the steam of the bath making me red. It was Patrick, and the fact that he had just called me love. Of course, Patrick wouldn't say it again, and I refused to bring it up at all. After the bath, he laid down. "I'm honestly exhausted," he said with a yawn as he got into bed. "Would I sound like too much if I admit that this is all I've been looking forward to today?" He smiled. I got into bed with him and snuggled right into his side. "You've been looking forward to my bed?" I asked playfully. "Or were you looking forward to having strands of my hair in your face, me kicking you in your sleep, or maybe you were looking forward to my cold feet on your legs?" He laughed and rolled his eyes. "No, you little pest. I was looking forward to having you in my arms, just me and you with zero criticism." I picked up on the slightly angry comment at the end. "I'm going to tell her as soon as she'll let me talk to her," I said. "I promise." He sighed. "It's okay, Duchess, take your time. For now, I'll continue to enjoy your company in silence." The next morning, the both of us must have been extremely tired and too comfortable, as we woke up later than we intended. "What time is it?" he asked groggily. I grumbled and pulled my phone from the nightstand. "Oh shoot, it's already 11:47, I said, jumping out of bed. His mom had requested we arrive no later than 12 p.m. for pictures. Something I wasn't too sure about, seeing as Patrick and I are still relatively new at this whole relationship thing. But his mother insisted, and who am I to begrudge a bride on her wedding day? Patrick was up almost as fast as I was. We both went into the restroom and started getting ready. We brushed our teeth together, and then while I braided my hair, there was no time to straighten it, Patrick shaved. While I would miss the scruff today, I couldn't deny that he looked just as handsome, clean-shaven, and much more respectable as well. When he styled his hair, I finished up my makeup, and soon we were both getting dressed. I slipped into my heels and grabbed my gift as he finished up with his tie and jacket. Soon we were on our way. Once in the car, we found it was exactly 12. We'd be late. "I hope your mother isn't too upset with us showing up late." I sighed. I'm supposed to be making a good impression, and it wasn't off to a good start. Granted, I had met her once before. But that was a confined space, and we were around Harper. We pulled up to the house, and Patrick and I darted from the car. We composed ourselves before he let us in. Of course, his mother and her new husband greeted us warmly. "I'm so sorry we're late, we overslept." I apologized. She brushed my words away. "I know my son, so I told you to come at 12, knowing the photographer would still be setting up." She smiled knowingly. "This is for you." I said. She took the gift and then left us to put it alongside the other gifts and to instruct the photographer where she wanted the photos to be taken. Patrick introduced me to his new stepfather, Sean. He seemed like a nice, kind man, though a man of little of words. Shortly after his daughter joined us, I remember her from Elise's wedding, and I remember how upset I was to see him there with her. That same distress began to rise, but I knew better than to act out. He must have picked up on my growing distress as he rubbed my back a little upon her approach and placed a chaste kiss on my head. "Duchess, this is my new stepsister, Vivienne. Vive, this is my mate, Mariah." She smiled a rather stunning smile before pulling me into an unexpected hug. "It's so nice to meet you." Her words and actions seemed surprisingly genuine. We talked amongst ourselves for a while longer before a relative of Vivienne's pulled her and her father away. "I'll be right back, Duchess. I have to find us something to eat because I'm starving," he said before he kissed me. But I wasn't left alone for too long. "What are you doing here?" I heard. I turned to find Harper and Braxton. I was honestly shocked. "I could ask you the same thing," I finally voiced. "Weren't you supposed to be out of town?" Braxton shrugged but spoke up. "Family outweighs frivolous trips, so here we are." "Yeah, family," Harper put in. I was actually taken back at her attitude, but if she wanted to take it there, then so could I. "Harper." Braxton sounded softly as he took her hand into his. "It's good to see you again, Mariah." But neither of us were paying him any attention now. "Funny," I said coolly. "I don't remember you two getting married." "What are you doing here, Mariah?" she asked, clearly upset but choosing to ignore my remark. "And I hope you didn't come with that jerk Patrick." "Harper, that's enough." Braxton sounded a little sadly. I sighed. I had enough of her belittling of Patrick and her newfound constant attitude. "Harper, I'm sick of this whole new superiority complex you've suddenly developed. Not that it's any of your business who I date, or don't date for that matter. But Patrick and I are mates." I finally confessed. "Look, I know you don't like him, and given his past, he hasn't exactly built the best reputation for himself. But we're both serious about us and our relationship, so I'd appreciate it if you could understand. And if for some reason you can't accept us, then I'm sorry, but we don't need that kind of negativity surrounding us." It was hard to read her expression. To be honest, she looked both upset yet confused. "So you know?" she asked. I nodded, assuming she was talking about Wares. "I know everything." "How long have you been mates with Patrick?" she asked, still trying to figure us out. I shrugged. "Ever since I met him last year." Of course I had to take off, and then he left, but now that we're here together, we're trying to give this a real shot. Of course Ellie is ecstatic. I put in as I recalled how persistent Ellie had in fact been in trying to get us together. "Elise knows." I nodded. "She's known the longest, and by extension so does Vance." "Who else knows?" "Well, Patrick told his mom, and his stepfather and stepsister know as well now. And Braxton, and just last week we told my brother, but he only thinks we're boyfriend and girlfriend." She looked at me and then back at Braxton. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked, hurt now. "You didn't exactly give me an opportunity, what with you throwing insults at him and trying to tell me how to live my life before suddenly giving me the cold shoulder." "Mariah." Patrick sounded from a distance. I turned to find him coming right over. "You all set, Duchess? My mother's ready for the photos." I nodded and offered him a smile before turning back to face Harper and Braxton. "I don't know what else I can do or say to get you to understand that this is my life. And I'm sorry if that upsets you, but I'm not sorry that Patrick and I are mates. If you'll both excuse us," I said as politely as possible. "Patrick." I had heard when Mariah finally told Harper. I was proud of my mate for standing up for not only herself, but our relationship. I was also glad that she didn't have to carry the secret any longer, so that would reduce her stress level, and I'd be able to show her off like I've wanted to from the beginning. I also picked up on the fact that Vivienne seemed extremely happy to me finding my mate. No doubt she was also getting the unwelcome rumors thrown at her that we had been spending intimate time together, as if I would ever do that with someone who was going to be family. She must have found relief. With Mariah around now, maybe people would drop it. I escorted Mariah over to my mother, and she positioned us to her liking before we stood there and smiled. I couldn't pretend that I wasn't really excited to be having family photos taken alongside my mate. My wolf beamed with pride that not only my mom loved her, but my new stepsister seemed to like her as well, and Sean. Well, even if he didn't like her, I suppose, he'd never actually speak up to say otherwise. The rest of the celebration went more or less the same. Occasionally, I'd have my mate taken from me by my mom or Vivienne. Of course, I had no hope of hanging out with Mariah once Elise arrived. And I also noticed that Braxton conveniently made up an excuse that pulled he and his mate away from the party. I watched as the two girls escaped out the back door. Soon Vance joined me. "Hey man," I sounded as he approached. He handed me a beer and I took it willingly. "I'm glad to see you here with Mariah." I shrugged as nonchalantly as possible. "Just glad she's willing to give us a shot." He nodded. "Ellie was telling me that you two have had a roadblock in a certain future Luna." I took a drink of the beer and shook my head. She's just gonna have to deal with it. Mariah told her everything today, no doubt she even more upset than before. We talked a while longer and thankfully, the girls returned shortly after. I danced with my mate and held conversations with various partygoers. Mariah was all smiles as she interacted with everyone. "I'll be back," she said as she placed a sweet kiss onto my cheek. "Restroom," she explained. I nodded and knew we'd be leaving soon. I began to tell people bye and noticed a few minutes had passed and Mariah hadn't returned. I pushed my worry to the side and found Elise and Vance. No sooner had I reached them did Mariah finally come back to my side. I could feel that something was bothering her, but she smiled and started talking to Elise. "Hey, we're gonna head out," Vance said. "Us too, man." "Thanks for coming out," I said. After telling my mom bye, I drove us back to her house. I noticed she was quieter than usual. I laid down in her bed feeling exhausted. I carefully watched her as she moved about her own room gracefully. It was a marvel to watch her. She could take something so ordinary as undoing her hair from the confines of a braid and running her fingers through her now loose curls, and all I could see was the artistry behind it. The way the light shining through her windows had touched her hair, making her naturally dark hair lighten with various multitudes of brown. The soft padded steps of hers as she moved around, always on the balls of her feet as if in constant tiptoe formation. Her knack of biting the inside of her lower lip when she found herself in full-on concentration, like she was currently doing. "Lie down with me," I finally sounded, pulling her out of her own wonder-filled thoughts. She looked at me and let a slow, lazy smile fill her face. It was one of my favorite smiles of hers, because it reached all the way up to her beautiful dark doe eyes. "You're lucky I need help out of this top," she sounded matter-of-factly as she strode over to the bed. I sat up and assisted her with the aforementioned silk and lace top, while Pretty Eye couldn't deny that I prefer my mate with as little on as possible when it's just us. Afterward, she stepped out of her lovely skirt, and I followed suit, stripping down into only my boxer briefs. We both got into the bed, and I listened on as she gushed about the party today. I was glad she had such a good time. "I'm so glad I didn't make a fool of myself in front of your mom. That was my biggest worry," she confessed a little shyly. "My mother adores you, Duchess." She gave me a soft smile. "You're just saying that." I shook my head. "Trust me, if I wasn't her son, I'd wager she could like you better than she even likes me." "Oh, please." She sounded in protest. "She only likes me because I'm your mate. Is there any other reason needed?" I asked, slightly humored now. She made a face of disbelief. "Really?" What? I asked, genuinely confused. I mean, I'd like to be liked for being a good person. Hell, I'd even take being liked for being well-mannered. I couldn't believe that she seemed to have taken nothing and turned it into something bigger. I mean, you are an amazing person with impeccable manners, Duchess, and I'm sure my mother will see that with time. Patrick. She sounded a little sadly. Patrick. My wolf and I had picked up on our mate calling us by my name. We prefer it when she uses nicknames. It shows us she is comfortable with us. Is it always going to be like that? Be like what, Duchess? I asked softly as I reached over to stroke her cheek, hoping she'd calm down a little with my touch. Are people only going to be nice to me now because I'm Patrick Westbrook's mate, or worse? Hate me because of the same reason. My heart fell a little. Are you ashamed of us? She panicked a little. No, that's not what I meant. I only meant, will I ever be able to be myself again, or will I always just be your mate? Just my mate. I asked for clarification. I couldn't pretend I wasn't hurt. Is being my mate not enough for you? It's more than enough, Patrick, but I have to know that I'll still be seen as my own person as well. Where is this coming from? I questioned out loud. Everything had seemed perfect before the party. Then it hit me. Did someone say something to you at the party? She shook her head, but I could see in her eyes that she was lying. I got up and started putting my clothes back on. Forget it, blue eyes. It was just me being paranoid. She said in a faux upbeat sort of way, trying to brush her concerns away. Why are you getting dressed? I get that this is all new to you, and hey, it's new for me too. But one thing I know is I don't ever want us to lie to each other. Like you're lying to me right now. I'm not lying to you, she shouted. I kept my cool. So you're telling me nothing happened at the party that made you question being my mate? She began to bite the inside of her lip, and I stood there waiting to see what she would come up with. Fine, she sighed heavily. There was a moment right before we left. Remember when I excused myself to find the restroom? I nodded. She continued, I bumped into a girl there. Harper. I asked almost knowingly. She shook her head. Not Harper. She wasn't lying. I don't know, a girl I've never met before. Anyways, she mentioned how she noticed that I was with you, and she made it clear that no one would ever see me anymore. They'd only see us. How I'd lose my individuality, and how being with you would get me new friends as well as new enemies I didn't want, all because of who I'm associated with. I was upset. I didn't know who this girl was or what her motive was, but she had my mate questioning everything, and that could jeopardize my relationship with our mate. And I would not let anything or anyone come between my mate and I. And you don't know who she was? Elise asked. I shook my head, feeling foolish. I should have asked that girl her name or something. Of course, Harper had told Elise everything, so her first stop this morning was stopping me and questioning me about last night. Too bad I found myself also confessing to my first disagreement with Patrick, since he's marked me. I've never seen her before, but Ellie, the worst part was the fight it caused between Patrick and I last night. He legit was going to leave, and it hurt like crazy. I admitted as I got a little emotional rethinking the situation that played out last night. Patrick knew I was lying to him, and the hurt in his eyes was almost unbearable. What if he would have left for good? She shook her head and pulled me into a hug. He can't just leave like that. He cares about you. Plus you're marked, so it'd be super hard for him to just take off on you. A throat cleared, and it caused Elise and I to pull apart. Hey, I said. She smiled, a weak sort of smile. Can I just start off by saying I've been a complete fool? I couldn't help but laugh a little. Harper isn't known for being someone who uses strong language often. She held out a small white bag, a peace offering. I took it and found my favorite muffins from the diner. Elise helped herself to one. You mean to tell me that you wouldn't hear me out all month, and I had to stand there and listen to you trash my mate over and over again, and you think some muffins will make up for it? Mariah, I am so sorry, she said. I genuinely wish I could go back and take back everything I've said and done these past few weeks. I really wish you had told me the full truth from the beginning. If you spoke to your mate, then you should know why I couldn't tell you. As for not telling you about Patrick and I honestly tried, but you were too busy trying to tell me how to live my own life to stop and listen. I let your comments about Patrick get to me, and yes, I was petty. Patrick even told me to tell you, and by that point, I felt like you didn't deserve to know. I thought I was over everything from middle school. And yes, Patrick's apologized a few times now. But, I asked. She sighed, I'm trying okay. It's not easy to just suddenly be friends with the guy who messed with my head 3 years out of my life. I felt terrible now. Can we agree to try and move forward from here on out? I asked. I'm not expecting you to be his best friend, but I also can't change that we're mates. Harper nodded and offered me a small smile now. So at the risk of sounding nosy, can I ask how you and Patrick are? Things with Patrick and I are still working themselves out. She nodded. Again, I am super sorry, and I want you to know that if you need to talk to me about anything, please don't feel like you have to keep it to yourself. This time I pulled her into a hug. It's okay. Hey, I'll see you later. I'm gonna stop by my locker to put this muffin away for later. Elise and I are going that way anyways. Harper sounded. Plus, there's something I've been meaning to tell both of you. I nodded and we began to walk. Do either of you think it's weird that a college has lockers? Elise suddenly asked. I shrugged. I haven't given it much thought. Most colleges and universities don't. But this college used to be the old high school before the one we went to was built. So structurally they kept most of it how it was and spruced up things here and there. Harper filled us in. We finally reached the hall with my locker. Hey, didn't you want to tell us something? I asked Harper as we continued walking, but something caught my eye as I looked ahead. What the heck? I forgot about Elise and Harper and rushed toward my locker. It was busted open. All my stuff was everywhere. Papers torn, calculator smashed, spare charger cut, makeup bag destroyed with something wet, and the word slut written on the inside of the locker door with one of my lipsticks. Who could have done this? Harper asked in disbelief. I looked around, and there were a few people watching us, but mostly everyone else went about their way. You need to tell Patrick. Elise threw in. I shook my head. He'll flip out and we don't even know who's behind this, I said before slamming the locker shut. Elise sighed and bent down to help pick up the trash that littered the floor. I've gotta get to class. I sighed. Oh, Harper, I'm sorry, what did you want to tell us? I asked, a little exasperated. Oh. She sounded a little unsure. Elise and I both looked at her a little confused. It's nothing that can't wait. She smiled sweetly. I nodded. I wasn't in the mood to press her for answers. I had my own mystery to figure out, and a class I now needed to rush to. I told the girls bye and hurried back to the other side of the school. Of course, the professor had already started his lecture when I finally arrived. He ignored my tardiness, but unfortunately Patrick hadn't. I immediately caught his worried face and offered a smile. He seemed to ease up a bit, but of course, once class finished, he rounded on me in the hall. Everything all right? He asked. I tiptoed and kissed him. It is now. And why were you late to lecture? He asked, concerned. You're never late. I reached up and touched his scruffy cheek. He must have shifted last night when I was asleep or this morning before I woke up, as he left for the frat house beforehand. I got to talking with the girls, made up with Harper, who is very, very sorry, by the way, so please be nice to my friend. Then I had some trouble with my locker. It wasn't a lie either, so he couldn't call me out on it, but I didn't want to worry him. As far as I'm concerned, the chick at the party and the locker incident were merely coincidences. Fine, he said before pecking my lips with his once again. How about I walk you to class then? I shook my head. I was actually thinking about calling it an early day. I admitted. I've got a ton of errands I need to get done. Everything all right, Duchess? I hugged him. Just don't think I could focus on my classes today. He hugged me back tightly before kissing the top of my head. Fine, I'd join you, but I have an elite thing with Brax at the pack house this afternoon, and I know if I go with you I won't want to leave. I smiled. I was growing quite used to him, constantly being around, so I knew I wouldn't want him to leave either. Okay then, I'll walk you to your car, and how about we go out for dinner tonight? The diner. I asked playfully as we began walking out of the school and toward the parking lot. I was thinking something a little more upscale, a lot more romantic. I need to set the mood, because you don't know how drawn to you I am right now. But for you I need to be more like a gentleman. I sounded mischievously. He asked, what's with the ? I smiled. Well, gentlemen are nice and all. But sometimes girls prefer spirited individuals, I offered suggestively. Don't tease me, Duchess. He whispered into my ear as we reached my car. I wrapped my arms around his neck, and his hands went onto my waist. We began to kiss. But as our kiss grew heavier, his grip tightened a little so I could feel him pressing into my mark. I let out a moan involuntarily, and this caused him to let out a rather confident chuckle. Later, Duchess. He whispered as he kissed me once more, and then moved to open my driver's side door. Hold on. The tone in his voice wasn't warm and passionate anymore. His tone was serious, and it instantly put me on edge. What's wrong? I asked, a little scared, as I tried to see around him. I was so caught up in all things Patrick that for the first time since reaching the parking lot I actually looked at my car. It was broken into just like the locker. My windows had been busted. My antenna was now stabbed into my front windshield. The headlights and brake lights looked like someone tried to claw them out with a crowbar or a hammer. All 4 tires were slashed, and this time there was a bigger crowd than the locker debacle. Break it up. A loud voice sounded as an even larger man stepped through the growing crowd. Campus police, what's going on here? Apparently my car's been damaged. I sounded quickly. He gave me a look that said, watch your mouth. Do you know who could have done it, miss? The security asked as he withdrew a notepad. I shook my head. Any other incidents I should note? He questioned me further. I sighed. I didn't need Patrick to hear this, but I also couldn't keep this from the campus cops if it helped stop whoever was doing this. My locker was broken into. Everything inside was messed up and vandalized. I said as I watched him jot it down. I looked at Patrick. He was upset. I didn't lie. I whispered. You also didn't tell me the whole truth. He sounded angrily. I thought the locker was a coincidence. I admitted. I didn't want to worry you over nothing. You still think this? He asked as he motioned toward the car. Is a coincidence, Mariah? Not so much. I replied sadly. I never did like being scolded, even more so from him. The campus security asked me a few more questions. Other than the obvious damages, does it appear that anything was taken? I sighed. The only thing of value in the car was my headphones. I leave them in the glove compartment for when I hit the gym. He nodded. He pulled on some gloves and then moved to the passenger side of the vehicle to check the glove compartment. Only things in here are your car insurance papers and this, he said as he pulled out a sliver, antique-looking rattle. I was confused and felt Patrick's eyes on me. I've never seen that before in my life. I admitted, more than a little confused. Patrick. To say I was upset would be an understatement. It's a wonder how I was able to stand there in front of half the school and campus security and not shift completely. What's worse? I couldn't get Mariah to see how serious this whole situation was. I'll give you a ride home, I said through clenched teeth. Patrick. I turned to face her. I'm sorry. Sadness covered her face, but I needed her to understand that when it comes to her safety, this was no joking matter. I escorted her to my car, opened the door for her, and made sure she was in safely before closing the door. As I walked over to the driver's side, I had to take in a deep breath. I was angry, and I needed to calm down. I let myself in and started the car. We drove on in silence. No music playing, just us in our thoughts. When I reached her house, she unbuckled her seatbelt, but didn't immediately move to leave the car. Patrick, I'm sorry that you're mad at me. I let out a heavy sigh before I unbuckled my own seatbelt and pulled her into a hug. I'm not mad at you, Mariah. I'm upset with the situation and a little upset with myself. I admitted. Please don't blame yourself. It'll make me feel even worse than I already do. I took her face gently between both of my hands and looked into her worried brown eyes. I'm upset with myself because I don't know who's doing this, but that girl at the party was right. Being my mate means you'll inherit my enemies, who up until now, I didn't even know I had. I confessed. What's worse, given my past track record with women, I can't even begin to think which girl it could be. That was the honest truth. Now don't get me wrong, people make it seem like I spent time with every single girl in town. In truth, I must have been intimate with 4 or 5 girls, and it was purely out of physical need, not emotional want. You see, before I met Mariah, physical connection was a game, if you will. If you're good at the game, you win the prize. To be honest, I wasn't totally great at the game, having only gotten the prize twice before, albeit the same girl. Then I found my mate. When she left, I was lost. At this point, something in me changed. I was carrying myself differently, and girls picked up on it. It was as if they could smell that I was off limits, but it called to them. And since Mariah turned me down, I welcomed the new attention. But the fact that I was so distracted thinking about my mate, when I even talked to other girls, made it impossible for me to fully see them. Plus, as unfortunate as it sounds, it wasn't like I was vying to get to know these people. So it's not like I could tell you much about them, or who they were. I should have told you about the locker. She mumbled. I kissed her. What's done is done, but if anything else happens, promise you'll tell me immediately. She kissed me in return. I promise, she sighed. Can't you just come in with me? Don't tempt me, Duchess. It's enough I have to go back to school with you on my mind. She smiled and moved to leave the car. I watched as she reached her doorstep. She bent down to collect a small package and then let herself into the house. I drove away once she was safely inside. I stopped by the frat house on the way back to school, like I had told Mariah. I'd be too distracted, so I called this day a bust for classes. But I knew I did have an elite meeting in a few hours. In the meantime, I suppose I can get a run in. I went up to my room to change into some workout clothes. May as well hit the gym after my run. But as I reached my room, my phone rang. I saw my mate's name light up the screen. My heart raced a little. Duchess. I answered. I promised I would let you know if anything else happened. I remained silent as I awaited her next response. I had a package, no stickers or labels. Inside was binkies. Binkies? I asked, confused. This time she sighed. Binkies, dummies, pacifiers. Like what babies use. Yes. Patrick, I don't know what's going on. First the rattle, now these pacifiers. Do you think someone is trying to tell us something? That much is clear. It's what they are trying to tell us, and how they are going about it, that's got me a little more concerned. I acknowledged. Look, don't mess with the package anymore, I'll be right over. She said goodbye before hanging up. I called up Braxton. Something was in fact going on, and I didn't know what else to do. Hey man, what's up? He answered. We have a situation. I replied, feeling a little lost. We do. I filled him in on what was happening, but he wasn't grasping the big picture. So your mate's being bullied. Sounds no different than what you did to my mate back in the day, which reminds me, I owe you a physical confrontation. I guess I always knew Braxton would find out about the difficulty I caused Harper back in the day. She finally told you? I asked, worried. He sighed. I made her tell me what her issue with you was after seeing how she acted out at your mom's wedding get-together. She told me everything, and let's just say you're so lucky you're my cousin. Look, that was years ago, and I've apologized over and over again, plus that's something I have to live with. I said, a little upset. What we did to Harper back in middle school pales in comparison to what's happened now. How so? He asked dismissively. For one, no one ever destroyed her car. Imagine if they had left the outside all right and just messed with the brake line. 2, no one ever troubled Harper's house. Whoever is doing this stuff to Mariah just left a package at her house. What if Elise and Harper had been there? 3, this is my mate. Harper wasn't your mate, then otherwise I would have respected another man's mate, even looked out for her. But as my mate, Mariah is a pack member by extension. And she kept your secret of knowing about the wares. I believe you offered her pack protection in exchange. He sighed. Fine, what's her address? I'll meet you both at her place. I can sniff around for any different scents. I hung up and rushed back to Mariah's place. I didn't bring up Braxton coming over. If I knew my mate, I knew she'd be upset. You told Braxton. I shouted, not giving a damn that Braxton was in fact standing right next to us. I was upset. It's really not that big of a deal to go run and tell your alpha. Braxton smirked. Patrick looked at me pleadingly. Why aren't you getting that this is a big deal? You are my mate, and I will do anything I can to protect you. From what? I asked. We don't know who's doing this, or the extent in which they'll take this. Braxton sounded as he stepped in closer to Patrick and I. The fact of the matter is someone is harassing you and leaving these weird gifts in odd places. Do either of you have any ideas as to what the gifts mean? They are both baby items. Patrick put in. Braxton shrugged. If you two are expecting, then there's even more reason for concern. I looked at Patrick worried. He seemed a little shocked. Are you pregnant? He asked carefully. I shook my head. Not to my knowledge. I have been on birth control since I was 15. I highly doubt I'm pregnant. Braxton shrugged. I'm no doctor, but I'd suggest you both go to the doctor and find out for sure. At least it'll be one thing you won't have to worry about. I looked at Patrick once again. I'll make an appointment later this afternoon. Now then, Braxton continued. I'm going to need one of your shirts as well as one of your brother's shirts. Just leave them on porch and I'll do a search, he said before walking out the front door. I thought it was kind of odd, but I didn't bother questioning him. I went and got one of Frank's shirts first and then moved to grab one of my own shirts. Patrick took them from me and put them outside alongside the box of pacifiers. He'll shift and take in yours and your brother's scents. If he picks up any other scents, he'll have something to go on when we try and find whoever's doing this. Patrick filled me in. The whole thing took about 3 minutes before Braxton returned, t-shirts in hand. Only other thing I could pick up was flowers. So whoever is doing this was smart and wore a heavily floral perfume to mask their actual scent. Braxton informed us. In the meantime, I want you to stay at the pack house. What? No, I said. I'm not going to change my entire life because some person wants to pull a few pranks. Mariah, this is for your safety and well-being. Remember, you are under pack protection. This falls under my jurisdiction now, and until we can find who's doing this, I won't allow you to be unprotected. Braxton said with more authority than ever before. This is ridiculous. I said in defeat. I hated looking weak. You know, this is probably exactly what they want. They want to scare me and make me feel like I'm not safe. Patrick stepped towards me so that he was within arm's reach. I hugged him and he rubbed my back as he talked into my hair. I'll stay with you. We can have dinner with Frank here. Whatever makes this transition easier for you, Duchess. I sighed. I guess I should pack some clothes. All settled in. Patrick asked as he walked into the room, a tray of food in hand. I didn't know what you'd be in the mood for, but I made us some sandwiches. I offered him a smile. To be honest, I wasn't really in the mood to eat, but I appreciated his efforts. What if I'm being watched? I asked, more than a little worried now. Sure, I tried to be all tough and pretend this wasn't a big deal. Truth is, I'm scared, and not just for myself. I'm scared they'll find me here and do something to you. He set the food down and took a seat on the small love seat in the room. He pat his leg, and I took a seat on his lap. If they are watching, I hope they know you're with me. I want whoever is doing this to see that no matter what, I'll always be there to protect you, Duchess. You're my mate, and I love you, and I'll be absolutely sure no one troubles my girl. My heart was racing, but I smiled. I tried to remain as cool as possible. I'm gonna call my doctor and set up an appointment. He shook his head. You gotta call Dr. Pollock's office. You know what I'll call for you. Try and rest. You look a little pale. He left the room. Patrick literally just admitted to loving me, and it wasn't even a big deal to him. How can he be so calm about something that big? Maybe it isn't a big deal to him. Is love as big a deal to werewolves as it is to humans? Why am I freaking out more about this than potentially having a vengeful stalker? I took his advice and laid down, but lying in his bed wasn't the same without him in it. Thankfully, he returned shortly. You have an appointment today at 1 with Dr. Lemons. He smiled as he got into the bed. He immediately cuddled against me, my back against his chest. I love having you in my arms, he admitted easily. Speaking of love, I said boldly, do you realize you've confessed your love for me twice already? He kissed my shoulder. Is that a problem for you? No, I admitted, strange as it was. I somehow knew that I wasn't weirded out by it. I was more concerned for his casual attitude towards it. It's just, well, it's kind of a big thing for me. Duchess, I'm not expecting you to say it just because I've said it. I know we're moving really fast, and for me, I know I love you more than I've loved anything, partially because you're my mate, but mostly because of the woman you are. It's a big thing for me, too. I'd never have expected I'd be as romantic as I am over a girl who's so stubborn and irritating. But your strong-willed tenacity is only a small thing on the rather long list of things I love about you. My heart fluttered. I turned to face him. I kissed him gently. I think I can learn to love you. Doctors' offices always make me nervous. Patrick took my hand, assuring me, everything will be fine. I asked nervously if it would be fine, noting, we haven't even talked about it, Patrick, but what if I am pregnant? He replied nonchalantly, then we'll have a baby. When I asked if he thought it was that simple, he shrugged, saying it seems simple enough. I shook my head, detailing our complications. Both of us are in school, neither of us work, since the movies fired me for missing too many days. Are we going to raise our kid in the frat house or the pack house? Because news flash, we still don't know if and when this person who's fucking with me will be caught. I felt slightly bad for my mini breakdown, believing things were happening too fast. Patrick sighed, revealing he has a place his dad gave him on a visit this summer. I replied, still in a slightly difficult mood, that it must be nice to just have your dad give you a house. He explained that it was the house his father purchased when he divorced his mother, which is why he was not 100% thrilled to check the place out. However, he was glad it was there if they needed a house. Regarding money, Patrick's mother set up an account for him after the divorce, putting in 14 years of child support, birthday, and Christmas money that his father sent, as she did not want the help of that money. He assured me we'd be all right financially until I could find a job to support us, and that his mother would definitely help with the baby. I grew emotional, suddenly realizing that if I were pregnant, my mother would not be here to experience it with me or help me. Patrick tried to assure me, mistaking my sudden sadness. It'll be okay. A nurse called out, Miss Van Buren. Patrick and I stood, and the nurse smiled and asked us to follow her. She checked my height, weight, and blood pressure while talking to us. She instructed Mr. Westbrook to have a seat in room number 2 and asked Miss Van Buren to supply a urine sample, holding out a cup. I nodded, and she smiled again, saying the restrooms were right behind me, and I should leave the sample in the metal slot when finished. I went into the restroom and looked around before sitting on the toilet. I didn't feel the urge to use the restroom, so I looked at the cup and noticed my name was misspelled on the label. I eventually produced the required sample, followed the nurse's instructions, washed my hands, and left the restroom. I found the exam room, and Patrick stood up as I walked in. He asked if I was okay, and I smiled, replying, just had to pee in a cup, I'm good. He kissed me, and I admitted it made me feel a little better. Soon, the doctor entered the room. She was a tall, thin woman with graying hair. She greeted me, good afternoon, Ms. Van Buren, and Mr. Westbrook, asking how his mother was. Patrick's ears pinked a little as he replied, she's fine, Mrs. Lemons, Dr. Lemons. Brushing off his words, she explained to me that Patrick's mother and she had been best friends since grade school. She then asked what brought me by today. I spoke up, just trying to verify that I am not pregnant and see what we can do to prevent that from happening. She nodded and jotted down my response, stating they should have the urine analysis results in a few minutes, but in the meantime, she had a few questions. I responded, of course. She asked for the last date of my menstrual cycle. I admitted that due to my birth control, I am not regular, and even when I am, it is very light and only lasts a few days. She asked if I could remember any date. I shrugged, thinking it was probably back in June, then corrected myself. My last date was 2 days after Elise Auckland's, or rather, Cage's wedding. Patrick provided a more definitive date. The doctor took down the information and continued. Given the nature of the visit, she assumed I was sexually active. I nodded. When asked the last time I had intimacy, I responded 2 or 3 days ago, which Patrick verified with a nod. She cautiously inquired about any preventative measures being taken. I responded that I was on birth control, an IUD. She stated that ideally, physicians want patients to be cautious, noting that while I was being slightly careful with birth control, they heavily promote the use of protective measures. I felt heat in my face, knowing she was right, and the fact that I hadn't exactly made Patrick use them was jarring. She excused herself to see if the tests were done. Patrick turned to me, saying he didn't know she was going to ask all of that. I nodded, explaining, they always do. He said his doctors never ask that kind of stuff. I rolled my eyes, explaining she was a gynecologist and basically needed to know my vagina history before proceeding. He laughed at the term, and I rolled my eyes again, telling him to grow up, Patrick. When he noticed I was upset, he sounded apologetic. Hey, I'm sorry. I shook my head, saying I was not in the mood to joke around. He nodded his understanding. He took my hand, and I offered him a smile. The doctor re-entered, took a seat, and informed us that I was not pregnant. She then stated that they could definitely talk about options to prevent pregnancy right now. I smiled, noting I was already on birth control. She smiled and nodded, pointing out that Patrick is a werewolf, and his sperm is a little more potent. She theorized that my one saving grace had been my irregular periods, meaning my ovulation cycle hadn't been regular either. I asked if there was a possibility we could end up pregnant if I was ovulating, and Patrick and I had intimacy. She nodded. I asked if there was a were equivalent to my current IUD. She confirmed there was, but they don't keep them in stock, so they would have to order one, which usually takes a month to receive, though coverage is immediate upon insertion and is good for 5 years. I acknowledged, that doesn't sound so bad. She explained I had 2 options. Perform a removal, right now or a week from now, as the new IUD requires my body to be clear of any previous birth controls. Feeling nervous, I asked what she would recommend. She asked if I had insurance. I shook my head no. She recommended doing it now, so she could write it off as part of today's visit, avoiding charging me again for another office visit. Patrick comfortingly interjected, whatever you want, Duchess. Don't worry about the cost. Knowing what was coming, I said, we can do it today, get it over with. She took notes and signaled for a nurse's assistance. The nurse set up the doctor's instruments and then set up the bed, offering me a paper sheet to cover my lower half. After they finished setting up, the doctor and nurse stepped out. Patrick followed me to the bed, helped me onto it, and I removed my shorts and underwear. Patrick jokingly commented on feeling a slight attraction. I rolled my eyes and covered my lower body, asking him to hold my hand. He leaned down, kissed my forehead, and took my hand. The doctor and nurse re-entered, put on gloves, and began the procedure. Afterward, I felt extremely sore but sat up carefully. The doctor advised that I would feel a dull pain that varies, suggesting aspirin for cramping alongside warm compresses. She also advised wearing a pad in case of any bleeding, and although there is no real medical reasoning, she suggested avoiding certain feminine products for a couple of days and postponing sexual intimacy, but emphasized listening to my body. I nodded my understanding. She reached into a drawer, pulled out a bag, and put in some protective items. She urged me to try and be safe, stating she couldn't vouch that these items would guarantee preventing pregnancy, but she understood that 3 weeks without intimacy is a long time, especially for mates. A few days passed since I moved into the pack house. Elise and Harper were worried about me, but glad I had basically moved in with Patrick. Harper was genuinely trying to like Patrick, although she felt he still needed to prove himself. Frank had been out of town, and did not know I hadn't been at the house lately. Elise asked about any new developments. I shook my head, saying I hadn't noticed anything different. Elise mentioned that Braxton said their patrols had come up empty for any outsider sense. Elise countered that it didn't mean anything, suggesting that since Braxton was looking for an outsider, the person causing trouble could be someone within the pack, or even a non-were. Harper shrugged, assuming Braxton hoped no one in his pack would do such a thing to another pack member's mate. Elise, identifying as a she-wolf, said she-wolves are difficult, and placed her money on one of Patrick's old friends with benefits. Theorizing they were upset, he settled down with me instead of them. This was the same thought I had been having since my car was tampered with, but the only problem is Patrick doesn't remember the girls all that well. Harper sadly asked if that meant there were many girls. I shook my head, saying Patrick claimed it wasn't many, and I believed him. I recalled him mentioning that when he was with other girls, he couldn't really see them. Harper shrugged, but Elise seemed to be thinking about something. When I asked what it was, Elise explained that when they were little, they were told about wares and mates, and her uncle used to say that when they found their mates, they shouldn't pursue others because they wouldn't even be able to see them anyways, though she always thought he was being dramatic. Just then, Patrick walked in with Braxton and Vance, and they took seats next to us. Vance asked what was up. Harper spoke up, asking the guys how things go when ladies approach them. They looked at each other, perhaps thinking we were trying to start an argument. I clarified that Patrick had mentioned the other day that since finding me, he couldn't really see the girls. Braxton and Vance seemed to nod their understanding, but Patrick answered. He clarified that he didn't become instantaneously blind and could see others like Elise and Harper fine. However, when it comes to intimacy with someone who isn't your mate, it's different. He explained wares are like two entities, their human forms and their wolves. Everyone listened. He continued, saying the human side has the urge for pleasure, while the wolf side has intimacy more for procreation. For him, he was intimate with other girls as a distraction, which goes against both entities. His human side wasn't fully into it, and his wolf side wasn't having it at all. His wolf would constantly try and remind him of his mate, making it hard to be intimate with one girl while thinking about another. Elise interjected, calling him disgusting. Patrick blushed slightly, admitting he was disgusting and had been paying for his mistakes ever since. He felt lucky I was willing to give him a chance, stating he hardly deserved me, but that he was a lucky son of a gun. I smiled up at him, knowing neither of us was perfect, but we were trying. Patrick further explained that, when he said he couldn't see the girls, it meant his wolf and possibly his subconscious projected images of Mariah into his mind. For example, if a girl had brown hair, Mariah had prettier brown hair that was longer or curlier. If a girl had a nice smile, Mariah's smile was more radiant. Small things like that made it difficult to see the girl for who she was individually, instead of just a hookup. I voiced hope that we could get answers soon, saying I couldn't stay here forever. Braxton responded, stating they were having an upcoming event this weekend that required every pack member to attend, and he hoped I would join them. I asked for clarification, noting I was not in their pack. Braxton shrugged and smiled, explaining that being a pack member's mate automatically qualifies me as an honorary pack member, and as his cousin's mate, I was basically family. Feeling slightly put on the spot, I told him, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," as his comment made me think about marriage and lifelong commitments, which was scary. Patrick rubbed my back to ease my tension. Braxton continued, explaining that he and Harper had been together for almost a year, and though he had hoped it would happen sooner, they would finally be presenting Harper to the pack this weekend before taking off for the week. I wanted to ask why they were leaving suddenly, but everyone else seemed to know. After talking for a while, the others left, and Patrick and I headed to the bedroom. I stopped him on the steps and asked, "Hey, Blue Eyes, why are Braxton and Harper leaving for a week?" He smiled knowingly and replied, "Because of the heat." Since it was early winter with threats of snowfall, I knew he couldn't be talking about the weather, so I repeated, "The heat." He chuckled and shrugged, "It's a wolf mate thing." I asked if it was something I needed to worry about. He took me into his arms and kissed me gently, assuring me, "That, Duchess, is something you will never have to worry about." Even more confused, I asked why. He explained, "Because you, beautiful. You've already been marked, Harper on the other hand has not." I asked if it was an intimate thing. He sighed, grabbed my hand, and began explaining as he led me up the stairs. He said the heat only affects female mates of a werewolf, specifically non-weres, as it doesn't happen to she-wolves. I asked him to continue, specifying human girls only. He rolled his eyes and smiled, reminding me they are humans too, just a more advanced race. I rolled my eyes and asked him to continue. He explained that once weres meet their mates, their primal instinct to mark what is theirs begins to kick in, and the urge grows stronger until they actually mark her. Since he had marked me, I was good. If a male hasn't marked his mate, the urge continues to grow, and after a year, if the female is still unmarked, she goes through a heat. He opened the door for us. He admitted he couldn't explain the reasoning, but during the heat, the female's blood literally heats up so the male can find her scent much easier, making it simpler for him to mark her. The downside is that all males will be able to smell her scent, and anyone would be able to mark her. Intrigued, I asked what would happen if another guy marked her. He said it was hard to explain for sure, but they would form a special kind of bond, similar to marked mates. The new marker would feel protective of her, and the need to put her first. The problem arises if that male already has a mate. If he marked the female in heat first, their bond would be stronger, and he would always prioritize her and her needs over his own mates, making it incredibly messy. Therefore, males with unmarked mates tend to keep them secluded the week of their lady's heat. I shook my head, calling this crazy. I then asked if this meant Harper and Braxton were actually going to be intimate. Patrick laughed a little, saying that was up to them. I mentioned that he marked me during intimacy. He shrugged, saying not everyone does, though it is probably most commonly done during intimacy. He then turned to face me, and, teasingly, asked if I wanted to have intimacy. Patrick narrated. He knew I wouldn't give in. It had been a few days since our doctor visit, and I was still nervous about intimacy without protection. He didn't mind as much as one might think, but he felt good seeing my beautiful smile at his playful suggestion. Lately, he had been exhausted from early classes, fraternity duties, elite duties, and patrolling the town with Braxton and Vance for newcomer scents. His body could hardly stand more action. Tonight was no exception. Mariah changed out of her daytime outfit and into one of his comfortable shirts, put her hair up, yawned cutely, and got into bed. He sat down next to her and said he was going to take a quick shower, telling her to go to sleep. She nodded and kissed him. He went to the restroom and looked in the mirror. He looked the same, but he could see worry etched in his brow. He was forming slightly more muscle from shifting more than usual, and he sported a permanent stubble. He undressed and took a quick shower. When he got into bed, he found Mariah fast asleep. He carefully pulled her into his arms, kissed her lips, and said, "I love you, Duchess." The week flew by largely due to the upcoming presentation. Everyone in their inner circle was involved. Since they hadn't found anything strange in the past week, Braxton had temporarily called off the patrols. Patrick and his wolf were still on edge, but the lack of recent incidents was reassuring. This did not stop him from wondering who was causing trouble, or why. He was still alert and trying to remember the girls he had been with. He constantly worried about whether he had a child out there somewhere. A part of him worried that if he did, he would be a terrible father, just like his own. This was part of why he wanted to find the person responsible, to make them stop interfering with his mate, and also to know if he had a child. Mariah peeked her head into the room and asked, "Hey, Blue Eyes, you ready to go? People are starting to arrive." Patrick nodded and got up, placed a quick kiss on her forehead, and told her she looked gorgeous. He wanted her to feel relaxed and have fun, but he was having a hard time remaining calm because his wolf felt on edge and sensed that something was amiss. He asked as coolly as possible if she minded staying close to him tonight. She teased, "Why, worried about other males?" He smirked, "Never," placing his hands on her hips and gently pressing his thumb into the spot where his mark resided, reminding her, Remember your mind, Duchess. She gasped attractively, and he kissed her. She returned the kiss beautifully. Elise suddenly sounded from behind Mariah. Stop being inappropriate. Patrick glared, but she only smiled, informing him that the Alpha and soon-to-be Luna were looking for them. He nodded, took Mariah's hand, locked their room door for safety, and the three made their way downstairs. They were looked at by some people, but no one bothered saying anything. Downstairs, Patrick greeted various people but kept his mate close. He sensed she felt slightly sad and agitated that he wasn't introducing her. He confessed that, honestly, if people thought she was just another fling, he'd have less to worry about than if they knew she was his mate. He whispered into her ear, "You know all I want is your safety and well-being, right?" She gave him a small smile, acknowledging she heard him but was still hurt. He sighed heavily and said, "I love you, Duchess." She squeezed his hand, and they made their way into Braxton's office. Patrick greeted Braxton as Alpha. Braxton smiled, calling him Cuz and greeting Mariah. She smiled in return. Braxton explained that only the 6 of them knew about the mystery person. He warned them that people were talking about the girl in the pack house, so they should be prepared for questions, but all people needed to know was that she was Patrick's guest. Everyone nodded. Braxton emphasized that the girls should stay close to the guys, and if any guy had to leave, the girls should seek out another couple in their inner circle for protection, as he would not allow anything to happen, especially if this was an ex intent on revenge. Patrick agreed completely. Braxton laid out the plan. They would mingle as usual. Once it was time for him to present Harper, the girls should seek out the parents and stay near them but remain alert. After the presentation, Braxton would leave Harper with his mother to be shown off and introduced, but he wanted Vance to look after Elise and Mariah. Mariah asked nervously, "Why?" Braxton explained that he and Patrick were going to sweep the area to ensure there were no outsiders, aided by the rest of the Elite 30. More importantly, he needed Patrick's help to identify his exes so they could keep a closer eye on them. Patrick hated the idea of leaving his mate even for a second, but he trusted his Alpha's judgment. Braxton asked if they were ready. They looked at each other, and Patrick kissed his mate before acknowledging he was ready. Once they left the office, I noticed the various people staring at me, which Patrick ignored better than I could. Vivienne called their names, and Patrick held my hand a little tighter as we turned to see her smiling. We greeted her, and she informed us that their parents were already in the backyard, awaiting the presentation. Patrick and I followed Vivienne outside. She ushered us to the parents. Patrick's mother immediately pulled me into a warm hug, and his stepfather gave me a fatherly one-armed hug. Elise and Vance soon joined us, and their parents did the same. Soon, everyone came outside. Braxton and Harper, along with Ryder, made their way through the crowd and stepped onto a raised platform so everyone could see them. I could tell Harper was extremely nervous and tried to appear nonchalant. Braxton spoke in a low, deep voice, and everyone paid close attention. He spoke confidently about how an Alpha and Luna should work together to lead the pack perfectly. He mentioned that since his father passed last year, he had been in charge, and though maintaining the pack's status had been hard, it would change. He announced that the fates had bestowed upon him a partner in life and leadership, and it was with the greatest honor and pleasure that he finally introduced his mate, Harper Carson. I and the rest of the crowd cheered excitedly. Braxton settled the pack members down and spoke more about Harper becoming the Luna, which everyone understood, though his words only made slight sense to me as this was all new. Everyone cheered and I clapped. Braxton announced, "Now let the celebrations begin," and the actual party started, instantly wrapping me up in the festivities. Patrick sighed before kissing me in front of everybody. With my face still gently resting in his hands, he looked deep into my eyes and said, "I love you, Mariah." I looked back into his beautiful blue eyes, the same ones I had met so long ago. I smiled, starting to swoon slightly. As Braxton approached, Patrick kissed me once more before leaving. I stood alone briefly before Elise walked over, saying, "Don't worry. He'll be back before you can even miss him." I rolled my eyes and smiled, saying, "As if I could miss that arrogant fool." We both knew my words were meaningless, and deep down, I already started missing him. I talked with everyone, and they helped keep my spirits up, but I couldn't help looking around, filled with an odd feeling of paranoia. Vance handed me a bottle of water and asked if I was okay. I knew my eyes showed my concern, but I gave him my best smile and said, "I'm fine." Vance gave me a look, shook his head, and said, "He'll be back soon," not believing my fake fine. Soon after, Harper and Braxton's mother joined us, both smiling beautifully. Knowing Harper, I assumed she was exhausted and waiting for the party to end, as big events were not her preference. We welcomed them, and Elise's dad kept the mood light with playfully overdramatic formalities with Harper. Conversations continued with joy and laughter. Then, my ears began ringing. I noticed confusion in some people, the music stopped, and a scream sounded, leading to mass chaos. Elise grabbed mine and Harper's hands, and Vance gently pushed us back toward the pack house. We went straight into Braxton's office and closed the door. Everything in me suggested something was wrong, specifically with Patrick. Elise and Harper began yelling at Vance, but he held his ground, reminding them, "I promised I'd keep you ladies safe." Suddenly, I felt pain and doubled over, as one of my legs felt extremely weak. The three of them rushed to help me off the ground. I managed to say, "It's Patrick." I couldn't explain how, but I could literally feel he was injured and hurting. Crying, I said, Aye. He's hurt, I can feel it, he's in pain and I'm not there." My heart was heavy, he was supposed to come back to me. Elise hugged me tightly. I cried, knowing I couldn't help him and feared losing him. Elise assured me, "It's your bond. Pat's all right, he's gonna be okay." Silence filled the room. Vance spoke, saying Braxton was sending everyone home and knew we were inside. He turned his attention to me, stating, "Patrick was attacked, but the people responsible are being dealt with." I nodded, feeling only slightly relieved, knowing I wouldn't be fully fine until I was with him and knew he was all right. Braxton came in and surprisingly came straight over to me. Elise moved to join Vance. Braxton explained it was an ambush, and they were waiting for Patrick. It seemed they never wanted to hurt me, but Patrick was their target for revenge. I stated that all I cared about was my mate. Braxton hugged me and said that Patrick was upstairs in our shared room. Since Dr. Pollock was present for the presentation, Patrick was already being treated. Braxton was sure Patrick could explain what happened and why once he was able. I thanked him, hugged him back, and wiped my face, determined not to let anyone outside that room see me weak or vulnerable. I walked up the stairs, as most party guests had already left, and no one stopped me. I let myself into the room, trying hard to hold my composure upon seeing Patrick lying on the bed with his eyes closed, bloody, and starting to bruise. I noticed his leg was bandaged, and realized that was the source of the pain and weakness I felt earlier. An elderly man, Dr. Pollock, asked if I was his mate. I nodded and introduced myself as Mariah Van Buren, holding out my hand. He smirked slightly and shook my hand. Dr. Pollock informed me that Patrick was attacked by 2 females out for revenge. I thought 2 girls. He nodded, explaining that the initial attack involved 1 female spearing Patrick, knocking the wind out of him and breaking a couple of ribs, especially since he was in his weaker human form. The second attack targeted his leg, tearing through muscle structures and bone deposits, which was the most difficult injury. He stated that the ribs were a clean break and would heal perfectly in a couple of days, but the leg was more concerning. I asked how so. Dr. Pollock sighed, explaining that wares speed up recovery by shifting into their wolves. However, since the muscle structure of a were differs from their wolves, Patrick could do more damage than good by shifting. This would be difficult, because his wolf would naturally beg him to shift. I clarified, asking if he would essentially have to heal like a full human, needing casts and rest. Dr. Pollock nodded, adding, "And he won't like 1 minute of it." Looking at Patrick's sleeping form, I sternly stated, "It's not for him to like, it's for him to get better." Dr. Pollock nodded again before leaving, promising to return within the hour to begin casting the leg. I softly spoke to Patrick, "Hey there, handsome. Can you look at me? I'm missing those blue eyes of yours." There was no response, and if I hadn't seen his chest rising and falling, I would have assumed the worst. "Come on, baby, wake up for me." Still nothing. I began to feel overwhelmed and broke down, crying largely because his last words to me were, "I love you," and I hadn't been able to say it back, despite its truth. Somewhere along the line, I had fallen in love with the most arrogant, annoying person in town, and I wouldn't change him. "Please wake up, Patrick," I pleaded, soft tears falling slowly. "I'm scared, and I just want to know you're all right. Please, blue eyes, look at me." He remained unresponsive. I realized I hadn't asked the doctor if he would wake up soon. My anxiety spiked as I began thinking the worst, though I tried to remind myself the doctor would have mentioned if things were that bad. I carefully got onto the bed and moved closer to him. "Please wake up. You promised you'd stay by my side all night," I cried. I sighed when he didn't respond, snuggled my face into his neck, and gently kissed his neck. "Fine then, rest," I said softly, placing a small peck on his cheek. "I love you." I closed my eyes, settling in for a nap with him. He suddenly croaked, "Say it again." He questioned if he had died, because he knew his mate wouldn't say she loved him so freely since it meant too much to her. I sat up to see his smiling face. "Hey there, blue eyes." "Hey there yourself, Duchess." I leaned over and kissed him passionately. Beginning to cry again, I said, "I love you so much, Patrick Westbrook, and don't you dare scare me like that again." I knew my eyes would be sore from crying. He chuckled a little and pulled me toward his chest. I rested my head against him, and he carefully pushed my hair away before caressing my back. He apologized for scaring me, but noted, "Now we know that the threats are over." It was 2 X's. "It's more complex than that, though," he sighed. I asked him to tell me. He took a deep breath and explained it was 2 girls he had been intimate with. It turned out one girl got pregnant and then received a procedure that went wrong. I could tell he was upset, wondering if he wanted children or if he was just upset someone hurt the girl. He continued, saying she eventually found her mate, but was struggling with the fact that she could no longer have children. The girls found each other because one was the other's mate's sister. Confused, I asked, "What?" He sighed heavily and elaborated. He had been intimate with both Lola and Whitney. Whitney got pregnant, and after the procedure, she met her mate, Chad. Chad's older sister was Lola. Both girls were angry that Whitney could no longer have kids and blamed him, wanting revenge. Patrick admitted he blamed himself too. I spoke up sadly, telling him not to blame himself, insisting it wasn't his fault. He countered that it was, arguing she wouldn't have been pregnant or needed the procedure if he hadn't been intimate with her. I shook my head, insisting this was something no one could change, and blame couldn't be placed on one individual. I stressed that they both chose intimacy, both chose not to use protection. She chose not to have the baby, and the doctor chose not to perform proper medical practices and caused her harm. He looked up at me with sadness, saying, "I don't deserve a mate as understanding and caring as you." I joked, "Well, if you're looking for a refund, it's too late now," adding, "Don't forget I love you, blue eyes." In the following days, I hadn't seen Harper anywhere. Braxton and Patrick worked together to decide on a punishment for the attackers. Ryder and Vance managed the pack and Elite in their place. Patrick didn't want the attackers to be hurt, as he still blamed himself for what one of the girls had endured. Elise stayed by my side during the ordeal and kept any negative comments about Patrick's past to herself. One evening, I sighed and asked if it was just me, or if it was weird that Patrick was spending so much time with his cousin. Vance teased if I was jealous. I shook my head, and Elise admitted it was different, noting Patrick was usually not the most involved when it came to the pack. I acknowledged he was trying to help Braxton decide the girls' fate, but they had already been punished, noting that having to leave their families was a significant punishment. Elise seriously stated they were lucky Braxton let the mates stay together. Vance knowingly suggested it was preventative caution more than a kind gesture. He added that this week was wrapping up fast, so Braxton would be gone until Sunday, and I should be getting my mate back soon. I smirked, trying not to smile like an idiot. Snuggling into Patrick's side, I said, "I missed you." He chuckled, pointing out, "You saw me yesterday." I rolled my eyes and asked about his first shift since the attack. He sighed, saying it hurt severely at first, but he stayed in wolf form for a while before shifting back, and now it just felt a little sore, like leg day at the gym. His leg was improving, and Dr. Pollock had cleared him to shift. I smiled, telling him I was glad he was getting back to his old self, and the sooner the better. I kissed him and hinted suggestively, "I was kinda hoping I could spend a little intimate time with you before I move back into my place." His handsome smile turned playful, and he responded, "Well, I'm sure I could never be in so much pain that I couldn't keep myself from tending to your very important needs." I smiled again, playing along. I said I was supposed to be his nurse, and it was my job to tend to him, carefully getting on top of him and starting to unbutton his shirt. He called me a naughty nurse duchess. I winked and asked where it hurt so I could kiss it and make it feel better. He pointed to his lips, and I willingly kissed him. The kissing quickly grew more intense, and before I knew it, clothes were being removed, and we engaged in intense closeness for the first time in a week. I missed the familiar feeling of him, his kisses on my skin, his hands exploring me, and the deep sounds of passion. It was bliss. As he pressed down onto my mark, my physical response was intensely elevated, causing him to conclude soon after. Despite how tired I knew he was, it didn't stop him from desiring more closeness. I watched as his black eyes slowly returned to their gorgeous blue. I smiled lazily, rolling over to my side and suggested, "I think we need to rest." I reminded him I had to move my things back in the morning. He replied, "Technically you don't have to." I rolled my eyes, reminding him I was only staying while he and Braxton thought there was a threat. He countered that there was a threat and they took care of it. I asked why I hardly saw him anymore if they took care of it. He chuckled, attributing it to the mark. He said I had gotten used to him constantly being around, adding, and not to sound conceited, "But you've missed intimacy with me." I wanted to argue but knew he was right. I acknowledged I had never been a clingy, desperate girlfriend. He assured me I would go back to my normal self now that we had been intimate, but suggested I should stay a little longer just to be safe. Knowing he was teasing, I swatted his hand away and told him to go to sleep, as we had things to do tomorrow. He sighed but agreed. I cuddled against him and fell asleep. The next morning, as we pulled up to my house, Patrick asked again if I was sure I didn't want to stay at the pack house. I replied, "Positive." As I was about to get out, my phone rang. Patrick turned off the car and waited. I answered, listened to an automated message, pressed 1 to confirm, and hung up. I explained, "Just the DR's office reminding me about my appointment." He nodded, and we got out. Since I didn't have much stuff, mainly clothes, it only took Patrick 1 trip. I noticed the mail was neatly placed on the table near the front door, suggesting Frank had come home early. Patrick said he had better head out, mentioning his mom was having dinner tonight and inviting me. I sounded slightly reluctant, saying I normally wouldn't mind, but asked if I could sit this one out. I explained I hadn't been home in a while and wanted to relax and soak up my home. He kissed my forehead. "I get it, Duchess. Text me later." I nodded, pulled him down for a goodbye kiss. A few hours later, after a long bubble bath and a frozen pizza, Frank came home. He greeted me coolly and asked what was going on with me, sitting next to me on the sofa. I admitted there was legitimately nothing going on with my life, for the first time in what felt like a long time. Frank mentioned I had been gone for a while. I reminded him I stayed with Patrick, but asked how he knew, as he was supposed to be out of town. He explained that the deal went through quicker than expected, so he came home 2 days ago. He expressed shock at finding several packages on the front porch with no names or addresses, so he naturally looked inside them. I asked, and he asked why we were suddenly getting a large amount of baby products. I quickly lied, rolling my eyes and claiming, "It's rush week, just sorority stuff." Frank sounded relieved. "Oh." I was worried there for a second. I smirked, saying he worried too much. Being back at school with no drama felt odd. I actually sat through classes and took notes without my mind wandering about stalkers. I talked with Elise and made plans for the weekend. I suggested we invite Harper, and Elise agreed, noting Harper was approaching now. Harper walked up, looking timid. I asked if she had a good trip, still unsure of the specifics of where she went or why. Patrick had only mentioned she was going through her heat because she wasn't marked, and I didn't know what the heat entailed or its relation to the lack of a mark. Harper shrugged, saying it went as well as expected, but she wasn't the best company, blessing Braxton for putting up with her. She tucked her hair behind her ear, and I noticed Elise looking at her neck. I explained that Elise and I were planning a girls' night. A spa session Saturday afternoon for pampering, then getting dressed up for a nice meal before an old-fashioned sleepover at Elise's place. Harper hesitated, saying she was looking forward to spending time with Braxton. I countered that she had just been with him for a whole week. She then suggested having the sleepover at Braxton's place. Elise and I looked at each other, having both noticed she referred to the house as Braxton's place, indicating she wasn't living there, which was news to us. Elise coolly offered that Vance makes amazing chocolate chip pancakes. I vouched that they were pretty amazing. Elise urged Harper to join, offering a horror movie marathon if it meant hanging out at her place. Harper mulled it over and sighed. Fine, concluding that time away from a mate is healthy. Elise backed her up. Right. Patrick walked up, greeting the girls before turning to me. Hey, Duchess, you ready? I asked. Ready. He kissed me as his greeting and reminded me about my appointment, saying I should still go even if I didn't want him there. I had completely forgotten. I forgot, I replied, then told the girls I'd talk to them later, hugged them, and left with Patrick. At the doctor's office, Dr. Lemons gently sat down, facing me. She explained that protocol required discussing the options again, even though we had previously, to ensure this was what I wanted. I nodded. She asked if Patrick was unavailable, driven more by curiosity than patient protocol. I explained I told him it shouldn't take long since the old device had already been removed, so he decided to wait in the waiting room, adding that the last time may have freaked him out a little. She chuckled, commenting that males, were or not, often don't know how to respond in a clinical setting discussing reproductive health. I laughed a little. She confirmed if I still wanted to proceed with the medical implantation birth control. I nodded. She stated that before the insertion, she had a couple of required questions. I nodded again, hating how I sounded repeating responses, but I hated repeating yes, all right, and okay even more. She asked if I had used this specific birth control before. No, I replied. She asked knowingly if I had used any birth control. Yes, ma'am. She asked if I had intimacy in the time, since the previous birth control was removed. Yes, I replied. Unprotected. My heart raced, and I replied, yes. She wrote down my answer and nodded, stating that based on my response, she needed a urine sample to ensure everything was clear before putting me on any form of birth control, explaining it was a safety procedure for both of us. I understood fully that she needed to ensure I wasn't pregnant. She pulled out a familiar cup, wrote my name on the label, and handed it to me. She instructed me to leave the sample in the metal window for the nurses, and then return to the room. I nodded, unsure how else to respond. The truth was, I had made a mistake. I knew it took two people, but I got caught up and didn't stop to think about protection or waiting a week. Looking back, I realized I initiated it. Patrick had been willing to wait, but I desired him intensely. As I entered the restroom, I got situated and waited patiently to fill the sample container. Thoughts raced. I don't want to be pregnant. I can't be pregnant. Frank would kill me. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'd be a bad mom. I cried, knowing whatever happened, I would have to face the outcome. I managed to give a small sample and left it in the metal window as instructed, then walked back to the room. Sitting alone and scared, I wished I had told Patrick to come back with me. I nervously bounced my knee while waiting for the results. I knew regardless of the outcome, I had to talk to Patrick about it. I asked Dr. Lemon in a daze, Are you sure? She maintained her composure, nodding gently. I assure you, Mariah, the results are quite accurate, and just to be sure we tested 3 times, and each gave the exact same result. A wave of uncertainty washed over me. I didn't know what to say or how to feel. She gently asked if she should call Patrick back. I looked at her, shook my head, and said, No, I'll fill him in, managing a smile. We finished the visit, and I was released shortly after, feeling oddly relieved. Upon re-entering the waiting area, Patrick greeted me, saying it took a little longer than he expected. I smiled, shrugging, sorry, ready to go. He kissed me, smiled, and we left. As he pulled up to my house, Patrick apologized, saying he wouldn't be able to make it to dinner tonight. I admitted, I really wanted to talk to you. He asked what was up, Duchess. I sighed, saying I wanted to tell him in a better setting than his car. He asked if it could wait until he got back on Sunday. I asked sadly, Sunday. He explained that Braxton and Ryder were leaving on urgent business this weekend, and he and Vance were left in charge. He sounded proud, saying Vance would handle the pack here, but he would run things with Elite and maintain patrols around the pack borders, which meant he personally had to patrol the lake house too, though it wasn't major. I noted it was major enough for you to have to leave for the weekend. He kissed my forehead, citing protocol, and asked if I didn't have a girls' weekend planned. I had forgotten about it, as my doctor's trip had given me a one-track mind. Why, yeah, girls' weekend, I said, my thoughts still focused on the results. He asked if my talk could wait until Sunday. I looked at him and saw the familiar carefree glint in his eyes, which had recently returned. Of course, I said. I couldn't bring myself to tell him right before he had to leave. As I exited his car, he reminded me to call him later before going to bed. I nodded, waved, and watched his car drive away. Later, helping fill a bowl with potato chips, I coolly asked Elise, so no Mark? Elise shook her head, not that I can see, and I should definitely be able to see, we all should to be honest. I asked why we should be able to see Harper's mark, but no one was supposed to see ours. Elise pulled out sodas, and we walked into her living room. She reiterated that we're guys mark their mates, and I confirmed Patrick marked my hip. Elise noted I had never mentioned where my mark was. She rolled her eyes and admitted hers was on her left side. I asked, smiling, what the hell, really? She rolled her eyes again, a slight blush touching her cheeks. She explained that she and Vance knew they were mates forever, so they decided not to make the marking a big deal, letting it happen naturally. After almost a year of intimacy, one night was more intense and primal. Vance engaged in a bonding action while concluding the intimacy, and the rest is history. I commented on her location choice. She called me a freak and continued, saying that the alpha and his mate are no different in marking, except the alpha's mark has to be visible, so alphas typically mark their mates on the neck. I teased, like a vampire bite. She shrugged, essentially. Harper arrived late, and we were unsure she would show up, given her strong aversion to spending the weekend at Elise's place. Harper explained, for the 100th time, it's not that I didn't want to hang out with you both. It's the fact that Braxton doesn't like me around other male wares, even if it is Vance who has his own mate. She elaborated that Braxton was super possessive, especially since she hadn't taken his mark yet. Elise and I looked at each other, realizing this clarified our earlier conversation. Elise asked why she hadn't taken the mark, and Harper gave her reservations and calculated reasons. Listening to them, I realized I only had one thing on my mind. I said idly, I miss Patrick. Harper smiled, and Elise sighed boredly. Elise growled, if you two don't get a grip and stop thinking about your mates long enough to enjoy a girls' night. I shook my head, insisting, you don't understand. I need to talk to him. My throat thickened, and tears warned they were starting. The girls noticed and got serious. Harper softly suggested I could call him, noting he was running patrols, but even if he didn't answer, he would call right back if I left a message. I shook my head again, insisting, I can't call him. This is way too important. The tears sprang forward, and I tried to ignore the warm, wet trails. Elise argued that nothing could be so important that I couldn't say it over the phone. She noted he would be home Sunday and likely go straight to my place anyway. I wiped the tears away, saying I knew he was busy and wouldn't answer. I added, anyways, it wouldn't feel right letting Patrick know he's going to be a daddy via voicemail. The girls stared at me, then at each other, confirming they had heard correctly. Harper acted first, smiling. Did you just? Elise asked with tears in her own eyes, Mariah, are you sure? I shrugged, nodding my head and saying Dr. Lemon assured me the results were quite absolute. I'm pregnant, and to be honest, I'm not sure how to feel, I confessed. Harper sweetly asked what I meant, suggesting I should be overjoyed since I was having a baby with my mate. I nodded, admitting a part of me was excited, but the majority was scared and worried. I worried because I had just started college, didn't have a job, Patrick didn't either, and asked, what if he freaks out and doesn't want a kid right now? This is big. I felt a slight panic attack starting. Elise calmly told me to breathe. She confirmed I should wait to tell Patrick, assuring me he wouldn't freak out but would be excited and overjoyed. She emphasized I was not alone and that I had her and Vance, and Patrick would never let me down. Harper added that she and Braxton would be there too, ensuring my baby would never need anything. Elise nodded in agreement. I was glad for their support. I knew I had to tell Patrick, and then Frank soon after. Thinking of my brother, a heartache filled me. I should be telling my mom, who should be comforting and assuring me everything would be fine. I put on my usual mask, that everything was all right, and continued the night. The rest of the night continued as normally as possible. The next morning, the girls seemed quieter, having processed the reality of my news. They could now see the difficult side of the situation. I thought that babies are lovely, but only when you're ready, and I didn't think I was ready. Vance greeted us as he walked into the kitchen with grocery bags, asking how our evening went. I knew Elise hadn't mentioned anything to her mate, and I was touched, knowing she tells him everything. Harper casually said it was fun while helping herself to an orange. I was grateful my friends wouldn't tell anyone until I did, but Patrick was the only one I truly wanted to share the news with, and I worried about his reaction. Perhaps my own reservations depended on his reaction. I thought if he was happy, I would be happy too. I admitted I was capable of my own thoughts, but I might be putting up a wall. Deep down, I wanted to be excited, but the realist in me knew it wouldn't be easy, and Patrick might not want to be a dad yet. I thought I was emotionally blocking things, in case he wasn't happy. I tried to remain neutral so I wouldn't give off any vibe, because I believed if he sensed my emotions, he would mirror them to appease me. Vance asked if we had plans for the day. Elise smiled and said she suggested going to the spa. I noticed Vance grimace. I guess the financially responsible Vance wasn't keen on his wife's sudden spending impulses. I asked if they would hate me if I didn't go. Elise and Harper looked at me, ready to protest my backing out. I said I wasn't 100% sure the doctor would recommend me going, using coded language about my visit. I wasn't sure if anything at the spa could harm a pregnancy and didn't want to risk it. Suddenly, hypothetical worries flooded my mind. Intimacy while pregnant, hot tubs, coffee, fish, prenatal vitamins, tight jeans. I now understood why the doctor asks if I have questions before leaving. Elise apologized, saying, "It's cool and I didn't even think about that." I brushed it off, saying I would feel more comfortable talking with the doctor first. Vance asked, clearly concerned, "Everything okay, Mariah?" Elise quickly shook her head, claiming it was just period stuff. Harper sounded appalled. "Elise." Vance made a face and turned his back, signaling he didn't want to hear about menstrual problems, so he wouldn't pry further. I smiled at my sneaky friend. After Vance finished breakfast, we all ate, and he excused himself for work. Harper tried to break the awkward silence, asking, "So, since the spa is off the table, want to go to the mall?" We agreed and went to the large mall. Being there felt normal, taking me back to high school before wolf issues, marriages, and babies, when our biggest worries were grades and weekend plans. We strolled the stores, and I bought a few things. Harper called it an evening. I asked Elise if she wanted to grab dinner. She declined, saying she promised her parents she would visit and invited me along. I declined, saying thanks and asking her to say hi to them. She urged me to come, saying they loved me and she didn't want me to be alone. I assured her I was fine, planning to grab something quick, craving a big greasy cheeseburger. She gave me a sympathetic look. I told her not to worry and to have fun with her family, noting Frank would probably be home soon. And Patrick said he'd come over if he got in early. We drove back to her place. I said goodbye and thanked her for keeping my secret. She smiled, saying it wasn't her place to say anything. She affirmed I was her best friend and urged me not to hesitate to call if I needed anything, even a buddy for appointments or someone to talk to late at night. I agreed. As I got into my car, she asked me to let her know how things went with Patrick. I said I would, closed the door, and left. I got a burger as planned. When I got home, I found I was alone. Frank wasn't there, and Patrick hadn't arrived yet, though I hadn't expected him until Sunday. I put my food down, sighed, and called Patrick, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message. Hey, just wanted to hear your voice. Miss you, blue eyes. I put my phone down, grabbed my food, went to the living room, found an old movie, and settled in to eat alone. I woke up to knocking, realizing I had passed out on the sofa after dinner. It was barely past 10 p.m. I lazily got up and asked who it was, since I was too short to see through the peephole. The big bad wolf, he replied. I smiled, quickly unlocking the door. Seeing him, I immediately jumped into his arms. He lifted me easily and walked us back inside, kicking the door shut before taking us to the sofa. I kissed him, realizing he was home early. What are you doing here? I asked. He shrugged, saying he heard my voicemail, sensed something was bothering me, and got someone to cover his rounds. I admitted I was just bored and alone. I definitely don't want you to get in trouble with Braxton, I said. He assured me Braxton was cool and asked what was up. I shook my head, saying nothing much, and that I had been asleep. He reminded me he was under the impression I wanted to talk. Oh, I momentarily forgot I was pregnant and suddenly felt nervous. He softened his voice. What's up, Duchess? You know you can tell me anything. I knew I couldn't delay it. Yesterday at the doctor's office, I didn't get the birth control. That's to say, I couldn't get the birth control. He asked with concern if there were difficulties with the procedure. No, nothing like that, I replied. I explained that protocol required a pregnancy test to ensure my body was ready for the birth control, and she found out I was pregnant. He looked confused, trying to figure out when it could have happened. But we were so careful. I mean, we didn't even do anything after you had your birth control taken out. I reminded him, but we did. After all of the craziness, and once your leg was healed. Plus, it could have happened before, too. Remember, the doctor said human birth control may not have been a great preventative for your sperm. He asked if she was 1,000,000% sure because I don't want to get my hopes up, and it turns out not to be true. I could see he was genuinely okay with this, even elated. I asked for clarification. So you're okay with this? He smiled widely, saying, Are you kidding me? Duchess, I'm so happy right now I can't even express myself. He cupped my face gently and kissed me. He promised to be the best father because he knew what it was like to have a bad dad and swore he would do right by you. I warned, no. No proposals or weddings just because we're having a baby. He looked confused, asking if I didn't want to marry him. I realized I was dealing with a conceited wur who might interpret my statement as never wanting to marry him. I do. Someday, I clarified. I just want you to ask me because you love me and not because I'm pregnant. He quickly added, but I do love you. I reciprocated his love, but explained that proposing now would look like a forced wedding. I wanted our marriage to be separate from the baby, regardless of when it happened, as long as it was because he genuinely wanted to marry me. He kissed me softly, saying he understood and was lucky to have a mate like me. Afterward, we went to the bedroom, even though neither of us was tired. That night, Patrick and I stayed up talking about telling people and getting used to the fact that we were becoming parents. I confessed that the girls already knew, as I needed to talk to someone and didn't want to break the news to him over the phone. He nodded, accepting this. He suggested we should tell the guys, Braxton and Vance, too, arguing that if we didn't, their mates might accidentally slip up, making the guys feel guilty. I agreed. We decided he would tell Vance and Braxton, but we wouldn't tell anyone else until we had a proper doctor's appointment. The next morning, I called Dr. Lemons, who pulled some strings and got me a screening appointment immediately, despite it being Sunday. She performed a transvaginal ultrasound for an in-depth look. She smiled and said, "Everything looks fine, and judging by the measurements, I'd say you're at 7 weeks, so roughly just over a month." She pointed at the screen, showing the baby, which was about the size of a blueberry. Patrick put in awe, "That's tiny." She laughed, confirming it was tiny but would grow quickly. I asked curiously how soon I would begin showing. She gently shrugged, saying every female in pregnancy is different, but most women start having small bumps between 2.5 and 4 months. Patrick asked when they could find out the gender. She replied that it was a rough estimate, but around 5 months, provided the baby was cooperative, as some babies are camera shy and don't angle their bodies well. She concluded the ultrasound and excused herself while I got dressed. When she returned, she gave me pictures from the ultrasound and a prescription for prenatal vitamins. She advised getting as much water and rest as possible, as pregnancy can be draining. I nodded. She asked if I had any questions. This was a mistake. I immediately started firing off worries and confusions. Can I still sleep on my stomach? I mean, it's the most comfortable for me. And what about intimacy? Is it pretty much a non-starter from here on out until the baby is born? Like, will it hurt the baby? I apologized for my barrage of questions. She reassured me, "No apologies necessary. You're a new mom and I'm glad for the questions. It shows me that you care." She advised avoiding anything too strenuous. If I was a runner and used to it, I could continue. Intimacy is also fine and perfectly natural. Regarding sleeping on my stomach, she saw no reason not to, as long as I was comfortable. She emphasized that my body would speak to me, and my new job was to listen to it, suggesting I take breaks or naps if I felt tired. This "listen to your body" advice would be the rule of thumb. She added that if I felt pain during intimacy, I should stop and schedule a visit. She assured me that women still have intimacy while pregnant, and many find their desire increases due to hormones. I asked about heartburn or nausea. She confirmed that some women suffer from morning sickness, and if it becomes unbearable, I should see her for a potential prescription to lessen the reaction. We continued asking questions. Patrick asked when they could tell their families. She said it was their decision. Some wait until after the first trimester to ensure they have passed the initial danger zone. I wondered aloud, danger zone, feeling slightly afraid. She explained the danger zone is what some call the first trimester, because that is when the baby is most fragile and the mother is more likely to have a miscarriage. However, she assured me everything seemed fine and ardently asked me not to worry or stress. I admitted hearing that worried and stressed me a little, but reminded myself I shouldn't think the worst. If that was all, she offered her card and encouraged me to call anytime if I thought of anything else. She advised that although my due date was May, when we felt ready, we should visit the hospital to set up our labor and delivery plan. Waiting until Labor Day is inadvisable due to pain and distraction. Going beforehand allows for paperwork completion, insurance information submission, and discussion of birthing options with a doctor. This was understandable. We thanked her and left. Patrick asked where we should go next. I liked the hospital idea, so we stopped there first, squared everything away, and then went to see the house Patrick had told me about. I asked with concern if he was sure he wanted to live there, recalling he mentioned it was the house his father moved to after the divorce. He insisted he was fine, and wanted his family to have the best life. He noted the house was in a good, prominent neighborhood and had plenty of space. I nodded. The homes were large and on the outskirts of town. When we pulled up, I was awestruck. Patrick, this is too much for just us, I said. He disagreed, noting the good thing was privacy due to the distance from everyone, yet neighbors were close enough if needed. He asked if I liked it. I mean, it's definitely gorgeous. Can we go in? He led me into the 2-story house. It was grand and roomy inside. Neither of us had been inside before. We found it had 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and an open floor plan on most of the first floor, except for the master suite, which was the only room downstairs. I voiced a concern about the stairs. Patrick agreed, saying he couldn't imagine having the baby upstairs while we were downstairs. My heart melted a little at his concern for our unborn child. I suggested we could let the baby stay with us until it would need its own room. Then we could use baby gates to make sure the baby doesn't hurt itself on the stairs. He kissed my head and asked when I wanted to move in. My heart raced. I said I had to talk with Frank first and suggested maybe we should go tell our families now. I couldn't work up the courage to talk with my brother and tell him what was going on, and before I knew it, a couple of weeks had passed. I knew if I didn't tell him soon, I'd begin showing, and he'd figure it out, and possibly be angry with me not telling him. So I took the initiative one day and stayed home all day. This way I was guaranteed to run into him sooner or later. Hey, little sis. Frank sounded as he let himself into the house close to 9 o'clock that evening. I feel like I haven't seen much of you lately. He chuckled as he got a beer out of the refrigerator. I feigned laughter, so I wanted to talk to you. Oh great, you're not getting married, are you? He asked playfully. I shook my head, not exactly, but I was thinking about moving in with Patrick. Thinking about? He asked, or have you already decided? My face heated up a little. Yeah, we've already got a place, and there's more. Well, I took in a deep breath and decided to take a lighter approach. Looks like you're going to be an uncle. He just looked at me for more than a solid minute. Are you kidding me? No, Frank, I'm serious. How can you be so careless, I mean? Didn't you just tell me that you and Pat were being careful? He asked. I didn't expect him of all people to get so bent out of shape about this news. I mean, it's not like he's the walking poster boy for abstinence. Well, things happen, and yes, I was on birth control, but it isn't 100% effective. Either way, I'm having a baby, I'm moving out, and I was hoping you'd be good with it, but if you're not, that's your deal. I'm not going to try and sway your opinion. This is just me letting you know what's going on. When are you moving out? He asked. I shrugged. We've got a place, we were just trying to let our families know first. Look, I'm not upset, Rye. I'm not exactly thrilled, but it's more of a shock to the system. You know, I mean. Darn it, Mariah, your whole life was ahead of you. And it still is, I cut in. Patrick will make sure that I finish school and that our lives aren't any different than what we initially planned. And what exactly do you two have planned, you guys getting married and all? I shook my head. I want to get married on our terms, not just because people think we should just because we're having a baby. He nodded. Then I guess all we have left to do is discuss our options. There isn't anything to discuss. I'm keeping my baby. He shook his head and smiled. I understand that. What I meant is, I moved back here because Mom passed and I didn't want to leave you hanging, trying to live out here by yourself, especially so soon after it happened. Oh, but your job. He shrugged. I transferred from Collie and I'm sure I can transfer back. Our biggest concern would be the house. It'd be up to you if you would want to sell or keep the house. Mom left you the house, I corrected. This is your house no matter what the paperwork says. You grew up here. I didn't, and that was my choice. I was in awe. What would I even need with another house? Realistically speaking, things happen. I know you and Pat are all head over heels right now, but you never know what the future holds. I think it'd be smart to hold on to it. I didn't know how to tell my brother that Patrick and I are sort of a forever couple due to the fact that the soon-to-be father of my child is a werewolf, and I'm his mate. I would hate to keep the house and have it cause friction between Patrick and I. He could take it as me not willing to commit to our relationship fully. He nodded. So then rent it out. Rent out the house. I asked, a little confused. Yeah, he said coolly. Look, people do it all the time. Own property and rent it to other people, preferably families. This way you have the house if you need. You'd have to give the tenants 30-day notice, of course. But the silver lining is it's a monthly income. And I know, with being a student and later on, a new mom, working might not be an option for you right away. This will allow you to focus on school and the baby, all while still getting a source of steady income. I nodded along. That doesn't sound too bad. Of course, as the owner of the house, you'd be responsible for any and all damage repairs, so that's the only downside, really. I'm sure Patrick could help with that. Otherwise, I know my friend Elise's husband is pretty handy around their house. I know Vance wouldn't mind helping us. I didn't know your friend was married, he sounded. His expression was one of confusion. I was sure I had mentioned Elise's wedding at some point. Yeah, remember I came back early for my friend's wedding. That was Elise. He nodded. Anyways. I'll set up an appointment with an attorney and have them draw up the documents stating I'm giving my claim to the house solely to you. You'll have to go in and sign off on it, but I'm sure it'll be a whole official process. Will you really go back to California? He nodded once more. Like I said, I'm sure I can get my old spot back at work. I've got a few clients under my belt that I know will give me a little leeway back into that specific division. Probably try and get another beachside condo. As I listened to his words, I couldn't help but feel grateful. Some people, like my brother, wanted these flashy lifestyles, but it was right then and there that I realized none of that mattered to me anymore. I could do without upscale apartments and luxurious cars if it meant I could have Patrick and our baby. My mind soon trailed to thoughts of the baby. I wondered if it would be a boy or a girl, if it would look more like Patrick or myself. Nursery themes for boys and girl, color schemes, and soon Frank was telling me goodnight, and I was left alone to wonder even more.